Okay, and that should be working. Fantastic. All right, so everything's correct, even like the music and... Sorry, that came in very loud. Just want to check the multiple sound profiles were working. So I'm going to get the game started up, and then we'll hop in for game number 1 of Voldemar versus Myriad. And then, fingers crossed, that resolved it. And I can guarantee that even when I go and play Dune in the evening, the performance will be better for me, personally. The random crap, you know what I mean? Dude, it's like... It's just... It didn't really hit me because when we were playing, like I said, playing Dune last night, I was like, oh, the performance is kind of sucky here. I just assumed it was the game. This is like, I mean, it's a self-taught lesson time and time again. It's the same reason I haven't updated to the new version of OBS. You know what I mean? Like, I haven't had a chance to actually look over its settings to make sure it's even worth it right now. Kiliadi taking a break. He was back for the qualifier. He was having a holiday in Greece. But he should be back competing now. He's just not competing yet in midweek musters. We'll see if that changes. All right. So, this is where we get into game, and it doesn't lag whenever we shift the camera around, right? Right? Please. Ugh. All right, let's try this again. Okay, I was getting worried. The game. Yep, there we go. Classic. Doink, 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 doink. I hate this map. I really need... I keep saying I need to find time to fix the scenes, and I just haven't found the time. It's been like... I don't know. My life is chaotic. No lag? Yes! Screw updating to... Yeah, like... Honestly, screw updating to the latest graphics drivers straight away. Just wait it out. That's what we just learned. We just spent so long to get into this game. I hope it's worthwhile. We have got a fun one then, folks. We've got Voldemar versus Myriad. 2 players that on paper should be intensely close in terms of this matchup. It's going to be close in terms of the Civ matchup. We kick off with Myriad on a great spawn for the Rus, going up against Byzantines in the hands of Voldemar. Map is going to be Gorge. We're using EGC Gorge for Midweek Muster 28 as the default map. We've also rotated in a brand new version of Frisian that I'm actually quite excited for, considering that it has a big change to the trade post. So yeah, looking forward to that. And did that just lag? Oh no. It did. I think I might have a hardware problem. All right, I think part of the problem is if I alt-tab out, the game... Is it going slowly now? That might be something that Age of Empires 4 updated. But we're fine when we're in-game, right? Like, this is smooth as can be. All right, so we'll just stay away from alt-tabbing for now. Maybe it wasn't AMD's drivers. Maybe it actually is Age of Empires 4 being a giant numpty. So I'll check at the end of this game. Opening, though, we are going to be getting a pretty powerful play for Rus. I think Rus is highly coveted on this map because of the divider sheep. Like, you can basically guarantee half the sheep and then just cut your opponent off halfway through. Doesn't look like it happened here, though. No, Voldemar beat him to the punchline. Great rotation for him. He's currently sitting at, what? 14 sheep compared to just 16 for the 2 scout player. So Myriad definitely didn't get what he was looking for out of this. Yeah, a little bit surprising. Look at what he done with the rotation. He didn't just run the second one right out to the side and check the corner. He kind of gave it over. Unlike the deer lane already coming in. Makes a lot of sense. Remember, Rus, because you produce these scouts early on in the Dark Age, you want to find extra value. It's not just about the scouting, it's not just about the sheep. It's the deer shove afterwards. The interesting part is that Voldemar... Wait. Okay, no, he knows about this deer, but he didn't lame this one? He starts off with the corner one instead. It's a little bit surprising, actually. And this is an interesting matchup, by the way, folks. Like, this matchup, I think, high level, very interesting execution opportunity for Byzantines. Your instinct, if you're watching this right now, is probably to say, look, KP, I'm just going to hunker down. I'm going to build up olive groves. I'm not going to come out. I'm a vibe. Well, astute viewer, there's actually another way you can play this, and it's aggressively oriented. the Byzantines with the Javelin contract have a really good timing into Kira Siphon to hit the Rus players as they're aging up, if they build no units whatsoever. Now, that timing did get slightly crippled by the changes that were introduced around the assistants. But you can still achieve it with the double Javelin timing, especially on such a linear map. I mean, Gorge is just a straight punt to the enemy base. Easy peasy. I say easy peasy while dragging my mouse all the way across, indicating just how far you have to go. Did you mean to say fast castle horse archers? In this matchup, actually, like, Rus aren't terrible at playing the Age. So you can open up with, like, a few archers. You can get your hands on maybe even a stables drop. Usually not needed. But spear archer is a pretty solid way to defend yourself as Rus. I'd love to see Myriad utilizing this forward tree line, by the way, for a wooden fortress. Because if he places it right, he can daisy chain the lumber camp here later anyway. It would just give him an organic layer of protection to this area. This backside is definitely going to be worth considering walling. One of the tricky things when you get a forward wood like this and you want to use it is obviously if scout comes around, javelins can snipe you over. Yeah, the weirder part still is... Did it get mirrored? Okay, it did, in a way. This was a lot more defensive. Maybe it's just the orientation, though. Like, as in the angle of the camera. Straight in the level 3 system. Wait, is Voldemort doing this in honor of Kalp? I remember this was a thing with Kalp. Kalp was... Dude, that guy took out a ruler. If you guys remember, back in the early days of Byzantines, Kalp would perfectly, and I really mean perfectly, align his systems to form a square. In a way that I'd never seen any other player do it since. Every single game, by the way. Not like, oh, he done it once. Every single time I watch Kalp, it would be the same thing. It's like Miro. Unfortunately, it's not going to be able to get any of those deer shoved in. So he did get lamed on both. Well played by Voldy. That's going to slow down Miro's timing. Like, ideally, you want to already be able to shove these deer underneath the TC by the time Pro Scouts completes, or barely out of range of it. And it's going to be archery range. So, feeling a little bit threatened here. Interestingly opens archery range instead of racks, considering the possibilities. Like, if you think about it, Byzantines, of all the unit types they're least likely to build, the archer is the least likely to be built. You're probably not expecting to see Lombos here because jabs into horse archers makes a lot of sense, as does the camels for the knights. But in terms of normal archers, you know, it's not really something that the Byzantines like to build. They tend to stick to either spear or horseman and then use mercs to fill in the gap. So yeah. For that reason, it means that spearmen, for example, should be a higher value for a defensive civ against Biz. At least early on. Thank goodness. We are smooth now, I think. I just can't alt-tab, which is a new development. I need to find out what's causing that. Maybe there was a Windows update I didn't see and something turned on. I'm trying to think, like, the only thing that should really cause alt-tabbing and Windows keying to minimize frames is, like, there is a setting usually in the games themselves that does that. But I don't remember Age of Empires 4 having one of them. I'll have to have a look. Okay, so Voldy's pretty chill. Jav, Limitane, pretty much everything you'd expect here. I think the interesting thing about this matchup, right, is like, on a map like this, you're so obvious, I want to say, in Gorge. You're so exposed, so it's very hard to hide details like the fact you're aging or investing in unit types. You know, we've seen it where people just try to hide detail here. This is literally the only spot you can kind of get away with hiding your transitions. It's a one-off type move, and even then it usually gets seen. I'll check we're using window borderless still. Yeah, it should be on window borderless if you want it to work well, right? I'm pretty sure that's correct. No, time's come. Voldemar's on the move. I imagine we're going to be getting the blacksmith soon. Like, this is all just about that burn timing on the Kira Siphon. And boom, there it is. Now coming in. He's already got the gold prepped. And has shifted onto the wood now. It's a really good timing out of Voldemar. Myriad, I mean, he has got 4 archers, but that's so greedy, man. Like, dude, you gave 4 guys bows against Psychos hurling javelins? That's not a fair fight. Can we just, like, argue about what makes javelins so resistant to ranged armor? You guys ever wonder about that? Has to be the hat, right? It's definitely the hat. Like, you know, archer shots come in and they full on just, like, dunk it with their head like they're playing football and trying to score a goal. Either that or it's the nanite weave technology from Wakanda. That's the other possibility. Will you go to Denmark to cast Master of Steel? If they are able to pay me, sure. I'd love to get involved on another line if they got budget for casters. It's a little bit of poking attempt here, but it's so difficult even with jabs against the TC. Undermesh is now kicking in. I like the order of this to Voldemar, and the Kira Siphon is now ready to go. Now, the Kira Siphon is definitely worth investing in just to try and shut down hunt cabins, and then you can basically move it into production. You have to move fast, though, because High Trade House is coming in, and look at the position. We talked about the difficulty of hiding these details, but this is crafty, man. Dangerous, however. Yeah, and he realizes it's why he's pulling additional workers. Look at this, going all the way up to 22 now, because he's paranoid that Voldemar's going to try to attack him there. Well, luckily for him, Voldemar is going to stop off just to go into the Rams. Unluckily for him, look at the housing. This is like a cardinal sin, man. I see this so often out of Roost players. I think the biggest takeaway that we're seeing at the high level is when you're against this early Byzantine timing, don't put the houses together. Don't put them at the front of the base, because if you do that, you set yourself up to get blocked out of the game. And this is already a hard game, folks. Like, you know, he has archery ranges. Why? You're up against jabs. They're worthless. So he's now trying to rush to the racks, which is the ideal play here. You get a few men-at-arms to stabilize you. The timer's going to feel awkward, man. With a second Kira Siphon coming in, I'm pretty sure Myriad is just going to lose the houses. So he needs to be rushing wood, which he's currently got 17 on for the purpose of. Has to also be careful, because like sometimes there's this kind of overlap effect where the burn can actually reach things like the villages. Time to burn their homes. But like, my house, my children. Focus on the lamb, man. It's the only thing that matters. Javelin's now diving in. Going to take out the few archers that are in existence. And that right there, folks, is a housing panic. Yeah, that is a market quickly spiraling out of control to the point that no one can afford a house. Like living in London. It needs to get worse. Loses the archer range as well. Gets the house up again. He's going to lose the house again. He's to put another one. This is ridiculous. He's building more houses than I do in the start of a game of SimCity. Oh my god. And in that game, I just drag a giant zonal area that builds 50 of them. And oh no, what's that? You just built houses to stabilize. Be a shame if we burn your villages to death and built another house and destroyed it again. I can't, and sorry, I hit the insert button in the panic. This is ridiculous. Yeah, he lost the villages to the burn. I didn't even glance at it first because it's just so subtle and annoying. It's happening again. Villages come out, but it's far too late. And Myriad has been not only cooked, he has been burnt to cinders. Make no mistake about it. Win rate for Byzantines in this matchup while the Phoenix is rising. And Myriad, I mean, he's not GG'd yet, but this is over. There's nothing left for him. That's ridiculous. There you go, folks. You're struggling with the Rus. You just got a clear, easy execution build on how to address it as the Byzantines. Oh my god, that means I have to pay the DLC to buy into it. What? Pay to win. Pay to win. Well played. Great opening game by Voldemar. Alright. Gotta love that ram bug. I think you mean feature. Mira's like, I would have been fine if it wasn't for that. Myriad, your people had no houses. They don't need to live in a house. If they live on the streets, it'll make them harder. This is good character building. All right, one sec. I accidentally just closed the game. So we want to check in game. So we're having some issues there, which we better fix. Like, that's the interesting thing about Gorge, though, right? Like, we talked about it, like, the transition behind your TC. It's like your, I don't know, I'm trying to think of, like, a board reset. It's like a black hole in a game of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Okay, dude. Like, why is AOE4? Come on. So we're going to quickly check because we're having something that was like causing Alt Tab to just crash our frame rate horribly. So we'll quickly look to address that, and then we'll be able to hop into the next game. Whoop, whoop. Just have a look and see what setting this is that's causing it. Oh wait, we're still capturing adrenaline. Dude, it's like, it's weirding me out. There's something else going on because one of my monitors does flicker occasionally with like the Alt Tab. Was there a Windows update in like the last 2 days, maybe? Did they do something stupid again? I mean, Windows is kind of always doing something. Anyway. It'd be graphics, right? Borderless full screen is correct. That's fine. Like, we always use borderless full screen. So that we can, like, Alt Tab out. Because if you don't use borderless full screen, if you're, like, exclusive... Like... I think when you Alt Tab out, it gets weird, right? I think. So I'm pretty sure we're always borderless, and that's fine. Frame rate limit. That's fine. It's fine. Something on the game, maybe? Because like it's a problem because we have to Alt Tab out all the time to do things like updating like commands and, you know, redeeming and doing predictions, etc. So we're quickly going to click on like a random like pub game. And see what happens now when we Alt Tab. It's fine now, right? But like we didn't change anything. We just renewed the setting. Whereas before, yeah, like we switched it over like that and then switched back. Could it be the map? That's an interesting thought. There's one way to test that. Let's quickly do it. We'll open the game we just cast again and see if it causes the problem. Because like the problem is if you have if you don't use exclusive, if you use borderless full screen, you can click out and the game doesn't minimize for you. But if you use exclusive and you Alt Tab, it'll minimize the game, which is of course a bit of a problem. Sorry guys, a bit of a tech stream on Monday because of this crap being a pain in the ass. But like it's not the first time we've used Gorge though, so that's what would make it even weirder. You know? Like if it was the first time the Gorge had been seen, I get it. I'd understand it. Alright. Let's hop in. So Alt tapped out. Nothing went wrong. But now we're going to go back to thingy setting borderless. And if we do like this, Alt tabbed. Oh, there it is. There it is. See, that's fine. Okay, but now I found a weird, interesting thing. Do one more test, and this should confirm now my new suspicion. So my new suspicion is, I've just started, I started up OBS today, and since last time, it's added in a new preview bar that wasn't there. I was like, oh, that's kind of helpful. But I'm now actually wondering if it's causing some overhead issues. So we'll do this. And that seems fine. But now if we go back to... I don't even know what full desktop is. I think that just lets you freely move in and out without alt-tabbing. Do this. Is that lagging? Is this something to do with Gorge? Does Gorge have a memory leak? I think Gorge has a memory leak. Right? It's definitely not lagging. I can tell. Like, see, look, it's pretty smooth for me doing what I just done. Right? I think. Is it smooth? I mean, the issue is when I alt-tabbed out. So let's check. Okay, so just like we're QA stream today, chat. So now we'll do the full confirmation, and then like we'll move on. If we go to someone else's, like, who's been playing the Midweek Master? Let me have a look. Eliona didn't play this one, right? So he's not an option. I think Rivtal played the earlier rounds, if I'm not mistaken. So we can go. Okay, we'll go ahead and have a look at Rivtal stuff. That's so weird, man. Has that like always been there? And I just haven't ever like. But then like, why would I have not noticed before? Right? What's changed? Did Gorge get an update? Okay, so we go like this. Alt tab. We're fine. But now if we go in here, wait, we're on borderless. Was it something about that specific game? Because this looks fine, right? Like, was there a slight stutter there for you guys? That's because I'm using the... That's because I was alt-tabbing with thingy. But if we just go back to, like, this... Seems fine, right? There's the lag. There's the lag. There's the lag. Right there. You guys are getting that, right? Oh, dude, it's like making both of my monitors flicker. What? What? Yeah, dude, I am not messing you guys. Like, I just legit got a full-on, like, black and gray flicker on both of my monitors. What? It's like, it seems like it's something to do with me. Is something, like, slightly like, maybe, like, come unconnected, but, like, I don't know how. But the weird part is it's only on that map. Right? Like, that's actually the freak part to me. I was like, we're going to do the scuffed thing. Do we just crank it back in there to be safe? No, dude, it might be... It just flickered again. Is it like a cable's loose, maybe? But the cable being loose wouldn't explain everything else. I'm wondering if, like, maybe the card is slightly unseated. Do we just do a scuffed... knock it in? AMD says there are multi-monitor flicker issues while alt-tabbing, but I haven't had these problems before. It was only when I updated to the most recent thing and then we rewinded. So that's what makes it weird. You shouldn't do this while the PC's live, by the way. Everything's definitely attached, Billy. There is a weird noise now coming from my motherboard. What is that noise? It's like a low-key buzzing airflow noise. That's very weird. Maybe it always made that, and I just didn't notice it before. I think that's the heatsink for the SSD. Yeah, but what does core wine sound like? Should we check? Because I don't think it's core wine.
And I'm going to let you guys listen to the noise and you all can just... So this is why I don't like coil wine.
Okay, mine don't sound anything like that. Mine's very light, so I think it's fine. I'm just doing a double check that everything's level. It shouldn't be a leveling issue because I literally have this little thing here designed to keep the card upright. Maybe I should have it higher. I don't know. I might heighten it a little bit later. New AMD Adrenaline? I don't want to download the new AMD Adrenaline. That just caused the issues. I didn't have the issues before I downloaded the new Adrenaline. We just had to revert it, remember? Where's my toolkit? I'm just going to play it safe and quickly push that graphics card up a bit more. It should be fine. I'd rather be safe than sorry. Need a plus. Of course, I got the wrong one. We'll get back to the games in a sec. I'm literally just going to do this to be safe, and then we'll hop back in. Very weird Monday. Check Windows settings in like what setting in Windows 11 would be causing that is what I'm wondering. Like, these cards do come with a bracket attachment to hold the card up. I just didn't use mine because I had the case, the Haven case, literally has one built into it. Now I'm paranoid about SAG. Because, like, basically, 7900 XTX is a beefy-ass card, for those that haven't noticed. It is one of the biggest cards you'll find. It's okay. If that weird noise gets louder and everything explodes, it'll make good content. Okay. Display graphics. You mean display settings, right? Graphics. I haven't got that. I've got gaming. Oh my god, dude. I hate Windows 11 so much. Default settings. I can't find what you're looking for in Windows 11. Got 700 XCX and it barely fits your case. Dude, it's a beast. It's big. It's a big boy card for sure. Yeah. That thing showed up and I was like, what do they feed this thing at the factory? Do you think they just sat there with like, I don't know, like 7,700 cards feeding them into them? Like, eat, be big, nutrition. Da-dum. So wait, what were you telling me to look for? What's that? Oh my god, dude, I've like dragged all my windows around to places they're not normally at. Give me a sec. System display settings. Okay. No, not system information. Why would you prioritize system information over control panel, you donkey of a goddamn operating system? So we go system into... I do not see the display you were talking about. Oh, so I'll show you what I'm looking at. Where's my display cap? This is what you're talking about, right? Is this what you're talking about? This stuff here? I assume so. Yeah, there's no display piece, though. Like, on the side tab, there isn't a display piece. It's okay, I'm just giving people the hacking details they need. We'll search display on it. That should work. Display settings, graphics, optimization for windowed. There isn't an optimization for windowed. This is what you're talking about now, right? Am I blind? Oh, wait, there you go. Yeah, so sorry, it's a toggle. It's already on. It's already on. So you want that off? What do you mean it should have been on? Which, okay, yeah, it's not that. Okay. Whatever. We'll proceed. We'll proceed and hope there's no problems. Oh, of course. We're looking at his data and now he's like, it's going to cost my caves. It's going to cost my caves. What's up, MSN? Welcome, one and all. We're actually in the middle of a Voldemort Myriad set, so not quite the M that he was looking for. I think we'll get on with the show and we'll just monitor and hopefully we won't have any other issues. We're basically getting some tech issues where out of nowhere, alt-tabbing drains my frame rate and I don't know why. And I can't find a setting in Age of Empires 4 that explains it. I don't think I could find a setting inside of Adrenaline that explained it either. So I'm just full confused at this stage as to what is causing our performance hit. It's only when we alt-tab out. That's only when we use the... What option was it? The exclusive full screen? No, borderless full screen, sorry. We did have that problem before, though. I'm so confused. I guess we'll just have to work around it and figure it out later, right? The classic. So, game number 1 was Myriad just getting thrown into the trash can. Game number 2 might be more of a fight. We've got Chinese versus House of Lancaster. Tapped out, you'd have lag and like it's just stopped. Yeah, like there's a thing. Like I've got this weird feeling it's going to just go away eventually. And I'm just going to be confused, you know? It's going to be one of those. And that's going to annoy me even more. Because like the thing I hate about those is it can come back at any time. And you have no idea why. It makes it like so much worse than when it just stays. Noticing the latest driver starting low and expected performance. Yeah, but that's why we reverted from 2.6 to 2.5. Unless you're suggesting that the AMD Adrenaline is like just screwing me regardless. Unless of course I wasn't on 25.5.1. Maybe it was one older than that. I'm not sure. I'll have to have a look later. Because like if we alt tab out. Okay, it's fine now. All right. Anyway, let's get to it. Oh, we need to update the map. We're in Dry Arabia. This is what I mean. Where like I will have to alt tab out a lot, so this will be a problem if it continues. Well, let's cook. And we need to flip score, don't we? And in we go, one and all, for game number 2 of this best of 3 between Voldemar and Myriad. Voldemar currently leading after Distromination game number 1. We've got an interesting matchup in a second. House of Lancaster in the hands of the kid. And Myriad will be looking to answer with the good old Chinese. And Chinese that's capable of bringing even the best players to their knees. Curious to see how Voldy wants to fully approach this. We have got a Dark Age Rax Rush opening that is going to be designed to shove the deer in, which Myriad already gave him the middle finger on. He laned 5 of the 7. Yeah, and he could have even actually stopped off to snipe another one of these, but wasn't worth the risk. He's down to 26 health. It's a great start for him. But Voldemar has reaped elsewhere, man. This is crazy. Like, it's a trade-off. You've stopped the deer getting shoved in, but what has your opponent got in return? Well, currently he's sitting at 17 sheep to just your 9. Now, yes, Lancaster starts with an extra 4 sheep, but there's still an advantage clearly for Voldy. And wow, it's going to get even worse. Yeah, this is smart. Guys, think about this scouting dynamics. If you look at the minimap, this all makes a lot of sense. So he chases the scout north. He now knows the north side is fully covered after it delayed itself running further across that area by going the deer. And now it means that Voldemar can cycle back after intercepting the enemy side of the map for the rest of the sheep, rather. So that's probably about another 6-7 sheep probably for him. On top of that, we have got him now deer shoving while aggroing the gold of Myriad. Yeah, just trying to be a little bit of a nuisance here. And it's going to force Myriad to commit a lot of people across to the gold. Okay, so like at first this is looking like a bit of a waste by Voldemar, but I think between the scouting information and the fact he's still got a long-range deer shove starting to happen here, he's in a pretty good position. Like, I wouldn't even be against the idea of shoving the deer around the back here. And if you get lamed, you then just wall them in so your opponent can't pro scout it. Doing fast Imperial Castle? What, you mean on China? So China, I think they can actually... They can ram rush Lancaster's mana build, but if Lancaster stops at 3, I think that's where it gets awkward. It's kind of like you need to have some sort of guarantee they're going to try to go 6 and 9 banners, because then you can spam rams quick enough. Otherwise, I think it's a little bit too slow. The problem is, like, if you play into Castle, the big challenge here for China is the number one thing you want to do, and there's that, yeah, alt-tabbing does do it still. That's weird. Windows key doesn't, though, but Windows key won't let me get out of frame. But yeah, the thing about doing Fast Castle China against Lancaster is that Lancaster can actually mirror the intent and beat you with King's College. Because remember, King's College will give you access to a pretty healthy... I'm going to have to alt-tab out quickly because I need to... There we go. Add the chat back in. So the King's College gives you a huge edge against China because of the +6 damage your knights can do. So yeah, very scary. This spawn, not so scary, by the way. He did get a 4th spawning stone. I think Voldemar understood, though, that the Lancaster castle going back isn't a bad thing. And the reason's this. China could do that all-in archer spam, but does Myriad do it? Or is Myriad more likely to go towards a more classico-type approach of just pro scouts, fast castle? Looking at his macro with 5 on gold, I'm going to punt a guess into the wins here and say that this is going to be pro scouts rush. Oh, damn. I'm so annoyed that we got some issues now with alt-tabbing out. The problem is, like if I wasn't such a frequent alt-tabber, it wouldn't bother me. But I am. So I know it's going to happen again and again. You can fix it. I can't fix it while we're live. I don't think so, anyway. I mean, if someone finds a solution that doesn't involve me taking the stream down, great. 2TC by Voldemar? I think he's maybe just paranoid about that archer idea we talked about. Even though I don't think Myriad's going to do it. Deer Shove's coming along nicely, by the way. I'm a little bit shocked that Myriad didn't actually do anything about this. His own deer got lamed. I guess this one spear's kind of been keeping him in check. But this is pretty much home and safe. Yeah, that's crazy. And yeah, that's what I'm having to do right now. Because Alt-Tab is lagging the game, I'm having to press the Windows key and then click on the lower bar what I want to pull up. I'm pretty sure that will still cause... Yep, look at that. So we are not doing that either. It's so weird. It's like, so some games have this setting built into them. It's like an out of focus thing. So for example, with Warzone, you can set it to have a different frame rate in-game, in menu, and when you're not focused on game. There's probably some stupid setting buried in the Age of Empires 4 like config files that for some reason isn't publicly exposed. Like there's a bunch of things like this. For example, I think I do the opposite of what most people do, which is if you have pan setting like with middle mouse. So I'm dragging to the left right now, it's dragging to the left. I'm dragging to the right, it's dragging to the right. There's a way that you can invert that, but to invert it, you'd have to go into your config file and set a certain value to negative. It's the only way it would work. Okay, so what's the plan now for Myriad? Because we do have the archers coming, but because of Voldemar's placement here, man, like this is very hard to breach now. Normally, this idea of what Myriad's trying to do, which we call it the Antan build, the Archer Mass in Feudal, I could see it working against like a forward spawn mana placement, but this is a back spawn. So you're actually having to breach the TC first, which is a big no-no against these type of plays, right? Like, you need a somewhat malleable target, and this is a very defendable area. Yeah, and you don't really want to be in a position where your archers are rotating all the way back on the other side of a tree line. That just opens you up to things like archer interception and hobblars. It's pretty scary. Voldemort is going ham, by the way. He's not stopping at 3. He's going the full 9 yards. Myriad, I guess, you know, when life gives you lemons, right? But how many archers do you really need to contest this? He's going to have a decent timing into like a ram play, so I guess you could posture north side. The scary part is if you're so slow about this, which you probably are going to be slow because you're hesitant about positioning, it means your opponent can get enough to get Demi-Lancers. If he spawns Demi-Lancers with just 6 manas, that's enough to kick away these archers. So yeah, very tricky. And I think Myriad realizes it. Yeah, instead of going for the all-in, he's just tipped his hat, accepted the fate of the game, and he's going to start trending towards castle. Now, he will have an edge in timing, and that can be used in several ways. So one is obviously you spam into Lancers. Cool idea, but like less effective against Lancaster because of the nature of the economy with the manas. What should work a lot better here is getting into your monks. But you're seeing where the problem's going to come there as well. Like this one button, man. What you have to remember is like what Voldemort is doing right now is the equivocal of going 2TC. Imagine a Civ being able to go 2TC and then, like, based on the number of town centers they build, get a bunch of army. Like, that's actually a very fair comparison now that I think about it. So a mana is going to cost you 300 resources, right? A TC by comparison is 750. So, you know, let's say per TC, you're a Civ that spawns 2 mediocre knights. Per TC and 2 by default. Does that not sound like really, really stupid on practically any Civ? Just being able to be greedy and immediately getting an army. It's a get out of jail free button, and you're seeing exactly why. These Demi-Lancers may not look like much, but they will dominate this fight against archers. And you know, here's the thing. What was that, 8 archers he built in total? So 8 archers in total, folks. Brings him to a grand total of 640 resource investment. The Muster the Noble's ability was less than that, right? I think it's 500 resources total. And you're going to go, well, KP, I had to build the manas, though. But yeah, but the manas pay themselves back. Right? But this is the crazy, crazy thing about this build. And now it's going to get a lot better. This is a scary timing now. Myriad, he got the tech up. He immediately pivots into Lancers. But the negative of this is that King's College has a tech that almost doubles the Demi-Lancers damage against heavily armored units. Yeah, I'm getting worried. And this is the other annoying thing. Like, if you've gone Yeoman or Spearman or whatever, and these Lancers show up, they can punish you a lot, right? Instead, what's going to happen now is Voldemort can just run around in circles until he's ready for the tech. So I think this is the point where Myriad has to be considering, yep, there we go, Monastery. He has to be rushing Eco now. The window's going to be very small, but you see why this is frustrating. We talked about monks straight away from Myriad, but he couldn't do it. If he'd done that with 8 Demi-Lancers out, he's just burning 150 gold at a time. It's worthless. He needs something that scared these guys. Well, it scared him back. It's only going to scare him temporarily. Collar of Esses is on the way. Less than 300 resources. Takes less than 45 seconds. And well, you've already got 8 guys that are between them going to be collectively doing an extra 48 damage every 2 seconds. Sounds pretty damn good when you put it that way, doesn't it? And these knights individually will beat the Chinese Lancers. So what's Myriad's play then? Because I'm sounding very doom and gloom here, but it's because you have to emphasize how important this Collar of Esses tech is. You know, it's funny, when the Civ first came out, I don't think really anyone envisioned it as a cavalry Civ. The Demi-Lancers seemed like a kind of, okay, bit of a weird thing. And then the Hobblars were seen as a meme. But as time has gone on, I think people focus less on the yeoman details. Sure, it got enough along the way, but they're looking at that less and looking a lot more seriously at the cavalry capabilities of Lancaster. That, I think, is where they truly differentiate from English on a military stand. Because, like, if you think about it, English already had an identity around Lombos and their men-at-arms, right? Even the spearman spam with LBs. For Lancaster, like, the knights and the Hobblars are the true difference maker. It just requires a specific path for it to make sense. The crossbow switches come from Myriad. This is smart. not going to feel great is the fact that Voldemar is raw just building spears. Yeah, I mean, you want to be going Yeoman eventually to deal with the crossbows, but it's actually going to work out really well for Voldemar. This is just all about blow. Yeoman are a lot more expensive than Spearmen for what they're going to achieve in these fights. He's just going full really much better. Mana count, I mean, he's getting ready to unlock the next tier. I love the fact that he stopped at 6 and then just caught up an age instead of playing 9. The difference between 6 and 9 here, guys, if he went for the 9 mana play, he wouldn't have been able to stop these relics getting home. Now, Myriad is still sneaking them in, but he at least is able to contest some of these. In the meantime, blob and army count ahead of Myriad. Yeah, the other value is, like, if you wait too long, your opponent has so many Lancers, the Demi-Lancers don't matter with that Core Vessel deck. Manners don't consume resources that delay your age up, like food or gold. Yeah, they have, like, a weird kind of interaction in that they are also a defensive structure. They don't, like, they're not like outposts, right? They don't let your villagers feel safe, but they're very hard to dive. There's just so many things that Manners do, and I don't like it. You know what the funny thing is, guys? I think if Manners didn't have the Lancaster Castle variable, they would be, like, probably quite reasonable. And I know people want to, like, riot and jump out of their chair when you're saying that, but legitimately think about it. You can talk about the extent of their economy in the late game from Manners being ridiculous, sure. But if this thing didn't exist and wasn't turning these things into attack buildings and wasn't spawning units to attack you with, think how easy it could be to just punish someone for being this greedy. Looks like he's going to be stopping off the Barbican here. So actually getting Song instead of Yuan. I guess the tricky part about getting Yuan right now is like, you're maybe paranoid you're going to get overran. Like, we can see by vision, Mira doesn't really know what Voldemar's up to. And there's two possibilities. Either Voldemar's blobbing for a full go in Castle, or it could be that sneaky, annoying Imperial timing that we've seen out of Lancaster time and time again. In fact, I'd say based on recent builds, the fast Castle into fast Imperial Lancaster build is the best one. We've seen it just roll people over. Notice the A4 has an S tier line upcoming? Yeah, I mean... Well, it's actually, like, it's weird, actually. I need to check how the tiering is done, because I think I went over this with someone before. Because, like, technically, it's weird for anything to be S tier when, like, Wallow's price pool existed. But EGCs are all S tier. So yeah, it's going to be, I think it's 25k. I don't think we'll be working it, but cool to see that we're getting more lands. I don't think Voldemar qualified, did he? But he can attend easily. It's in Denmark. He's literally already there. Okay, so wall's not quite up, but has got the space to now do it. I mean, it does cost him a work, but list shrug, right? Like, you've just got so much extra economy off the manners already. Yeah, because I remember I went over this where I'm like, okay, if I got like the prize pooling for Midweek Muster up to 10k, would it then count as a higher tier? And someone said no, and then I went, okay, but why? What's the criteria? And then no one knew what the criteria was for how you classify events on Wikipedia. Because like you have to remember, it's different between games for one, and then there may just be other elements that like divulge the criteria. Am I going to cast in Denmark? Probably not. So we have an Earlsguard switch, which is interesting considering the crossbows. Yeah, like, it's weird. He's dodging the horseman issue that Myriad is prepping. Because Myriad, like, from Myriad's POV, it would make a lot of sense right now for Voldemar to have done Knights, Spearmen, Yeoman. The Earlsguard is just out there, man. Like, you wouldn't anticipate it. It's crazy. We'll see if it actually gives him the wallop he needs. Knights, in the meantime, are going to try to breach through. The torch power is just going to be lacking slightly in what he would have needed there. Yeah, look how close that was. I mean, wait. A whole set. Maybe it wasn't close. Still, he gets through. What? That was so ridiculously close. I don't know if it was really worth it. I mean, he gets one worker kill, loses... I want to say 2 Knights, 2 Demi-Lancers. But makes it worth it afterwards when Myriad, for some reason, thinks his horseman can challenge that. And now, come on, Voldemar. You know, he's in a comfortable position. He's playing the game well. You think, oh, you end the game now, right? Nah, Voldy, he knows what he wants. Full hunker down. goes for the weirdest little walled area, sets up a second TC, and already has farms set up between the town centers too. And he's trending Imperial. And the crazy part is Myriad has no clue that this is happening. No, look at it. He's still reacting to the raids. And this is the advantage of Vision. Like, people wondering, why is Myriad just camping in his base? It's only a few nights. He just doesn't know. He didn't suspect, but, you know, you can't really rush it. Because if you rush across and you're wrong, you're rushing headfirst into mass yeomen, spearmen, knights, and you've got a slow-moving army. You'll just die. So instead he plays it safe. Now, he has got his own Imperial timing potentially at this rate, but, I mean, who gets more value out of it initially? Because, like, the concern I have for Myriad is, when are we farming? And apparently the answer is now. Yeah, he's going to kick it off in the granaries. Okay, so not too bad. Myriad's definitely not just going to fall flat dead. That's good. The second TC is still a bit of a conundrum, but being Song offsets some of the issue. The problem is, like, you're still 61 to 61 eco, and your opponent has all these manos. Oh yeah, like, year to year, I'm not surprised that tiering changes. And I know that, like, Red Bull Wallow happened last year, but, like, from, like, it's kind of close to, if not in the same financial year rotation. Depends on how you classify. Like, my brain would say that you would take the accumulated value of events from the previous year to calculate, like, if this event makes up a percentage of that prize pool, then it counts. The big problem is, like, what you do instead is you actually just look at, like, what are the biggest events, and because the biggest events in Age of Empires 4 this year are 25, 30k events, that means that that's the S tier category, or should be anyway. I think our path down the way. Why do you wait so long? What, diving in here? Probably because the chop through hadn't happened. And on top of that, like, Voldemar doesn't really care about getting in right now. He's just looking to make sure that Myriad doesn't come out. 20k is the S tier boundary for AoE4? I reckon it's 25. So if anyone wants to donate 25k, we can make an S tier tournament. Yeah. If you don't mind. If someone's, like, got 25 laying around in their pocket, as you do. This is the issue. Age of Empires 4 needs more Monopoly men. Back in World of Tank days, you used to say all you need is a few oligarchs. Nowadays, I think you say all you need is a few Middle Eastern princes. Elite tech's now on the way. Scottage as well. Just an insane booster to your economy. In a game where Voldemar is already trending ahead. Wait, was the HSC Masters 20k? I could have sworn it was 25. Or 30. Maybe I'm wrong. That stone game's on the way. So Myriad, he wants to get some castles up. We're probably going to be looking at Great Wall Gatehouse, what, like here maybe? And then a keep drop here because you've got nice choke points. So his eco will be safe. He has got enough gold for the time being. He's actually been hauling a bunch into the banks to hold in reserve. Oh, it's 20k? I thought it was 25. Huh. I don't know. They all, like, kind of mold together. I think the prize pool numbers, like, I don't track as much except for my own one where I'm crying about my wallet. This was, like, a very interesting thing for me when I came into Age of Empires 4. So I remember people like, whoa, this event's like 100k or 200k. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Like, it's a very big deal. But the problem was, like, I was kind of desensitized by Dota 2, where the prize will be 50 million. I still know the wall's going up, but that's not that important. That's just a secondary area for Voldemar to move into. And yeah, like, I'm not kidding, guys. 40, 50 million prize pool for one tournament. Obviously, it was crowdfunded, but whatever. It still counts. Money is still money, even if it comes from the fans. Ooh, we've still got the knights lingering here. I love this. Walls are going up, though, and he's being very calculated. Yeah, Mira's just layering the walls piece by piece. Tricky fight now for these spears, considering that the elite knight upgrade did just kick in. He has at least got the walls, so not something I think Voldemar wants to come into. In fact, I don't think he wanted in the first place. It was just the weird aggro. But the funny thing is, if I gave you, like, this list of players right now, and I didn't tell you who was playing yellow in this game, I want you to list 2 names from this list of players that you would think this was. Actually, no, 3. Well, 3 is definitely safe. If you have 3, you'll always get Voldemort on that list, I think. It's so characteristic of him. Yeah, like Voldemort has these very aggressive openings, I've noticed. He is a player that likes to open the gate with pressure, but then once he feels comfortable, he just likes to lean back, start to consolidate, wall areas off, and macro. But you saying Dimmu? I would never classify Dimmu like this. Like, the 3 that come to mind that I see do these type of wallings often is, like, this specific style is Voldemort and Louis MT, so Louis and Voldemort. Wham does a kind of slightly different style of walling. Wham, so the thing that Wham does different to, like, I'd say Louis and Voldemort, I'd say Wham's walling is much more greedy, ambitious, but the dude always has a way of making it work. So we did get second TC in the end, by the way, from Myriad. And he is catching up now with the Great Wall Gatehouse. So things are looking on the up. Gold access is going to be problematic here, folks. He has at least still got the 4K vein next to the Barbican, though. So not the end of the world. Oh, what? That is sick. We're getting military tactics training. Did he do the order right? He did. So this is really cool. Take a big note out of Voldemort's base, Voldemort's notes, right? When you're trying to set your base for your late game and how you play it, this is the way you do it as Lancaster. Military tactics training, which is a tech that comes from the King's College, gives you 20% bonus damage. It is overrated. When you first see this tech, when you first read it, like I did when I went to play Agincourt, I was like, that sounds OP. It's not. It's bonus damage only. So it's very, very much a situational tech. Now, getting it in Castle Age, I have never seen it look good in Castle. In Imperial, after you equate elite army tactics and biology and the scenarios, the university technologies, that's when this technology makes an insane amount of sense. It's a really smart read, because it's about the elite army tactics interaction here. So you're going to get 15% damage buffer on spears, and then get 20% more in the bonus damage on top of that. The other thing that makes military tactics training good in Imperial is you have to remember that percentage scalings are better with higher numbers. And you are just naturally, with every single counter unit type, going to have higher bonus damage in Imperial compared to Castle. So yeah, TLDR, way too expensive for a Castle Age tech. Great for late. Dive coming in. Great Wall Gatehouse is up, though. So I think this is more just a scouting interaction from Voldemort. Wants to see what he's up against. I think he can afford it. Like, the Wingard pumping, he's got plenty of cheap spears in Earlsguard to punt this. And we are getting the castles, folks. Remember, he is, after all, playing Lancaster. They have got that unique interaction with the Earlsguard where they get plus damage based on the number of keeps you've built up to 4. Surprised you've been overrated, it makes your counters even more efficient. The problem with that logic is, like, in Castle Age, if you think about the scale of your military in terms of count, it would be better just to build more of the unit type at that point. You know, I'm not going to get military tactics training with 20 units, am I? And if I'm at max population, I'm going to see a lot more value out of going into Imperial than staying in Castle and getting military tactics. It is super, super situational. Even in Imperial games, it feels like it often requires a justifiable stance, especially when you consider things like, we're saying, for example, like Elite Knights can work for Lancaster because of the bonus damage. Well, they would get +1 damage from that deck. The point of it is it's nice win more when you're in the late game. Yeah, this is getting ridiculous. He's just segmenting the map all the way around the outskirts. It's getting a bit out of hand here. We have got Spears diving into the backside again. Myriad, meanwhile, is just trying to claim the center because he needs gold. Did at least get that castle down. I like this from Voldemort, by the way. Just setting up an outpost, leaving one villager out here is an early warning of when things are coming. Meanwhile, once again, he's going to find his way coming onto the farms. Runs a few of the workers. Dive into the tree line, but obviously that's already been cleared. But he's going to make his way to the backside now of the Knights. And those, it is going to be open season for them. There's a Chuganu at the back. The crossbows are elsewhere, so he finds the tree line as well. Great raid. Voldemort, even if he doesn't kill that many workers at the end of this, is the idle time that matters a lot. I mean, look at the pop cap, right? Myriad's nowhere near maximum. He's got reserves, but now he's not going to have plentiful, bountiful amounts to get all the way to 200 pop. Heavy slowdown, and the problem as well is Myriad, because he doesn't have walls himself, he has a slow-moving composition, It's very difficult to react to this. Those gotta maybe over-ambitious themselves here, though. And, yo, are we just getting a showcase of all the fancy things? We've got Wolf Trebs on the way. Which is funny because he's already built Culverins. So, like, Wolf Trebuchets is a weird one. I think I talked about this before, where, like, Wolf Trebuchets, to me, is a tech that feels like it was conceptualized back when we had Springles countering Trebuchets. But now with the new siege system, I don't think Wolf Trebuchet is very important. For those that don't know what Wolf Trebuchet does, it turns your Trebuchets into longer range Trebs with 50% more health. They look cool, but it just feels unnecessary. This feels unnecessary too. He's already dead, man. Just let him be. I think Miri has production issues, guys. And I think the production issues, he's not sure what to build. I mean, look at what he's holding. I don't get it. He could easily be heading towards max pop by now. Even if he wants hand cannons, just queue them up. There we go. He's marching out. The Culverins already getting rid of the castle. So too late to do anything about that. And the Earl's Guard. How much damage are you up to now? Has he got the +3? Yeah, he's got... No, that's Elite Armor Tactics baiting us. He's still only at 1 castle. But EAT's a big deal here, folks. Look, Mirai doesn't really seem to have anything. And that means one plays in age 5 while the other's in age 4. Not even Elite Armor Tactics. Frontline not that tanky now. Spirals are going to save him alongside the hand cannons. But hobbies are now away from Voldemort. I love this. Hoblars can be super impactful, especially if you go for the hill training tech. So your initial strike, which he has there, does substantially more damage. Yeah, these guys are capable of pumping out about 55 damage into a range unit or a siege weapon. We'll keep backing up for now. More troopers on the way. Here you go. Look at these stats. 28 damage on a spear charge, and then plus 27. Now, remember we said that military tactics is niche and where it's useful? This will be where. With elite Hobolars and the military tactics training tech, watch what's going to happen to this number in 30 seconds. It's crazy. It's going to be high enough that he should, I think, strip a hand cannon of 2/3 of their HP. He'll be able to insta-kill standard Springles in 1 hit. He'll kill Nesta Bees in 3. Hobolar jumping in. Ahead of the tech actually arriving, mind you. So 10 seconds out on that, but the surge is working. Myriad, he doesn't have a front line. What? Where are the tanks? I mean, they just don't exist in this game. And I can't show you the numbers on the Hobolar in the end. They actually did die off. Biology is on the way, so Voldemort presumably is going to resume production them soon. Horrens are winning the battle against the Bombard. They're just cheesing him out right now. Just kite. And 1 village to repair. Means that clock tower Bombard is going to be going down in a matter of seconds. But now, so few troops left. At this stage, you can just beat him back all the way with Coles. And here you go. Look at this. 71 damage. He can make it 72, actually, because it's still a melee tech level. You heard that correctly. You got up to 72 damage on your charge attack with a Hobolar. Reminder that a knight does not even get close to that. They're around 50 damage max. I think it's 48, 46. So you're like 1.5 times the damage of a knight, and the Hobolars, remember, only cost 90 resources. It's a crazy tech, man. Hobolars, they can look like memes a lot of the time, but when you find the situation where they fit, they're more reminiscent of like a Age of Mythology unit where, you get like the ×8 damage against the right counter. But the backbone of it, let's be totally real, this game has been carried by Earl's Guard and Spears. Yeah, the hobby idea, I think, was mainly in case the hand cannoneer count got too high and also the siege. Because the whole idea is like, your opponent's going to overkill you a lot. You don't need many to get through. But I think the more important thing has just been this big melee blob that Mira's never been able to mirror. I think the biggest problem for him, between the university techs and the lack of spears, he's just lacked any sort of answer to age 5. And it's weird, right? Like the gold, I mean, he did harvest half of this in the end. Maybe the issue is like Mira kind of rushed towards hand cannons. I understand the temptation, especially against mass melee. But it just felt like that front line never came together. And now nothing in this series is going to be coming together. Voldemort He's reached breakpoint here. Myriad is down to just 1,100 food. What? He lost so many workers that never got replaced on these farms. He just doesn't have the meat to stay in this one anymore. He ain't got the meat to make a nice patty. Meanwhile, Voldemort, he's ready to get you the full Big Mac meal with extra hamburgers on the side. 3.2k food income. No doubt about it. There's just no stopping this now. 123 eco plus the 9 manners. And just in case, he's already prepping the full siege transition. I mean, we're already there with the Colts, but adjustable crossbars are also in the way. Interesting game though, man. I feel a bit bad for Myriad. Like that spawn, the way it was played by Voldemort, just felt like this archer idea could have worked had the spawn been different. But can't take anything away from him. The kid dominating in this matchup takes the series 2-0. Yet Gigi. Trying to think what the focus point in that one was. Or if I upload it as a full series, maybe. That could be interesting. Anyone won versus Lancaster so far? We've seen Lancaster lose a decent amount. Okay, so one series down. Next up on the hit list of series to do. Oh, what was that recommendation someone gave me? There was a recommendation on the setting, wasn't there? Game launch options. Okay. No background FPS. Yeah, we can try that quickly. We're just quickly going to restart Age of Empires 4 to see if we can fix the alt tab with basic command. That one might work. So next we can have a look at... Do you guys want B versus Gully, Starflot versus Cat, or Wham versus Flotterotto? Something democracy? Of course. I was waiting for the inevitable B Gully. I know my peoples. Did I see the new Age of Myth DLC? I heard about it. I haven't really looked into it at all. Oh, someone's asking about the Game of Thrones RTS. Yeah, interesting one there. I don't think that is what some people think is going to be at all. So let me just reset the draft scene, set that up. So I think that the Game of Thrones is going to be exactly like they are Billions. Like literally from the... I think it's made by the guys that made Age of Darkness. There's already one foot in that. But like the other thing for me when I looked at it is like the whole idea of the Nightwalker army. I'm like, well, okay. So like basically there's someone that's going to infect you. It just felt logical in my brain. And I think there's been recent confirmation that is likely what we're going to be getting, right? Okay, what's happening? Why is the map draft completely unknown in this setup? There we go. So we've done that right. Let's get Civ draft. Sorry, the back end's being a bit buggy with the import. Okay, gorge. We get to go to the map that's going to make us lag. Now, kidding. All those maps do that. How's it work with big lag spikes in-game versus B? We had 2 big lag spikes for multiple seconds there. They messed up the fights a lot. I don't know what could be causing that. It depends on how they've coded things on the back end. Like a peer-to-peer, like theoretically... Like, wait, why did I just type Voldemort? Gully. Oh, I updated it, right. Theoretically, like a peer-to-peer, like it should stall the game if someone's lagging behind, is the idea. It might be, like, was this on Gorge? Now I'm just trying to blame Gorge for everything. I'm not sure about those flavors. Maybe it isn't my fault, guys. Maybe it is Gorge. I get to blame the map? Perfect. I think there might be some... Is Caillou here? Because I think Caillou made the EGC version of Gorge. Or Chum is... If Chum's here, like one of the two. Might be worth noting. I'll message Car. Double checking Gorge. Current reports. Frame drops? Not sure what could be happening there to cause that. So, game number 1 between Gully and B. We're going to be going to Gorge for Lancaster versus HRE. Bruh. He gave him... Like, everyone's just giving HRE through now. Maybe they're not as broken as we thought. Like, I'm starting to doubt myself. You know what I mean? Like... Because it's getting through a lot now. All right, one sec. Let's see if it still lags after that new command we entered. Y'all ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. It's lagging, right? Yeah, they didn't fix it. I'll have a look at it later. Oh, what is this trash sieve in my glorious Age of Empires 4 games? Give me more of this. Whoa, wait, did I just really say that? Oh, I want to vomit. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster, where we are going to see HRE up against Lancaster. Gully Deckle, former top 10 in the world as HRE, playing against B, one of the boogeymen of our weekly circuit on Lancaster. Yeah, HRE, starting to feel like we may have been misled. And I may be responsible for that mislead, but I think we all have a part to play because this Civ has not been delivering as much as we would have anticipated. Now, we'll describe in detail why. We'll discuss it a little bit deeper. But first of all, before anyone goes, yes, HRE needs more buff. No, I'm not saying that at all. They may still actually need nerfs. And we'll dive into why. Opening, we are going to have Spear on Spear, by the way. Interesting. B's fighting a losing battle here then, because Lancaster, like, yes, they have a spear advantage because they can build into them faster with a 20% better gathering round sheet, but H3 can beat that. Now, the tricky thing is in like a hyper long Dark Age, Lancaster would win, but we're talking probably up to 15, 16 spears, because that stage the one prelate can't buff everything nicely. So why do I think that HRE does still probably need enough, even though they are being solved at high-level pro play? Well, this is where it gets interesting, folks. So what you have to keep in mind about the HRE is they are broken from like a raw, simple to approach and use standpoint. The 40% buffed economy in the opening of the game, the full infantry complement that moves quicker than all the rest, like all these details, fast castle, options for regnets. There's so many good things. I would say, like, for low end players, the reason why H3 maybe doesn't seem OP is most low-level players don't really know how to build up to 140 economy units. No cap. This happens a lot. We've seen it in our low Elo Legends series. Check this out on YouTube if you haven't already. People just stop building it like 60 villages. That's already a problem. Another big problem is the HRE is a timing sieve. Like, the reason why this sieve for so long looked broken at the pro level is because players were very good at optimizing and utilizing the early and mid windows of games. But before your average Joe or Jill, when they play in a pub matchup of Age of Empires 4, they're not thinking about their win condition and what minute in the game they are looking to strike a kill. They're just thinking about where they want to build their nice new structure and how big of their base is going to be, how big their base is going to be and how many walls are going to be around it. It's very different. The reason that's important is HRE spikes quicker than most civs in the game. If you're talking hyper late game, Imperial, fully maxed out, there are civs that will beat them, right? Something like Ottomans comes to mind with Janissary options and other things alongside it. There are definitely civs that can just have the number. But the point is that HRE gets them much quicker. Now, why do they still need enough despite this limitation in theory? Well, saying 20 Great Bombards is OP is great, but how do you get 20 Great Bombards? The issue is like getting these timings with HRE is a lot easier than other civs. situation. Pause that fort because we have got a little bit of skin bout going on. This is the first serious one, and nice micro. Gully actually like outplayed B there. Pretty convincingly. Like, look at the HP bars. Not feeling great. B's going to have to pull away with that timing he had in mind. But to round out the fort on, like, this H3 economy and the ease of access. And if I have any console gamers in my chat right now, I'm probably going to lose them for this. Not from Age of Empires 4. If you're a console gamer in FPSs, you're going to hate me for this. HRE may start getting answered in pro level. But you know when you watch like pro Apex Legends or something like that? Have you guys ever watched like cross-platform games where it's console controller and mouse and keyboard together? Have you noticed that like mouse and keyboard can keep up? And for that reason, you'd argue that like, oh, aim assist is not broken. But then if you go slightly below the pro level, right? Just the top 5%, top 10%, top 20%. What you end up with is a situation where aim assist just trounces over the mouse and keyboard because it's a lot easier technically to get good at aiming with aim assist than it is with mouse and keyboard. And I've definitely got like someone who plays Apex is gonna start molding the chat, but like it is an interesting comparison to HRE in the way you execute HRE. Executing HRE at like most levels is actually quite easy in terms of utilizing their economy if you follow the basics of building villages, which, like, in my opinion, a game like AoE4, building villages is equivocal to aiming in an FPS. It feels like it, really. So as long as you're doing that, you're well off. Same with gathering resources. But when you get to the absolute highest level, that's where we've seen cracks in the armor. We saw it from Doomy up against Nubadan last week, or the week before. Let's see if that happens here. Opening is quite interesting, though. Like, you know, we didn't annotate the fight too much because it's just a bunch of spears poking a bunch of spears. We highlighted the moment where a lot of them got injured and forced back. That was a pivotal moment for Gully. If he hadn't done that, B would have actually got the outpost up, and we'd probably be looking close to a GG because Gold would be blocked out. But now we get to the deer shoves, and this is where things are getting interesting, right? The double overlap. B done a good job of laming some of that, but against this many spears couldn't hang around. He's going to get his own deer home. And even more interesting is this. Abbey of Kings. It's interesting, right? Because, like, you expect Lancaster Castle. But I think the reason why B done this is he built so many spearmen right now that his opponent isn't just going to rush across the map at him. Not with a Lord of Lancaster in there. And also, like, looking at the spawn, I mean, he could have technically Lancaster castled here and guarded both. I like this, though, because we were talking about the hyper late game and how that can be H3's weakness. Hyper late game, I'd argue, is one of Lancaster's strengths. The only weakness is maybe in the Hobblars, because Hobblars, like, one-to-one will lose the Horsemen. So they're inefficient as population. But when you think about the Manors, right, that frees up pop space to have economy. You think about things like Yeoman. You think about Earlsguard. You think about the Knights with Colvesses. There's a lot of pluses here, actually, for Lancaster. And Lords of Lancaster is another big plus. Because when you get into that late game, 20% scale on HP is huge. That's double Elite Army Tactics. Question is whether we're going to get that deer. Gully's going to be adding in the farms alongside the deer. We have got no pro scouts play here at all, I don't think. Which I think makes a lot of sense when this many spear got built. Like, if you want to know the game where you probably shouldn't be building pro scouts, this is the one. Collectively between them, there's 20 spears on the map. As a COD player who uses keyboard and mouse, it's so difficult to compete. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to, like, lose our Boomer Age RTS gamers in there with that, like, that rant about aim assist. I think it's because I recently had a call with, like, one of my new talent sign-ups, and we were moaning about, like, aim assist. My feeling in general is, like, I get why people feel that aim assist needs to be the way it is for FPSs. But the issue is, like, it's investment reward logic. I have to work so much harder to be, you know, in the top 10% of FPS gamers than someone with a console controller does. And I know someone with a console controller is going to argue against that, but, like, I'm saying this as someone who's literally spent how many years? Like, at least a decade in each of those departments as an FPS gamer on PC and then on console and then on PC. Go to Master in Apex when we're going to play again? Oh, mate, we're going to have to hop on. I haven't played that in so long. I just, like, I clocked out of... I don't know. I don't have that much time for gaming. So much time just spent doing other stuff. Like a gaming adjacent. Like sorting people influencer deals and casting. Wouldn't mind getting back to it though. Apex is just a sad, sad game to play on your own. Like Age of Empires 4. That's why we gotta get more team games going now. I tell you what's sad is having to push into this. B. He's going for those Yos. The tricky thing here is Yeoman will mirror the archers to a certain degree. Like there's slightly more range on HRE archers, but it's very hard to get close when your opponent's camping in the base. Golly, the push in Fury should only get stronger and stronger with this. Like, this is the weird thing about B's build. Like, we're only now getting manas gradually added in. It's not like it's been a rush. He has got Steeled Arrow mirrored on the timing perfectly compared to Gully. But this is like one of those situations where you have to hard out Micro, I think. Second Deer gets denied before it gets into the base. Team games are costing team games? I feel like team games are not as entertaining for people to watch. Okay. So the team games kind of suck to watch for the first 10 to 15 in 90% of games. They're probably fun to play, but not to watch. I think they've gone a little bit better because, like, you know, you have players who actually strategize and do things like, yo, I'm going to go full Desert Raider, you do this, I'll do that. A lot of the time, the bigger maps just lead to more complacent gameplay on the open. And complacent here, though. Gully Deck with the dive in. Workers will have to go for the repair. Are going to be able to be quick enough here. Do not get sniped whatsoever. And he actually baits him even deeper. The Lords of Lancaster. Very hard to breach. Gully is going full men at arms, by the way. Interesting choice here. If he eventually finds his way into Castle Age, he could just crack this open and win the game. But he's not going to be that easy to run over just yet. Yeoman scaling does continue. Still outnumbered, but you see the issue here for Gully is like reaching them is a whole different affair. Even these spears that he's meant to counter are getting surprisingly tanky. I love this. He just intentionally forwards, gets all the aggro onto them. They take so long to die. 255 HP. It scales so nicely. And what is up, Faplop? Thank you very much, though. Appreciate the gifted sub. Gully's like, oh my god, that's my pocket money for the week. No, these men arms feeling a little bit too early and a little bit too expensive is what I'm wondering now. Undermesh is on the way. That's the thing that was missing. Like, these are the fights that are meant to be really good for Gully because B is lacking on the tech. Like, that's the reason why he keeps diving here, is to try and idle the gold long enough. But with the key technologies already locked in, it'd still be nice to harass here. It just wouldn't be as valuable. So I actually like that Gully's backed off. Now he's thinking about Castle. Yeah, he's in a really good position, actually. He's camping the closest relic. He's got free lean on this side. That was another thing that worked out really well for Gully. He read it and used it. The gold spawned east, as does 3 of the relics. So a lot of value in just camping this side of the map compared to the other. Yeah, I am worried that Gully's issue is if he doesn't kill these Lords of Lancaster, as we saw last time, they're just topped off. It's very rare you see this, actually. Like, I wonder if Gully could have just rushed Age and it would have been better. Because remember, we've been very opinionated about feudal healing. Like, I'm not a big fan of it. Like, I think it needs to be limited in some way. It shouldn't just be infinitesimal. I guess Abbey of Kings is reasonable because you don't often see this in Lancaster, but this heal, like, it's making it so hard to get worker kills. It's making it so hard to kill a Lord. Lords that, right now, because there's 4 of them, they have 267 HP with 2 default armor as a feudal unit. That's unrivaled, right? That's actually tankier than a Gilded Men-at-Arms. Even if you remove the other Lords from the affair, it will still be more tanky than a Gilded Men-at-Arms. Now, damage will definitely be lower, but the damage absorption is wild. So, tech up now coming from Gully. I think B knows it as well. Notice that he has not gone for the manas. This is intentional because the goal now, the race is on for relics. If he goes for level 2 mana spam, he won't be able to rush Castle into Monastery, which means that Gully will get like 4 relics. The problem is, because Gully is already prepped extra prelates, probably is going to get 4 relics. I wonder, does he go all the way deep for this one instead? Regnet's complete. Hasn't queued up another prelate just yet. He prioritized the veterancy. More of the boys are now on the way. And he's going to play it safe. Which makes sense. His opponent hasn't aged up yet. Remember, B has to complete the age up, and then he has to build the monastery, which is going to take him 30 seconds. Or sorry, 25. Then he has to wait for a monk, which is going to take another 30. It's very tedious. And White Tower is interesting. So B really thought he was going to get all in. I mean, in fairness, it's actually the correct call. Because his opponent's coming back now with veterancy. So if you went King's College, you get Dove, and this is the tricky thing. It's like Yeoman, for all this topical debate of like how OP their movement speed is, they actually get outpaced by H3 archers. Their only advantage there is they have +1 range. Which sounds great. Doesn't last that long when you start stepping. It's not as long as you think anyway. So now with the dive. The excuses in chat as well. White Tower defense. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised Gully's trying to go in on this. This is a very hard position to dive. Lords of Lancaster are starting to get sniped down. Remember, they just got auto-buffed on their HP more. Bulky boys. And now the veterans are coming in B. Has to be happy with that result. Gully, a little bit angry. Losing that many men-at-arms on that dive. I mean, White Towers are never easy to go under. And I'm wondering what he was really hoping to get out of that. Probably a breakthrough and a denial on the gold. Instead, B now to fully push back, and with only a trickle of men-at-arms, this many yeomen are going to make mincemeat of them. Does need to wait for the veterancy plus the range 2. That's going to be 45. And B, he's not moving away. Yeah, doesn't even try to start a step away whatsoever. I think he's just busy target firing these archers. A great read by Gully to rush under mesh 2. You're seeing actually how much harder it's making it for these yeomen to get a kill. Had a big lag spike, couldn't move and pause the game. Really? Yeah, I'm not sure what would cause that. I think it's a connection issue, I'd say. Because like Age of Empires 4, like most RTSs, is made using peer-to-peer lockstep. The way peer-to-peer lockstep works is like you make a move on your end and then send it to your opponent's move for end for it to be made on their end. So if there's interference on that connection, then like that will cause either that or something's wrong with Gorge. Wait, is Gully going Imperial? Broski, no. This is not the time to use that. Okay, so we have got a few more men-at-arms getting added in, but not many. Which is interesting, actually, because now that your opponent's gone White Tower, you can beat his Olsguard with men-at-arms. Yeah, like, your opponent can't even easily kite you, because remember, with marching drills, you're at the same speed as Olsguard. Interesting. Do you have the two-handed on the way? No maces in a rush, but that's usually because two-handed is cheaper, right? Yeah, heavy mace is 350. Two-handed. Actually, wait. Did they used to be? Oh, maybe I'm just imagining it. I could have sworn that heavy maces used to be more pricey. In that position, B offered me a restart. Do you think that would have been a valid reason? Valid decision? I feel as if I'd have to double check the rule books on this because I don't know how it works usually when both players say they want to restart. But if both players want to restart, it shouldn't be a problem, especially if it's like it's not going to hold up the day. Sorry, alt tab for a second there. It's not going to like alter everything elsewhere, right? I'd say like diving a White Tower and losing your advantage because you had how many? Was that like 10, 12 men at arms when you start diving the White Tower? It's quite high. I'd say that lost you your advantage entirely. But then again, like, was it a lag spike where you couldn't click anything? Or was it a lag spike where you just weren't clicking things optimally? Because I think even if you click there optimally, you lose that fight. And then if B, like, afterwards lagged in that fight ahead of the White Tower, what I'd say about these type of interactions is, like, if the player who is not benefiting asks for a restart, it doesn't make sense, you know? Like, it's kind of like when you watch football, right? If a guy gets fouled and then chooses to play on, but then like gets tackled 10 seconds later, you're not gonna blow the whistle and give him like a free kick, right? Like he chose to take the advantage. You can't take the advantage and then if it doesn't work out, say I want to restart. Yeah, it's a tricky one. Like, I mean, you're getting towards Imperial. I think the game is still, like, decent for you. Like, Gully, like, the thing with Gully right now is he's got, like, a reasonable timing because now he's going to inflate his economy. His opponent is sort of mirroring the mana spam, though. My worry is, like, this is very deceptive and that you are only 2 workers ahead when you're teching him, and your opponent's up to 6 manas already. Now, if you can get the rest of the relics, this is, like, cruise mode for Gully. He has just picked one up. It's going to be an ambitious one, though. It's the one close to the base of B. B, meanwhile, is going to be guarding the west side relic. So it's going to be a 4-1 split, and those are regnants. So definitely feels like the type of game where you wouldn't ask for a re. Oh, wait, does Gully not? Oh, Gully doesn't know about that relic. No. Dude, that was like freebie. He had so much map control because he walked out for this one. It was like here, right? Yeah. Okay, crazy. I mean, 4 is still, like, ridiculous. It's 8 relics worth of gathering, meaning that you're getting, what, 640 resources per minute passively. More than enough, usually, for what HV wants to do, which is men-at-arms. And we got Earl's got crossbow versus basically just men-at-arms slot. Gully going straight into hand cannoneers? Yo. That's kind of wild. All right. Am I going to say something controversial here? I actually think that, funnily enough, Earl's Guard can beat hand cannoneer. All right. Did you guys, like, exit the video? You're still here, right? so it's very weird, but the reason why Earl's Guard can beat hand cannoneer is because of the range difference. It's like a mini, what's it called? A mini Chinese tech where you get extra range. Pyrotechnics. Because the Earl's Guard have 6.5 tar range on a dagger throw that does, at this stage, 19 damage. And he's going to scale it high, right? Because, like, he's not deleted yet. Meanwhile, the hand cannoneer hits for pretty damn respectable 38 damage. But when you equate all the damage buffers, like the dagger throw, I think gets up to is like 24, 26 damage, something like that. So you're 2/3 of a hand cannoneer shot, but you have an extra 2.5 tar range, right? You're like over 50% high range. And on top of that, you move quick enough to run away. Sounds pretty ridiculous. Now, it's very high, like intensity micro at scale. But where it's especially impactful is if you catch hand cannoneers in the initial transition. Because that's when you can really oppress it. It's a hunker down mode here. He's going to be trusting in the yeoman. Yeah, we have actually got the sync shot on the way. 1 minute out. Gully has a really good timing here. The army tactics is not in, though, which is a little bit surprising. He prioritizes Tithe Barns instead. Crossbow count is pretty good for B as well. I do think the sync shot's kind of irrelevant, but maybe when the hand cannon is clump in a choke point, that's where it's valuable. The other scary thing here is, like, your opponent does have Lords of Lancaster still. Yeah, he's kind of trickling them in, but it's really important these Earl's Guard. It's kind of comical, really. You've definitely got the damage buffer, but you won't have the health buffer. You're at 180 HP. Meanwhile, look at these guys. Just with 2 Lords in range, they're at 171 already. If you have all 4 Lords here, they're tankier than the H3 MAA. Which don't feel tanky at all, not the crossbows. And here we go. The rest do arrive. So look at this, 188 HP. Reminder that he can then get Elite Army Tactics to then increase his health to about 210, 220 per Earl's Guard. That's almost as much as you get on a Knight in Castle Age. It's pretty wild. What's even wilder is the fact that B hasn't felt pressure to try and age. Now, he's just going to max out the credit card. Goes up to 200 pop before he thinks about it. And then I guess you're probably looking at Berkshire. He is getting pressured elsewhere, though. The men-at-arms did dive in. No worker kills is really surprising. And B, he's going to dodge over here. How the heck? Nah, I think he's surely he's going to get caught there. Well, the problem is Gully's scouted this gold now. You've got to be suspecting he's gathering the other one, though. It's been marching over now. Reactions are coming from B, but not the villagers. They're not moving away, so they will be in trouble. Hand cannon aggro does switch immediately over onto the Earl's Guard after the first kills. B, maybe being a bit greedy hanging around here. We'll have to start running away now. But the army is in reactionary position, so we'll shut it down. It's a heavy hit, and guys, like, this is crazy. So B, you might be wondering, like, we mentioned he didn't choose an age up, he chose to blow. Why? Because against HRE Passer Schwabia, you don't usually think about blobbing. Or rather greeting. You choose to blow army instead of blow economy. Because the villager count gets out of control so quickly. You can already see it. Look at it. It's almost a 50 villager gap between the two. With 3 worker kills total. That's Swabia power. Do you remember what we said at the start of the game? I'm curious if actually people clocked out over that weird conversation start, but I think it's appropriate here because this hits it perfectly. He's reached his peak. Gully needs to do something really fast. Because B may not be as quick to burn, but he will not burn out anywhere near as quick. Shot comes in, does enough, pushes him back, and I mean, Gully, we need a transition, man. You got 2.5k food income. The crossbows are just annihilating this. Yeah, it's just, I think the problem is, like, even with the heavy maces, it's kind of weird, actually. So you do +7 damage with the heavy maces? Your opponent, we said, was getting an extra, was it like 20 HP or so? Yeah, look at that. 24, I think like he's missing one though, right? So it's like close to 30 extra HP. So in terms of your bonus damage, the first 4 strikes just don't matter. First 4 strikes is a lot in a fight like that. Like first 4 strikes, the crossbows on the back line, the extra padding, they're going to be taking out 7, 8, 9 men-at-arms at this time. That's crazy. And now, the even crazier part to me is the fact that B didn't even have to go Berkshire. After being stuck in his base against an imp opponent who had got elite army tactics, it didn't matter. He chose the greed. He's going to be sneaking a decap. That is going to get blocked. So good read by Gully. And he's gathering stones, so we might be seeing him lean towards a Sacred Site win condition. Horsemen are now also being queued up. My worry is, like, does B even care to keep building crossbows? He's going to upgrade them, which makes sense at first. I think he's, funnily enough, going to kind of mainly ego chow with All-Star. Does need some time, though. Another problem is, like, B spawn kind of sucks because he got double gold on the south side. So at this stage, you're predictable. And that's why Gully's shifting here. But, you know, if he found his way here before Imperial Age, could have been game-changing, game-ending. Now, at least, B is going to have a little bit of gold trickle with Scuttage. Tricky. Like, you kind of want to get your hands on the gunpowder contingent, but difficult against the hand cannoneers. Nice snipe on the back there, however. -3 and decent damage onto the rest. Yeoman going for trade out. They've already been leaded up. And the crossbows, he's just tanking with them right now. Wait, he's tanking with the Expos instead of Yeoman? That's a huge shocker to me. Like, your crossbows, they should be more valuable here. Yeah, he finally pulls them back. Not being left alive. And Elite Tech did just come in. They're still, it's good enough. It pushes them away. And Spearmen are really interesting here, guys. So we talked about the Earl's Guard damage in the exchange. Especially if you spam castles, you can sort of match up against men-at-arms. The other interesting thing is the Spearmen are an enabler. You have to think of you have to think of the House of Lancaster and their Spearmen. I want to keep calling them Lords of Lancaster recently. The House of Lancaster's Spearmen aren't just the Spearmen. They're a support unit. It's an armor debuff. So, if your opponent has a +7 damage at value over you, let's say you got up to 4 keeps, now it's only a +3. Then you mitigate 1 armor from them, all of a sudden it's only +2, and you still have the Lords of Lancaster potential. Walls coming in. Gully is taking a logical approach to the stone walls, but the Yeomen are already here. I guess it's just going to commit. I mean, he can afford to. It's worth it if you complete the wall. But wait, what is that pathing? Okay, so he doesn't finish it off. He's definitely not getting this wall up. He's already on the west side, so this is the real exposure point. Center's going to be the other worry. I love that Gully's already in the move there. He has got biology. Horseman's going to prove very scary here. Are there any ranged heavy units? Azutsu and Black Riders are the only ones, if I'm not correct. Well, actually, there's Jean. Jean is also a heavy range unit. Wait, no, actually, no, she's not, right? No. Scrap that. Let's go poke the targets, but we've got textiles in. Like, it's not going to be enough damage, so we'll have to back away with them. Is Amira's B stabilizing? I mean, the tickling and ticking rather time bomb, my words today, is still a really big concern. But his comp is looking pretty good, especially with this tech. Padded Jack is kind of nuts here against MAA Horseman. And he could just look to rush through this wood wall. He has got the spin for it. So it should be forcing the reaction. Like, for now, Gully is actually keeping the army sort of central bound. He could try to sneak a keep drop soon. And we do have additional production. So, guys, this is definitely not over yet. Gully, he's in a pretty good position right now. I'm not sure how I feel about the fact that he's just stopped attacking, but I can understand where he's coming from when you look at the raw military count. Like, yes, he has the quality, but if you go into these type of fights, quantity can be just as lethal at this point. Especially when you're scaling hand cannons. Another problem is Horseman. Great when you have this open map, but we're seeing how actually it's not about the openness so far. I think this is where Lancaster differentiates from most civs on Gorge at this stage. It's the manners, right? Like, the manners just give safety in one location. Like, he doesn't really have that many workers. He doesn't have that many farms spread wide. Which means Horsemen can't just easily find targets to pick. A bit poke coming in. So many spears, though, and he's just waiting for the elite tech. He's going to turn around now. No elite army tactics just yet, so still a really good fight for Gully. In theory. Let's see if it's going to be in practice, though, because we have got snipes coming in. The Yeomen are tugging down that backline one by one. Yeah, pushing him away. Sing shot is going to be a little bit underwhelming, but actually, funnily enough, Gully walks into it, and he gets annihilated. Yeah, quality, not always as good as quantity. More crap beats less crap. And that's what just happened here. You know, despite the fact that EAT was in, your opponent has got crossbows to counter the men at arms, but then he's also got the spearmen debuffing, while also having +3 melee armor. Think about that for a second. Think about what you're doing there. If he built Earl's Guard, these guys would still be able to break through eventually because of the +7 heavy. Instead, your opponent with his trashed unit is mitigating 25% of one of your best units. It's actually crazy just how good Padded Jack is. You think we would have learned from Arbitrary with Gambeson's deck. Reminder, Padded Jack is the +3 armor of both melee and... sorry, no, just melee, isn't it? But it affects both Yeoman and Spear. Yeah, that's... I don't know how I still feel about that. Compared to Arbitrary with Gambeson's, at least there you can argue it's only affecting one part of the French composition. But for the late game, for a lot of Lancaster players, what I just described is the full comp. Full confidence from Yeoman. They sniped the backside again. This feels like what's happening here is actually we're seeing like a lot of time spent maybe overkilling by the hand cannoneers. Chase away is going to continue, but guys, B is just buying time. Look at this. Incinerators is on the way. I do like the idea coming from Gully, adjustable crossbars. It can be tricky against Yeoman because they're so fast. But you need some solution to this range comp. It's so expensive the way he's having to fight here. Frontline is already dead for him. We'll run away just in time. And you have to. Remember, Yeoman are quicker. I say runs away in time. Actually, that formation shuffle may have just griefed him. Man, you got to feel for Gully. If this castle had been here just a little bit sooner, the Sacred Site win condition, a realistic one to obtain, but oh god, no, just no, throwing the towel out, man. Like, what are we doing? What? He's actually queuing up Black Riders. Wait, is this the first comp game we've seen with Black? It is. Will it be the last comp game we see with Black Riders? Quite possibly. I'm really not sure what to make of this unit. I don't think Black Riders are OP or anything. I mean, the only thing I really compliment them with is they are very population efficient. Remember, it's basically a hand cannon on horseback. But they also have some really cool abilities. So there's this one right here, Caracol, which allows them to move and shoot at the same time. We have 281 health. Remember, this unit can get affected by like the biology tech. And it already has a lot of armor. So, like, in theory, it's not bad. But you build this into your opponent with mass spears, and microing them is going to be a pain. Maybe that's worse. We've also got Reboldequins to clear the MAA fast. The keep drop also coming in. B, he's trying to break round to the backside, but the Reboldequins, he can't get close enough. He actually gets baited. The hand cannoneers with the inferior range overextend, and he gets wiped. That was disgusting. B was just so switched on to it the moment the hand cannoneers made the move. Those bullies get pulled back, and he's basically just diving into spear first. Overwhelming advantage now existing for B. Castle to continue up. Another keep drop coming from Gully. If he can get up to like maybe 20 of these bad boys, I can kind of see the idea. The biggest problem I see for Gully is like Black Riders are countered by crossbows. You'll see it in these fights. Remember, the Black Riders are heavy range cav. They will take the full bonus damage. So you're going to base an extra 12 into that 20 damage. Yeoman, a little bit less impactful. Don't get me started on what the spears can do to you either. That one's most obvious. Yeah, Gully, you know, it's starting to feel like the issue here for him in these fights is too much focus on premium units that are meant to survive. You know what I mean? Like the Mangoes, the hand cannoneers, the Black Riders. These are all units that need to survive the bout. The problem is like he just doesn't have enough units to stand his ground in the fight, which means every time he retreats, he's going to lose those premium ones. We do have the chemistry coming in. Interesting. Yeah, so I guess he's just going to try to snipe out the Reboldequins. And I think this makes sense. Like, you see that B, it's trench warfare. He still hasn't actually achieved the block of the win condition, right? The Sacred Site has been locked in again. It's double castle. Do we have chem? No chem from B, so it will be someone that can catch him off guard. Biggest problem for Gully right now is he needs to get out of his own way. He's pop locked. Yeah, he's like, it's awkward as well with like hand cannon and horseman, all this stuff alongside it. You're not really seeing him build reserves of resources, but now it's kind of his own fault. He stopped playing so many units in back production instead of just deleting like 10 or 20 eco. This is the thing that we've seen in hyper late games. Like normally a lot of civs will gather up to 10k food, then purge half the eco to win the game. Because more crap beats less crap. Never really seen Gully switch and pivot to that point. Last several fights, it's felt like B has had the numerical advantage between 1.5 and 2 times the units. Yeah, and that's where like this civ gets really crazy, right? Is like mana spam in conjunction with the fact that some of your best units are your cheapest, Spearmen, makes it so easy for this civ in these situations. Wingard as well, just discounting a lot of the cost as you spam. It's crazy. Remember, he's only paying 450 for 8 Spearmen and 1 Earl's Guard. The 8 Spearmen on their own normally would cost you 640. It's you're basically getting a 50% discount. Almost. And wait, what was that beat? Whoa! Was that Miss Micro? The spear's pulled all the way back. He did have a few Earl's Guard there, so that bought time, but the range comp is kind of non-existent for me. When I say that, he's just upgraded them. Instead of being Yeoman, it's now becoming Reboldequins and Culverins. Yeah, the full cannon lineup. I mean, this is good news for Gully in theory with the Horseman switch, but like I just don't know how he gets through these spears. I think for Gully, maybe actually instead of this, Spring Ult maybe made more sense. Yeah, Culverins are going to snipe you out, but there's so many Spring Ults. The whole idea is like Culverins will overkill. It devalues the player a bit. And it would at least give you a breakthrough on these spears. Because anything that's in melee is going to struggle. Like we're seeing it. It's 6 melee armor on a 150 HP unit rather. One thing that is a bit surprising that B didn't go for the Lords of Lancaster, but I've noticed that players tend to steer away from it because it's just so hard to micromanage, i.e. building them again and again. That's coming in. Again and again and again, and we see him headbutting this bulk of spears and getting nowhere. Mangoes. Did they literally miss everything? I think they hit 4 spearmen on the retreat. They they had all the targets in the world, and they fired a warning shot. Oh no. Get him out. Call a medic. The demoralization is a bit too impactful here. Sink shot comes in. Great damage onto the hand cannoneers. And Gully, he's broke, man. The castles are now falling. Timer is going to pause at 5 minutes. This is it. B. I think he's cracked him. I mean, the crazy part is, like, Gully now has reserves. He purged some eco. But where are the units? They just don't exist. Are they in the room with us right now? Can you point to them? He missed the production. The second wave never came. And now he's going to be trickling troops into a Lancastrian storm. Castle's gone. No static defenses. Goes into the choke points. He's already looking to snipe out the siege. Men-at-arms reactions are coming through, but it's just getting bogged down. We do have a remax now, 60 versus 90 bio, but the siege, the Corverans here, they are getting those snipe outs. Feels like Gully's getting a little bit distracted. He's holding the choke point for the time being with the Corvs. B may be slightly overextending his production, is super far away. Maybe, just maybe Gully can recover. But that gap in production was like a giant kick to the nuts. I mean, it definitely woke him up. I'll say that much of that type of kick. Like, Elisa says this looked like my late game versus English. Is that a compliment or an insult? Poor Gully, man. I mean, I don't know if, like, if he had the research going, I don't think it would have changed the stalemate. But at least he would have held the sacred site, I think, for a little bit longer. He gets enough to push B away for the time being, but just look at the remax. It's once again 100 bio. Gully no longer has that ticking time bomb of win condition. Okay, so like, is there anything left to get on either side? I mean, I'm seeing geometry, but I'm kept W'ing that. Not really. There's like this melee tech, but that's kind of it. There is the issue of gold, but like, remember, B has been running a comp that doesn't need gold for a long time. Outside of the Colves. The Colves is the only gold-oriented thing. But there might be hope, folks. Gully, he's got 7 mangoes now. Sink shot will scare away the hand cannoneers. Cannon placements is problematic here, though, and he's diving headfirst into them. Mangoes would benefit from target firing that down. Yeoman, meanwhile, able to exchange easily against that MAA line. And remember, with the extra range, difficult for the mangoes to reach. Yeah, the problem that Gully now has, all these mangoes are great, but who's killing the static defenses? Like, right now, he's losing this fight to the castles and the towers. Yeoman. Oh. Okay, that was the HP of a hand cannon. I thought he actually sniped the mango that quick for a second. Still B. He's waiting on that second wave of spears. They're now coming through. Gully? Is this ever going to end? I mean, it looked like for a moment B had him, and then Gully, thank God, had a quadrillion Raxas just sitting here that he remembered to queue out of. And now we're just back to this side step left, side step right, like infinite dance until you get puffered out. And the puffer out is usually who runs out of gold. But like, the difference is Gully is literally now out of gold outside the passive gold gen. And he's been doing what? Mangonels, men-at-arms, hand cannoneers, now prelates. Like, it's always something quite gold heavy. If B realizes that, he could just try to strong arm you, because food and wood is infinite for the manners. And oh my god, he's strong arm now. What? The mangoes! Gully instantly loses 3 of them. Actually, it's going to be more. Wait, what? The next? He cuts him off! He can't get into the choke point. So that's another 2 mangoes down. That's all obliterated bar 1. And that was his one redeeming quality against that yeoman backline. B, what a soul read there. Gully, you can see the desperation to overextend just to try and hold the center. And the moment unintentionally exposed his weakness, a gap in the production line that gave B the open goal he needed to break that siege line. At a point in the game where the gold income is almost the same. It's all passive, remember. Yeah, almost the same. Like, very crazy to say when HRE has got 4 relics and 2 sacred sites. Lancaster has 1 relic, 1 sacred site. Welcome to Scuttage. Yeah, Scuttage is what? 360 gold, which is equivocal to 4 relics. He barely needs the gold anyway. So now we are getting into that kind of spam out units and die moment. Yeoman. Oh, nice here. Archer transition's an interesting one from Gully. Get Scouter doing it early, but I mean, that's meant to be his answer out of the spears, right? He's been missing this whole time. The problem is he's so lacking on the gold. Like, I see some big issues here. You need to get elite tech. But correct me if I'm wrong, Gully. You also don't have incendiary, right? And there's an easy way to check. Let's do this. No incendiary. All silk bowstring. What? So he needs 2,400 gold to get all the techs necessary for the archer win. So he needs 3 minutes. I think you can make that work. My only issue is, like, your opponent already has silk bowstrings. Oh, no. I feel bad for Galia, like, right, there's definitely moments where maybe things could have been played a bit better, and he'll happily admit that. Like, he has played this well against one of the best players in the game. But the tricky part is, like, are we not arriving at that issue we talked about for H3 in the late game? Like, you get better Garen rate, but, like, what's your quality play in the hyper late game? And this is crazy me saying this, because this is, like, 4 relics, right? This is where Lancaster just feels so toxic, by the way. And, oh, money shot. It's the jackpot. Gully barely reacted. By the time he did, it was like, what's the point? B, just with the 22 archers at the back, done that much damage. Took out, like, what, 12 archers there? Crazy as well, because H3 archers are just so quick they can move out of the way. But he wasn't paying attention. I mean, for good reason. When you're in the late game, there's so many things that can distract you. And notice how B has switched things up. Before he just brute force in the center, now he's trying to shift on the flank. Maybe find some economy. Make sure there's no trade. Also, sacred sites, this seems to be the agenda. Yeah, the thing like we were saying about Lancaster, where it feels so toxic, is when you get to this stage, you know, every Civ has infinite economy in a way, right? But, like, Lancaster has gold, wood, and food. Even English don't have this. English can blob more passive gold and food efficiently, for sure. But they're using villages. And the other thing is they don't get wood. Right? The only resource that Lancaster is incapable of infinitely generating is stone. It makes it so difficult. And the other thing for HRE is, like, sure, you know, they get 40% more eco, but that means it's limited resources for the most that disappear quicker. With the one exception being food. Frickle of men at arms. I think the yeoman count is maybe getting a little bit too high. 26 crossbows, 29 yos. Trebs are basically just trying to snipe out the enemy siege, rather. Corridor War is going to be lost by Gully. We've got Rams now moving in as well. A horseman switch, but he calls it. GG comes through. He's got nothing left in the chamber, and he knows it. The infinite Lancaster economy just cannot be outpaced. What do you think, guys? Have you found a solution to it? I feel like whenever we see Lancaster enter the late game, this Civ, it's not a sprint. It's always a marathon. And it's a marathon, they seem too prepped and capable of winning. GG. Game number 1 going to be. God, my balls hurt. I mean, actually, yeah, like my balls hurt. They're so weird. They just, like, spontaneously hurt sometimes right now. Oh. It's not comfortable, I'll say that much. All right, so G1 complete. Game 2, we're heading into Dry Arabia. It is going to be Malian versus Chinese. get that checked. It's like, it's part of the recovery, I think. Like, the only way I can describe the pain is it's almost like, it's like someone squeezed them. Oh. But, like, there's no reason why it should feel like that right now, I don't think. I mean, we do have to compress them, but still. For those that don't know, I got an operation like last week. There's even a YouTube video to explain it. Got lasered in the balls. All right. Let's see who's going to execute with pinpoint accuracy in game number 2. So B on the Chinese going up against Gully Decker on the Marlins. One and all, welcome back to our best of 3 series between these two. Winner of this, by the way, will be going up against Dimu or Lash. Interesting one. Gully definitely show his capability to hang in there and actually spar with some of the best in game number 1. Game 2 is going to be more intriguing. I feel like Marlins looked pretty good in Season 9 in this matchup. I'm not so sure in, like, Season 10, from what I've been seeing anyway. Like, I've even seen Chinese players do an archery rush that can beat Marlins, which is crazy. Yeah, I just think, like, at the end of the day, with Pro Scouts being slowed down like it was, like, Marlins was an anti-Pro Scouting Civ. So because Civs are less greedy about their Pro Scouting, it almost, like, took value away from Marlins. They're definitely not weak. I'd say Marlins is, like, high B, low A tier. But China is still, like, one of the kings, right? I'd say China is bordering S tier. The only reason I don't say, though, in S tier is, like, I feel like S tier should be reserved. I think S tier probably gets overused. See, alt-tab. S tier probably gets overused by people when they're grading civs. I feel like S tier to me will be banned all the time, right? So that's Rus, HRE, and then Knights Templar. The reason Knights Templar is slightly lower than Rus and HRE is because it's situational based on map pool. And yeah, of course, gotta get your balls low and red. It's like the male version of what was that? Oh god, what was that operation women got? It was called Vajazzle or whatever. Why? I can't. I don't think anyone can explain to me in a way that I'd say, oh yeah, like that sounds like a cool op. Why people ever got into Vajazzling? Seemed like such a dumb thing. For those who don't know, that's like where you put decorative things like on the groin area, so like sequins and crap like that. I'm not making this up, by the way. This was actually a thing. I don't know if it still is or if people stopped going insane. But people haven't stopped going insane in this matchup, right? Probably still going to be Pro Scouts on both sides. I think one of the problems right now is because Pro Scouts is still somewhat viable, as a Malian player, you always get tempted into it because of all your passive build. Vortex put Hole on top of his tier list. I do not think that House of Lancaster is as powerful across the board as Bruce or HRE. I would put Lancaster probably like mid A, maybe low. I'd say like it's slightly climbing because these new builds around like the White Tower Rush in particular. Yeah, I don't think Lancaster is as cross applicable to any matchup as like Bruce and HRE are. They are very strong. Same with China. Like I'd say China is more broadly applicable to almost any civ in the game than Lancaster is. Marlins is more situational. Map and civ. God, it's kind of weird when you... We don't really get as many 40-plus minute games that are meat grinders anymore. It's very weird when you go back to the start of a game after a super grindy late game, right? Like, if you think about it, quite often the games are either over quick enough, or when we go to the late game at the moment, it's less tug-of-war-y, right? Yeah, so quite, I guess, refreshing to see it every once in a while. I'm glad it's not the regular. I'm getting flashbacks to when, like, the full meat grinder for 20-plus minutes was the go-to all the time, and it was... I think we can agree in hindsight, it wasn't, like, great that was the regular gameplay. I think it's, you know what it is? It's like, it's epic at first. It's like a Michael Bay movie, right? When you see the first fight scene, you're like, whoa, that is sick. Look at what they... And then you see the second one, you're like, okay, yeah, I've kind of seen this before, but this is still cool. And then you get the third one, you're like, okay, I'd love to like start like maybe having some downtime here to explain the story of the characters. Then you get the fourth one, it's like, Dude, at this stage, you might as well just add boobers on stream to try and, like, mix up the act. Oh, he's added boobers. All right, and then the sixth one is like, okay, I'm just going to turn on a movie that actually tells me the story. I think that's what happened with the hyper late game fights. It just started off cool and became too repetitive. That is, by the way, why I'm always, and I think I've been pretty consistent about this through the history of the game, harped on about the idea of diversity of game strat. I don't like it when a Civ has one way to play because it's optimal and it's the only way you play. Makes it very boring to watch as a player and viewer, and I think it makes it very boring to play as well. Age of Empires 4 is at its best when it is in flux. As a counter-based RTS, the developer's interest should be making it always in flux. What that means is, like, something happens, I can react to it with a different build, or change to my build. Or my memeful way I love to describe it is like, you activate my trap card. Ah, that activated my trap card. Now that activation of that trap card activated my activation of my trap card. Like, it's just reaction, reaction, reaction. And sometimes you get proactive play within that where you anticipate. Those are what we call calculated gambles. It's like, yo, I mean, I see you're playing like French Knights in this matchup. There's nothing to do now in Feudal, so you're going to rush Castle, for example. Yeah, we do have unit production now coming through. So it was Pro Scout mirrored. Sofa beginning is interesting from Gully. Actually, like, somewhat decent here because your opponent's going Archer Horseman. Still always feels a bit weird to build Sofa in the Feudal. To me, Sofa Feudal Age isn't designed to attack head-on. It's designed to attack flank type strategy. And the problem with that idea, guys, is like you're playing Pro Scouts. So Sofa and Feudal to attack flank would make sense against an opponent who's out on the map. China's never out on the map. Have you guys ever noticed that? If you were to heat map a Civ for the first 15 minutes of gameplay, I don't think there is any other Civ that would spend as long with their villages in TC proximity as China and Rus. Those are the two. Even HRE would be out because, like, remember, eventually HRE would run out of safe resources and start moving somewhere. First Sofa arrives. He's coming adding in the Donzos, which enables the archers, actually. Maybe a little bit of a surprising detail. The double Sofa is at least going to contest for the time being. The problem is their HP bars are getting pretty damn low. Remember, you want to be targeting onto archers specifically. Less HP than a horseman, but also you get bonus damage against them. And it also just protects the Donzo follow-up. But that's double Sofa flop dead, and actually triple, right? I don't think that was worth it. Killed one horseman, like 3 archers. And you can even see it destroyed value. Great fight for B. He's going to continue lean pressure here. Even snatching away most of the second deer pack. That's sneaky. That's crafty. He left his own deer pack until last. Oh, man. So now you just kind of hate life. You're playing an anti-Pro Scout Civ against one of the King Pro Scout Civs. And he somehow ended up with 3 deer stats compared to your 1, rather. This is pretty grim. And I imagine B is probably going to slow down production, start just thinking about an age up now. Because bare minimum, you've got 2 deer stacks. Best case scenario, it's 3. And then crazy case scenarios, we dive his TC and take 4. Alright, be honest. Does anyone miss, just for the raw, hilarious entertainment value of it, the good old days where you could dive the enemy TC to snatch their deer? I know that I shouldn't miss it, because it was stupid. But it was hilarious. Like, I wouldn't mind having it back for one game, you know? You know, just revert the nerf for literally a single game and then put it back on. I sniped the deer from High Trade House versus Bruce often. Oh yeah, dude, that's the best. You know what the funny thing is? Before Pro Scouts meta, occasionally Roost players would be like, oh, let me just move out my base to build this High Trade House. Like, look at all the gold. Have you noticed how since Pro Scouts meta started, they just don't do it anymore? We had a game, was it? I can't remember the players. Borderland. I think it was Wham versus maybe B or something like that. Or Anatine. And he just straight up walked in and started pulling deer from under the High Trade House. little bit of skirmishing here. B, he's getting great trades. Yeah, the archer damage is too high. He went Steel Dagger and Gully wasn't ready. Man, this is so annoying. When you play against China, like, you never feel that you can keep pace with these unlocks due to the supervision. He caught him off guard with the Steel Dagger timing. Means even the javelins trickling out like this are going to lose the fights. Look at it. This is not a fair fight. Yeah, like, you brought a knife to a brawl. Which sounds good, but the problem is, like, when you bring a knife to a brawl and 20 people jump on you. Yeah, that's the thing. You brought a knife, and they brought some psychotic-inducing drugs that mean they don't care about their own well-being anymore. Like, you know, normal person would see a knife and go, well, I mean, yeah, we can beat him, but one of us has to die, and I don't want to die. Not these guys. Now, Undermesh. Like, the tricky part is by the time you get Undermesh, and I imagine Gully was probably feeling at this stage, he knows what's probably happening here. You're so far behind, your opponent could just keep maxing, or he could just castle. And this is the disgusting thing about this build with China. They are so good at scaling towards Castle Age with Archer spam. It's ridiculous, actually. You know, even without Pro Scouts, I actually say this build's even better without Pro Scouts. Because the logic is, like, you don't need that much food when you do this. Because you're gathering wood, which you just have what feels like an infinite amount at the start of the game anyway. Supervised up. And the whole idea is, like, because you're spending so little food, you're organically moving towards castle. And on top of that, because you're producing all these units, the taxation is getting you there on the gold as well. It's crazy. I've seen games where, like, by 18 minutes, the Chinese players generated 1,800 gold off of taxation. With, like, maybe 5 on gold in terms of active gathering. It's wild. So it looks like Gully was trying to go for a gradual Fulani timing. Which means B's read to just keep attacking was on point. Astronomical Clock Town now on the way. And, you know, a very different game, actually, if Gully, like, hadn't been up against this renewed pressure. Because, yeah, he'll be behind, but he'll have Fulani, so he'll never really run out of food. That switches the priority, where, like, B becomes a bit more defensive at first, tries to play relics, then has to worry about granaries. But I don't think that's going to be happening here. Clock Tower's now on the way. And with Supervision, Veterancy is only 24 seconds away after that. Might not even need 24 seconds. Dive comes in. Archer's clearing the way. There's only 6 Donzos left alive. Soon to be less. And there's enough horsemen to mop up the jabs. Yeah, and on top of that, where are the villagers? Wait, what? Golly, not even the TC garrisoned here, so nobody protect him. GG gets called. And B will continue to brutalize these early rounds. GG, Gully. Admirable effort. Okay, so. Let me have a look and see what we can do next. We've still got more series. Anatam versus Mahodo is going to be happening in about an hour and a half. Ooh, we've got Louis versus Jiff. As I like to say in this situation, GIF, 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 GIF. Hell yes, we're going to be checking out that. So let me have a look. I'll grab the draft. Excuse me. Oh, yeah. There it is. So, Four Lakes and Phrygian coming out as the other 2 maps we'll see here. Let me just hard refresh because it's being weird. There we go. So, Louis MT versus Jiff Music. Map draft in the Civ draft. Game 1 on Gorge. Let's see what the boys have got for us. So G1 is going to be... Guys, what would be comical to have happen again? Yo, what's up, Baicho? Appreciate the Prime sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Remember, that's a smart move that lad just made. Prime subs, get them in. Subs, get them in. Help the channel. Support the channel. If you like content, if you love caster content, it's literally like your #1 spot for hours produced. Dude, it's happening again. Like, look at it. All right, let's start it off. What is going on in this week of Midweek Muster? This is insane. HRE and Lancaster again. This is the second time this has happened. We haven't updated this score sheet yet. We just had B versus Gully with this exact matchup. This time, though, Team Elephant's Louis MT will be on Lancaster. Jiff music challenging him on HRE. Jiff, probably quite familiar with playing HRE on the ladder, I'd imagine. Jiff, if you're not familiar with him, has had some really good rank runs on pub matchmaking. Usually coming in like top 50 at multiple points. A very capable player here. Has recently started stepping his way into competitive. Arguably, this is a field, an area we expect him to take a lot of L's as he gets familiar with comp gameplay in AoE4. But HRE has to be feeling like a big morale booster. You can see the entire draft right here. Knights Templar as well. You are seeing that correctly. Like, I can't believe this. Jiff valued French that highly. He let KT through. Wild. Yeah, it's starting to show you just like how dominant Roos is. That Roos still becomes a prior ban for players, but HRE gets let through so constantly. Interesting double scout opener, by the way. I personally quite like the double scout opener. I think it makes a lot of sense on Gorge because you can guarantee there's going to be half sheep right, half sheep left. So what ends up happening is you take all sheep one side and then can take close to half the sheep from the other. You can kind of see it, right? Like Lou MT, remember, when you play House of Lancaster, you actually start with an extra 4 sheep. So he hasn't found much for his troubles. Basically 7 off the map, while at this point, Jiff has found 23. Great beginning, and especially important if Jiff did not want to go pro scouts. And yeah, like we had, well, yeah, that was, I almost forgot, that was how the B Gully game began, is it began with double spear spam. Both players going into it. Neither indulging this time. Which is kind of surprising when you consider the 4 golds. Like, that would have been a big issue for either player. And we are going to get Lancaster Castle. So no Abbey of Kings shenanigans coming out from Louis MT. I think Abbey of Kings has its place. In this type of game, though, like, I think the idea is, like, Lancaster Castle is better when there's no units produced whatsoever. Because if you go Lancaster Castle after there's been like 8 or 9 units produced, then like there's more pressure point, there's less value in having a single mana going up. It's much harder to get this initial resource anyway. But when you do this play this early on, you know you'll be able to get a mana up before your opponent can attack. Which means you can place a mana, say like here, which will give influence to protect the stone. Or you just rush extra stone now, prior to grabbing it to get 300, and then pull away and tap. Which is becoming quite popular, by the way. A lot of people have moved towards just doing the triple mana and not 6 and 9xing it. Just because it leaves you very exposed, right? Like, if you go that far, you're not building any real units. And we've seen that players have gotten better at adjusting to that type of build by doing things like Fast Castle, where you rush relics. Well, yeah, because correct me if I'm wrong, Gully. The sheep spawns on EGC Gorge, if I remember correctly, are fixed. Is that correct? So a little fun thing that a lot of people don't realize is it is actually possible with generated maps to fix sheep spawns. And that was an intentional choice made with EGC Gorge. I actually think, by the way, like, we might see competitive AoE4 shift towards full sheep gen on every feasible map. Some are not feasible because the spawn is so sporadic, like you can't guarantee it. So, for example, like something like Frisian comes to mind where it might be a bit harder because with Frisian, you can spawn in different orientations. So setting sheep up in very specific locations doesn't necessarily work. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe you can actually, like, maybe there's always a template angle drawn first, then sheep gen. But we've seen great success on some of our maps, right? So, like, some of our ones we created for the Hymns Cup, like Receding, that uses fixed spawns. This idea of fixed sheep spawns is very interesting, by the way. It was very first introduced... I'm trying to remember the name of the map now, and I'd alt-tab out to check, but it would lag the game. It was a map by Caillou. It was the one that had water on the far southeast side, and you spawned with a pond right next to your base. Now, there was controversy because players started discussing that like they didn't know if they liked that the sheep were fixed spawns. And someone like, okay, this is bad. Like, just remove it. But now, hilariously enough, with the amount of complaints that are once again coming in about, like, you know, me getting 4 sheep and you getting 20, people are more open than ever to the idea of fixed sheep spawns. I think it's definitely the best middle ground solution until we get new food types. So it looks like Jiff is going FC. And Louis is going to be responding how? Like what? Just triple mana and not more? I mean, you'd think you'd at least want some units to block out HRE Fast Castle. Because this feels like the type of game where he could easily hoover 4 relics. A little bit scary, actually. I mean, Louis is gathering quite a bit of gold. I'm hoping... He's got 1 on food. This is about more manas. He's legit just going to sacrifice it. What? All right, can we just agree that's kind of crazy? Against HRE, you're going to let them have the relics? Does mine work better for HRE? I'm not so sure about that. Do you really want to be going... Like, what do you gain from mine work? Are you thinking, like, the aggro timing? Like, sure, if Jiff wanted to aggro Louis, then mine work would have made sense. Like, for an all-in, definitely mine work. But any other build, I don't agree. So, like, for example, you might want to say something like all pikes because Spearman Horseman. Do you really want to be building Spear Horseman against, like, Lancaster Spear Yeoman? And yeah, the Knight's Detail is an interesting thought, but, like, once again, what's the #1 thing that Lancaster builds at this stage to defend their base? Spears. Would you not rather just take the freebie of getting all the relics when your opponent doesn't have any units out? Yeah, like the knight idea, like I get the thought, but like there's multiple flaws. In fact, we're seeing another one of the flaws. It's like if you do the knight spam and your opponent goes King's College, the nobles kill you. Cool idea though. I like that you're bringing that up because it's not one that we've been seeing too much recently. But that's mainly because HRE just don't get picked. It's still very strong. But I think against Lancaster, it would probably burn you out to try and play mine work. Like against the greed build. Against an aggro build, I could agree with it. Because your opponent's not going to scale like as quickly into spears. Remember, the way that Lancaster works with this build is they get all this economy so that when they see what you do, they can hard react with a counterplay. Because their economy is better. On a standard, like, no mana build, this idea of, like, going into Minework Knights, your opponent can only afford so many units. Right? It's very eco-limited. Yeah, like, ultimately my issue with Minework, like I mentioned the spears, which negates half of the value of your barded armor tech. But, like, even if it's not that, it'll be knights against knights, and, like, you just lose that. The only way you win that is on, like, better economy with the prelate buff, but that's limited because you built Minework instead. So hopefully that, like, ticks all the boxes and makes sense to people. There are definitely a lot of matchups, I think, at the moment, where when you see HRE, people are not going Minework when they very easily could. I'm just not entirely convinced Lancaster is one of them. Well, the way this played out, Lancaster's going to get to be greedy. Louis, he already locked the extra 3 manas, and he's almost ready for the tech up, which I imagine is going to be a King's College here. Yeah, the Fort Arkham was definitely ambitious. He wanted the gold, though, right? Which shocks me. It made sense for the faster tech timing, but like once you have these relics coming home, the gold loses value. Arkham back here goes a long way. Demi-Lance is just a pain in the ass, trying to deny some of those relics from coming home. Reminder that Louis is in some ways being just as greedy as Jiff, but yet he has the ability to deny Jiff's greed condition. Is he even forcing me to knights? That's not going to feel great, guys. Remember, with this likely being King's College, yep, that means that you're going to get the +6 heavy damage tech. Meaning that Lancaster Knights win. Oh, Louis. Whoops. That was a miscalc. Okay, so gives over 2 spearmen here. Nicely done. So Jiff actually having those extra spears should protect against Demi-Lancers. So 2nd relic secure, 3rd seeming feasible. I mean, 3 is good enough. 4 is big thumbs up for Jiff. Though based on the B versus Gully series, we could argue that 4 is still one. Sorry. I think you take that trade, by the way. Lose a Demi-Lancer, but kill a Prelate. You need to slow him down a little bit. I wonder, how does Louis want to try and follow this up? Because with King's Toys, there's a lot of options. I wonder if Jiff wanted the Core of S's reaction, because he's switched full spear now, which is a little bit crazy against Lancaster, actually, guys. Especially when they're spamming manas, because they can just pivot Yeoman like that. I like the kickoff, though. Olsgar get queued up. And there is going to be Core of S's. More Demis are going to just dive in. Outpost will not go up, and that Archon on the Ford is going to prove painful. Oy, oy, oy. I mean, he has got spears coming back. Once they're here, this should complete easily. For the time being, it's a lot of idle time for a guy who doesn't even have wheelbarrow. How are we looking on the guard? Relics. Wait, is this going to be a 5 relic game? Good lord, it is. Look at this. Oh my god, Louis didn't scout it. So for all he knows, the other relic could be like here, somewhere around here. He actually doesn't know. That's crazy. So Jiff, you just join Kit and walk off. That's going to be a 5 relic HRE game. Or to put it another way, 800 gold a minute. Or to put it another way, 25 workers worth of gathering. So, you know, it's not too bad. I can't believe he's doing this. Okay, so what could you do with this? Honestly, I'd love to see him just actually sell some of the gold for stone and build emplacement. You've got all these relics, put them to work with the Springolds. Make it very hard for Lancaster to dive you. That's clearly Louis' intent. He's going full heavy armor comp. Olsguard and Knights. Veteran Seaver Spears is coming out for Jiff, so he is committing. Yeah, remember, he converted those 2 earlier. He has Garrison the Relic here. So remember, guys, when you put them inside the towers, it buffs the damage output in the range. Makes them absurd at defending. Like, just look at the base damage on these. Wait, oh, sorry, he hasn't got it yet. When he gets sprint emplacements, he'll be doing like 54 damage, I think it is, per strike. I'm going to start diving in. I actually like that Jiff's trying to be aggressive. Maybe just not too aggressive. Like, keep in mind, you are clearly trying to go Imperial Age here with limited food. So any losses feel irreplaceable. And if you look a little bit too weak with these type of dives, Louis is going to know what's up. Oof. Loses the Knight on the backside as well. Jiff. He's going to get dove. You can sense it, right? Like, this seems suspicious if you're Louis. Louis got his walls up, so he's going to feel less paranoid about his gold and his deer gathering. He's going to start marching out in the center. But Jiff still going to be about a minute away from completing Imperial Age, and that's if he rushes it with a lot of workers. How much gold is 5 relics in mana in the Imperial Lannister forms? So an Imperial Lannister mana is worth 140. Yo, what's up, Kixes? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate you. Welcome back to Swarm. Team games? I don't know about that. I don't know if I really want to watch 6 Lancaster picks, thanks. So remember what we said about, like, you want to rush? I'm glad he added more. He was trying to build Pasaswabi with 4 villages. Oh my god, I was getting worried. He was just waiting to pull more. They should be on the way now. Interesting. Louis, he's actually going to go for map control instead of a dive. I guess he's paranoid about Spooner placements. They would ruin him. The crazy thing is this was greedy. There's 0 spring placements from Jiff. So diving would have actually achieved quite a lot here. Instead, Louis is going to play the macro game, and I guess we're going to head into an Imperial off. Yeah, manas are 140 resource in Imperial, i.e. almost, so they are sitting at 0.85 or 0.84 to be specific, 0.84 regular per mana. So basically, even if you actually get Tide Bonds, yeah, you don't even come close, do you? Actually, like, Tide Bonds, I mean, he's like resources, which is quite a lot. Yo, what's up, Trickster Boy? Appreciate the sub. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back. Get those subs rolling. You know you want to start a train. Now, there's got to be no breaks on the go train for Louis. Remember, he's now up against Pastor Schwabia, which means his opponent has an insane ability to max. Yo, 5 gifted as well? Trickster Boy, you're a legend. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate what you do. I appreciate you. Appreciate everyone who's been tuning in. Always warms my heart to see more and more people making this their #1 spot to go on Twitch and YouTube. So where's the #1 spot for Louis to go? Because he's got to be paranoid about placements, but he noticed something when he dove there. And I've noticed it too. Look at where the cannons are, and look at where they're not. He's got one coming in now, so good read by Jiff. He gathered a lot of stone up for this. Ram spam's going to begin, so I guess is he going straight after the Schwabia? That's a pretty crazy objective at this type of timing. Another crazy thing is we've got Landschnechter from Jiff. Wait, what? It's an interesting idea. Was he expecting mass spears, maybe? And what's up, Kent and Brad? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate it as well. I mean, Lanch is kind of like sick if you're playing against standard. Actually, no, it's not, right? I was about to say, sorry, my throat's still stuffy. Against standard Lancaster, that would be Yeoman Spear, which Lanch lose to. I know you think they beat them because Spear, but remember, like, it's sometimes easy to glaze over because they die so fast anyway. Landschnechter are light melee, which means Yeoman destroy them. So did he see Earl's Guard? That's the only reason he'd want to do this, right? This is tricky, man. It's knights, it's crossbows, Earl's Guard. I mean, choke points as well. Not great for Lanch to fight in. Like, usually you want someone who's beefy, not someone that has, like, high AoE DPS. He dies too fast, 1 by 1. Crossbows didn't make those workers die 1 by 1. The ram commitment with the torches onto the pass of Schwabia. E-repairs not lasting much longer here. Jiff has not got much time. He needs to mount the defense fast. He's on the relics. He's going to go for the Wallows. Trying to get himself the space to deal with the rams. E-repairs running out in about 2-3 seconds, but now the snipes come in. There's only one Wallol left standing. They are going to ignore it and back away. Louis keeps the pressure coming up. The Spearman and the Lanch now wrapping around the back. It looks like this is doomed to fail on the push. Louis not able to get a kill. He's still not ready to go Imperial. He should have some troops remaining here, but it should in theory be manageable for Jiff. Yeah, especially with the health bars. So many of these guys are barely alive. So the Landschneck was definitely expensive for Jiff. The lack of elite definitely stung him. But it gets him a state of execution. Louis says, if at first you don't succeed, ram again. Yeah, that was kind of crazy, actually. I think if Jiff actually had the elite Lanch, he wipes the entire army there. And then is able to march out the base. But instead, he has to anchor himself again. No active gold gathering, so no rush there. Instead, he's going to trust in the cannon placement. So this will be the thing that stabilizes him. Louis, I think, knew that this was not going to end in a win off this push, which is why he's continued to stockpile. So Imperial is just around the corner, and he has got the space to go for Wingard. Wingard he shall. Interesting placement, mind you. Wingard's one of those landmarks where it can feel better to build it close to the enemy base, especially when you go for Garrison Command, which is all the spearmen. With that type of choice, you just want to conscript them and get them to fight quickly. And I see this a lot with these type of production landmarks where if you place them really, really far away, they feel quite worthless. Because in the late game, like, you're just not getting troops out and into the fight quick enough. You know, it's been one of our big criticisms in the old Byzantine builds back when people used to pay more for their systems to only build 5. It's like, man, imagine if you had a proxy base with system in the center of the map. You never got it. Now we're starting to see that a bit more. And, you know, Cargonet can be built at home because it can be moved, but this thing is now anchored here forever. So anchor downtime. It's triple sacred site, but do not let up on the fact that Jiff got 5 relics. It's a huge deal. Had a jack. It's going to be prioritized by Louis. So that tells you where he's going. It's going to be all about the spear spam here. And presumably Yeoman as well, because he will need an answer to land. If he only builds spearmen, he will lose these fights. Stack retreat, just trying to buy some time. Yeah, the army is like quite respectable in sizing actually from Jiff, considering the fight that had to be taken. The amount of time that was forced. It just feels like these crossbow are doing no damage as well. I mean, sure, they're killing a unit, but it takes so long to kill one at a time. Jiff has now reached these emplacements, but remember, they're quite weak. 9 damage, and you've got like horsemen here, spears. Actually, wait, they should be weak, but I just noticed Jiff doesn't have any blacksmith still. Not even undermesh? Okay, so he just melts. Has to run away. That's crazy. Did not even have like just a basic undermesh or a push against Lancaster there. Also, keep in mind, because he went Lanchnet, the melee tech's more valuable. Normally, you're going to be hitting between 3 and 5 targets, maybe. So, like, having melee tech, it's not a +1, it's more like a +3, +6, etc. Brainstorm a team game draft format for a hot sec. Maybe each player takes a turn picking a civ. There's already drafting formats for team games like that. It's been a pretty easy staple that you're not allowed to repeat pick on the same team. So who's benefiting more from this slowdown is a really important question to consider at this stage. I think Louis, actually. With enough. Jiff is almost at the max population he wants to have. And, like, it's great if he then starts putting it into immediate Imperial Plus techs, universities, and pushes. My feeling, though, is he's likely to anchor down here. I hope he proves me wrong, because I think, like, it's advantageous if he attacks. Otherwise, what ends up happening is, like, Louis is going to be able to catch up to maximum pop on eco with manas already. Right? That's the really big advantage of Lancaster at these points in the game. It's why I think, like, this is one of those civs, similar to when Pastor Swabia begins, like, when you are against HRE, it's just almost written Bible lore against HRE that when they reach Imperial Age, you try to attack them to stop the value of Pastor Swabia. It's kind of similar with Lancaster when the game slows down around 30 minutes. You know they've got manas, you know they're approaching maximum pop, so you have to find raids like this. Great denial, stops him moving out onto the boar, and now the horseman can keep on riding. A lot of spears though. We'll better break through the wall in time, although not paying full attention. Elite Spearman upgrade just came in. A bit of a slow reaction there, Jiff. Definitely could have got more damage done. Wait, Knight catches him in the corner. Wait, is Jiff still not deep on the farms? He's 33 in, so I'm a little bit surprised he needs this. Instead of just blobbing more farms. I mean, they are coming. I guess it's just he knows he's building them in dangerous territories. I feel like we're watching Gully B again. Yeah, like, you know what the best part was? They actually spawned in on the same side as well. I guess it would kind of like, okay, so here's the thing. People have been like, oh, I want to see HRE. We never see HRE. I guess in some ways it would be quite nice to just have a week where Gorge is just HRE versus like Lancaster or Roos or whatever. So people can get out of their system and be like, okay, I don't want to see this anymore. Okay, and we do actually have Blacksmith now dropped by HRE. Interesting detail. There we go. I was about to say, only one Blacksmith when like you're 24 minutes in with no text is a bit weird. So he adds in the second now. So this will be all about like melee plus military academy. Military academy is going to be very important here. Is it trying to pop? He should have a good enough food income to keep the unit vomit going. I guess his goal now is to try and pin Louis before he reaches maximum military. That's scary and hard to do though. You can already see by the count you've been eclipsed. And this is the thing that usually gives Lancaster an edge. Their ability to remain more lean on eco pop gives them more military sweat. If they get that advantage, what they just do is they keep trading out at a positive element, right? Like they've got more units attacking less units. It just makes sense. And then because you've got all these manners, you can actually afford to add in the next layer. And the snowball effect we've seen from Lancaster is each sequential fight feels a little bit easier because of that residual military. I've got him now diving to that backside, so he's going to find the workers down the ball. Liamite Tactics is on the way, but being mirrored by incendiary arrows from Louis alongside the sink shot. So this is a full priority on Yeoman. The Spearman is just pure trash, which is crazy when you consider it makes up a third of his total possible population in an Age of Empires film. 73 spears. With 50 spears, mine would be clutch. Are you sure about that? I'll give you a second to think about the unique techs on both sides here. There's a reason why all pikes is actually a bait. And when you think about it for a few seconds, you get that, oh, eureka moment. We said earlier that mine work would feel bad against Lancaster for logical reasons in like the mid game. Can feel even worse in the late game. And the reason is Billman plus padded jacks. Getting +2 damage to be at a -4 advantage in a fight doesn't feel good. It's better to just play a better counter unit, like Lancaster or Archers. Ooh, Archers. He's able to kite here. GF going to go for the gap close, but heavily outnumbered. Even this fight on the backside. This is only wave number 1 as well, mind you. Look at it. He's talking about, like, what, 60 military units to 40 defenders. And Freya has turned up, which means one thing. She wants to say hi to everyone. She's quiet right now. Won't be for long. No real raid coming in either. So Louis not taking real economy damage anymore. Retreat away has been pretty successful, right? He keeps the yeoman alive, trades out reasonably well. Yeah, say hello, Freya. Say hi, stream. You can't sit on Dave's lap though, remember? Bye-bye, Frey. Love you. Oh, wow. A second TC from Louis. I didn't really feel like he needed it. I guess he's worried about raids coming in because he hasn't achieved Louis status. There's not many walls up yet. So he's just taking out an insurance policy, basically. This clash is going to start to reach his conclusion. I mean, we have got no elite army tactics. Yeah, that's the big problem with why he's losing. He pulled the yeoman away and left the spears alone. So he kind of abandoned ship on the formation. Right now, we've just got to focus on range units for Louis and melee units for Jeff. It is giving him a resurgence, by the way. Look at the military count. Remember what we praised Lancaster for doing at the end of the fights? It's not happening here. No, Jiff is remaining competitive, and we even have him now switching mangoes earlier than we've seen in the past to counteract the yeoman. Really important here. Now, what could get scary is if Louis gets this done. He's got Earl's Guard upgrades on the way. Is the idea to force his opponent into men-at-arms and then switch back to spears himself? That's pretty sick with the padded jack effect. I think we still need some time, though. GF once more into the breach. They've only got 5 Lanchnecht here, mind you. And they're not even attacking. The spears are in the way. Oh, this feels like a tragic fight. All that effort of having 20 more health is irrelevant with the +3 melee armor in this exchange. I'm pretty sure if you map it out 1-to-1, if it's just padded jack versus elite army tactics, I think Lancaster in spear still wins. There's 20 more health and what, +2.5 damage against the free armor and the -1. Yeah, it's actually crazy how big of a difference those buffs make. We'll shove them away. We do have some trickle raids, but it's never been substantial, actually. The horsemen seem to always be targeted to fight. It's not like earlier when we had Jiff sending him, like, what, 20 horsemen that did admittedly die in an awkward fashion. It's almost like he's just trying to keep an eye on what the state of Louis' late game economy is. Like, yes, does he have enough farms yet? Should I be worried? And the answer to that question, Jeff, is yes, you should definitely be worried. And there's the men-at-arms. Okay, at the time at which Elite Army Tactics is coming in, Military Academy, and also Robotiquins. Yeah, because, guys, did you notice a slight problem with Jeff's comp this entire time? I feel like I'm getting a blast in the HRE past here. Someone needs to phone Jeff up and let him know that range units do exist for HRE. It's crazy. We see this so often from them. And yeah, good eyes. Wheelbarrow only coming in now at 30 minutes. It happens to the best of us, right? Yeah, kind of unfortunate that it took this long, though, especially with the way he spread out the farms. Probably going to buff his food eco by another 400. This many farms? It seems feasible. 48 right now. Oh, sneak around the back, but the cannons will shut that down. So yeah, Louis is just wasting a lot of units here, actually. Did he really think he was still on wood at the back? If so, that's pretty brutal. Dives in, gets nothing for it. He's going to lose 20 plus military. Just to discover his opponent was actually closer to his base than where he fought, right? Because it means that the wood gathering is out here in the no man's land areas. Heavy maces now. GF is committing. So guys, once Heavy Maces arrives, this is where Louis can actually just pivot back to Spearman. It's super scary. Because your MAA, you go to all this effort, you buff up the damage, and for that, when they go to strike a Spearman, a third to a quarter of their damage is already gone. Very lean. Whoops, so we've got a slight gap. Well, perfect. Wait, was that intentional by Louis? You psycho. That was sick. He actually done this on purpose, right? Or was it just the scaffolding got burnt down? Either way, he utilized it well. The sink shot was a little bit early there, but it creates the perfect choke point for the Robotiquin Yeoman. What? That's insane. A complete obliteration of the army. Heat drops coming in on the flank from GF, so it looks like he's trying to starve out the gold, but we've seen what Lancaster does in the late game. They don't really care about gold. They don't need it. I'm starting to think that may have been intentional. If not, that was an elegant, immediate reaction. Louis utilized that perfectly. The sink shot looked a bit early because the horsemen were there, but it did clip onto a few of the Lancaster, the Landsknechte rather, Lan and Land. And then remember, like Landsknecht, you get double damage against them anyway, goes. Robotiquin's perfect answer to these horsemen. I'm worried, man. Like, Jiff needs range stat. He's got double mango. It's going to be a switch into Colves, but that Coverin is already being mirrored into via Louis going for this gunpowder contingent. Used to be completely broken. It's still pretty good. You don't save anywhere near as much as you once did, thank God. We've got Trebs turning up to Louis. Not going to allow these castles to stand up for long for good reason. It is a triple Sacred Site cap by GF. Also, not going to spread wide, but there's just enough spearmen to hold them in place. Mangoes are moving in range. There's no adjustable crossbars. It means the Culverin can snipe them out. Sink shot's going to come in. Not going to sink much, though. The Landsknechte don't exist anymore. I think Louis is overextended here. Yeah, didn't trust his strongest plan of all, guys. Louis is infamous for walling methodically. Small little choke points to move through, but he didn't do it here. That being said, like, Yos are still alive. He did lose the siege for this. But Yos are still alive. These guys, come on. GF maybe a bit too obsessed with killing the siege there. And so difficult, by the way. It's War of Trebs. Look at the range on this. I have to zoom all the way out. There you go. We finally found the one reason you should be using panoramic, guys. 18 tower range looks like this. It looks so absurdly far away, man. You think the difference between top 10 players and the guys who are 20 plus in tournaments ELO shows specifically in Imp? Possibly. There's an argument like more iterations, right? You played through more game states, but the game is always in flux. And I'd say like in some ways like that it plays out the other ways. The person who played more early iterations. So like if you look at Lucifer and Vortex, historically the reason they dominated is they played through more iterations. The iterations focused around the first 15, 20 minutes. Now with that, there is going to be a sprinkle effect of getting into the late game more often anyway. So sure, like the reason why they look better in Imp is through the raw amount of games they played. So yeah, what you're saying does definitely track. There's also the Civ diversity compared to players who only pubstone. Like you can just pick HRE and get top 10. That doesn't mean you're a good player. If you're decent, it doesn't mean you're a great player. Oh my god, the Republicans. What? He just snipes out all the siege with the Yeoman. The Republicans. This is full range versus full melee. I mean, there's a grip of spearmen in there, but at the heart of it is a battle of Dhaka versus Dented. Oh, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Well, the first Yo group has evaporated, but like there's a second wave. Look at the count again. They just need to get here. Meanwhile, Republican count now up to 4. Double culvert defense. It means Jiff's going to have to go up to about, what, 4, 5 culvers. Even then, you're not going to feel safe. You saw what just happened there. Even with 85% range resistance, he didn't care. Goes in with the snipe, and you see it correctly. He has the silk bowstring, which makes it feasible. Yeah, Culverin still have an extra 3 tower range, but you get close so absurdly fast.
If I'm fine with that, could it go with work?
Finally, we actually have a raid of some substance. Horsemen go around the bat. They do go after the manas. There's some spears already there, though. So, like, probably kill, like, 3 manas and then fizzle out here. So it's a temporary stopper. It's going to slow Louis down the center a bit. Probably would have actually got 3 manas if it wasn't for that unfortunate spawn time. A new garrison command came out. We still got these trebs, by the way. I like the way that Louis has been lean about this, understanding these castles and whatnot aren't sustainable to repair. So he doesn't overreact. It's not like he pulled 4 culverins down here. He's been keeping them around the center. Oh, so we're not going to try diving again. Another thing that's scary here, guys, is like the keep drops coming through. There is a one in which Louis just pivots back towards Elsgard in the late game. There's only 1 castle so far, though, so it won't be right now. So the argument about why is H3 not getting range units, it is tricky. So one of the big problems, like, you want to say hand cannoneer, but Yeoman can deal with hand cannoneer very well, actually. They kite you, they stun you. The other way you can use the gold, like, kind of did, but I think maybe a bit slow. Like, remember, he stopped off with double mango instead of just getting more colds. Like, in theory, Men-at-Arms Lanchneck should be able to break this quick enough. With Colv support. Because, like, the problem is, like, you saw where it really went one side in these fights is the Revolticans. The moment they arrive, Jiff just can't fight. Let's get the walls. Louis done this to keep the wall open, but in a weird way, actually griefed Jiff twice over. Kept him from re-walling, but also makes it so you're creating choke points you don't want to fight into. Jiff, oh, he has gone back for the mana again. Congrats, you've killed the manas you found. Now I'm going to build them somewhere you can't find them. I'm the observer, I can't even find them. He's built them somewhere. I don't want to disclose more. I think for Louis, if he just gets some snowballs up, is pretty curtains with this comp right now. Jiff doesn't want a choke point fight, and Louis has the means to force it. He's got a sync shot, by the way, which if he uses these launch units, doesn't maybe want to. Maybe he wants to melt them with guns. You know what I always find funny is like Revolticans, and I think like Revolticans before Lancaster came in, it just felt like you very rarely saw them in a high enough quantity for them to be good. This contingent is just so good at scaling. Gets you up to that count where it actually matters, where the damage is registerable, relevant. Makes some people want to scream that they're OP. And 4 culverins is good enough. Imagine what happens when you go 6 culverins. What? And so I think we've gone too far. We're the Black Riders? I mean, I guess Corvins can't snipe you easily, so maybe it could work. The problem is like 5 Black Riders for raiding, sure. I think that would be the only reason I'd warrant it. Is like 5 going in compared to 10 horsemen is going to do more damage to the workers. But maybe in GF's brain, he's like, it's irrelevant because I need to kill buildings. So Black Riders can't do that. Covs are keeping the Republicans at bay temporarily. Oh no. He breaks the wall. Lanchnet does. Oh, wait, what? Louis! I missed micro there. He runs headfirst into Lanch, but worthwhile in the end, curse the Republicans. Yeah, the Reboli saved his life there. That would have been a breakthrough and siege exposed, but the Republicans are built near. They do have the Elsguard switch now, folks. Did he get the extra dagger techs? Guess we'll find out soon. Remember, if you get the extra tech, you throw multiple daggers and it does AoE damage with like a ranged Lanch nectar for 1 hit. I think I'd rather take this ranged Lanch Nectar. Oh my god, he just got obliterated. Corvins, he's overextended again. Worker's trying to be pulled to repair. Needs a ASAP. Yeoman is just so good at chasing this. He's still got the sync shot to work with, which he could scatter onto the workers. And there it is, big shot coming in. Good damage done. A lot of low HP workers he could easily finish off here. The momentum now again pivoting against Jif. It just feels like there's going to be a full forced retreat. Probably 10 plus workers down. More Corvins to be sniped. The Republican count is still holding steady at 5, down to 4 now. The trickle of troopers. But Jif, these formations are just killing him. Corvins are so bad at retreating, even more so because look at the advantage. I think, did he not get greased axles? No. Wait, or did he? I always forget. Like, Corvins are so stupidly slow. Yeah, sorry, that is greased axles. They're just that bad. 0.72 movement speed. Oh, Yeoman max. Up to 41. Gives him the means to snipe out the Corvs. Like, in a weird way, all Louis really needs is Reboldequin Yeoman. Which should put to bed the argument what wins mass ranged or mass melee. You've got melee AoE versus ranged AoE, and then you've got melee single target versus ranged single target. Oh, sorry, with hybridized AoE. Okay, that makes it sound less fair. But like the Earlsguard has just been smart. It's just he's scattering in enough that the whole idea is it forces all aggro onto small groups of targets, so you can maximize damage output. Like if I have 2 units which you drag 8 Lanch onto, those 8 Lanch can hit 2 units, the Reboldequins are going to hit 8. Right? It's just basic math at that stage. And it just feels so hard to ever make Lanch work. Like, in theory, in some ways, I'm not going to say this is the perfect game for a matchup, but in terms of economy, right? This was one of the close to perfect games for Lanch as a sensible comp. And it still felt underwhelming. He's going for the manas again. Oh, God. I don't think it's even worth it if he kills him right now, because, like, isn't that... Yeah, that's about a quarter of his actual military force that won't be in the fight. Louis reacted with, I think, maybe like an 8th or a 6th of his. I don't think he's even idling workers. Like, why? Why would you move them away? Screw it. You've got almost 10,000 food in reserve. At this stage, you actually kind of want more military space. Found the manas. Good. Kill them for me so I can build them wider next time. Guys, I don't know why you think Lancaster's OP. Like, it's very easy, guys. Like, you know, you just kill all the manas, and then when he runs out of stone, you can't build more manas. Right? Like a standard map of Age of Empires 4 only has, I think, what, 12,000 stone on it? Yeah, so it's only like 120 manas you have to worry about. It's fine. It's not like you can get Tithe Bonds. That's why you take the 5 relics away. The real big strategy brain there. Oh, God, these wolves. This tiny little area has been pivotal at so many points in this game. It's actually obnoxious and somewhat annoying to watch the way that Louis just been able to sit in this corner. Very reminiscent of pre-enclosure nerf English, actually. Bowman just frontlining to try and get in on those calves. Is he melting? I think he's melting too fast here. The Horsemen, oh no. Where are the Lansk? Where are the MAA? It's just Horsemen into Earlsguard Spear. Starting to break through. He's got the Wolf Trebuchets moving up to the castle next. Was Jiff prepping or switching to Black Riders? He's up to 4 castles. Maybe would have been some potential here. Louis, like he's lost, what, 20, 25 workers? You've helped him. Look at the military now. He's at 120 military pop. It's a 4x advantage. And it's going to be enough to start breaking through here. This has been the difference before. Like each time, Louis, the greed, kind of locking him in. 20, 30 military short of what he needs. But now, Jiff with the helping hand gives him the convincer he needs here. 6 culverins now. Which means you're losing the siege game. Which means you'll also lose the castles. More walls coming out. Jiff is trying to get an award from Louis for more walling. Actually, look at the map, guys. Just taking little ganders at these ridiculous walls. The more hysterical part is these walls are now being built by the guy who has no range units, bar 2 cannons. Yeah, this type of strategy is usually employed by people who have more range, little melee. A little bit comical, it plays the other way around, but what's not going to be comical is how quickly this game is about to end. Jiff has got one more surge in him. If this fails, farms go idle, he's dead. He has to address this monstrosity now. Culverins are going to have to sacrifice themselves going for the Volcans. Notice the staggered order. Louis goes in with the anti-siege in the situation first. There's the Volcans still last. Repair crew is there. The villagers are just standing in. No! He can't get in. 250 HP is just too much. Horsemen look like they're maybe going to be able to break through quick enough, but the Culverin's going to start turning around to the front side of the fight now. And that's where he's just going to die off here. Trebuchets are still just sieging anything in range. But Jiff, he had this one remax left in the chamber. Now he's shooting blanks. That comment's a bit too close to home, actually. But what is going to be close to home? Close to the finish line now is Louis with a dub on Lancaster. Full seek shelter. No food gathering. No hope in hell. Culverins are already sieging down the castle. Louis MT, after B's performance, I mean, are we going to say it's the quality of the player or quality of the Civ? Either way, House of L's continues to be House of W's. Woo-wee! Only the first game, though, folks. We've got more coming. What do we call that one? I think it's the wall choke point that was crazy. Alright, there we go. So, G number 2. We're actually going to be heading into 4 Lakes. And we have a problem. What do you think that problem could be, guys? Could it by any chance be the Knights Templar pick that got through the draft? Yeah, like, I think Louis had the correct approach here. Gotta say, I'm entirely on board with Louis' approach here of banning out Knights Templar but allowing HRE. Game 1, I mean, Jiff, I feel like he needed that win in the best of 3 because we head into 4 Lakes now. You might be wondering, Jiff had map pick. Why did he choose this? You might as well get out of the way. There's no way you're getting your opponent to pick anything but Knights Templar here. So if you pick it earlier, you can at least get what you think is your best matchup against them. It's going to be French on 4 Lakes up against Louis MT on the Knights Templar. Knights Templar are just an absurd civ on water maps, folks. Their ability to just spam up boats ASAP, thanks to their efficient wood gathering, is just unrivaled. Like, there's a reason why this civ is considered king of water. And it's not just water play like maps like Holy Island where you can build boats to win. It's just as important to have eco water maps where you might not contest each other in the ponds, but your superior fishing via more being built wins games.
Cavallo. Non! Si!
So, how does Jiff approach this? Well, you don't want a Rax Rush. That's a big L against KT. I guess he's just going to rush Feudal. And, like, what? Rely on Knights? The tricky part is, like, if Knights Templar play this the way I'm expecting them to, they could easily be 2 pawns with a fishing advantage by the time we go Feudal. Now, individually, French Knights will take a giant dump on Chevalier. You know, there's a reason why French sent those guys to the Middle East instead of keeping them at home to fight their own wars. They were clearly the trash knights. But with enough of them, they'll be able to beat French knights. On a land map, like, I'd give edge to French having that knight advantage. On a water map, if you don't do something about this fishing economy, you're going to get zoned. Time being, it is just 2 fishing versus 2 fishing. But I wonder, are we going to get the second dock now from Louis? Or does he stick to 1 pond? Oh, dude, he's going to switch into rush. I was wondering. I didn't want to jinx it. We've seen this already, actually, just last week on 4 Legs. Knights Templar may actually be the single best civ at Dark Age Rax Rush play on this map. And the reason it works is because your opponent has to fish, which means he's going to gold on a delay. So Louis, like, look at the timing here. Jiff just moves out now of the mining camp. It is going to get scouted, but now Louis is going to start vomiting out spinning. He can afford it as well. 240 food income a minute. That's how much you need to just mass produce spinning. The villager is actually going to move him down to the dock. So I guess he's now going to follow up with, what, an outpost or a dock drop? Outpost would be kind of dirty. A little bit shocked he didn't go gold. But wait, what? Jiff? Yeah, I mean, he has to react this way. He pulls 7 onto the gold. But that wasn't the plan. Apparently, the plan here for Louis was to block fishing instead of blocking gold. That's crazy. I wouldn't have expected that. This is a sick read by Louis. Like, the reason you wouldn't expect it, guys, is like, look at the gold placement. It's Fort Spawn. It feels like priority 1 target. And Louis even kind of making it look like it's priority 1. So if we think about this from Jiff's vision, he might have, up until this villager shoe up here, expected this to be a dock drop. I don't think he was expecting he was going to lose the dock. Everyone's doing it on this map, so I've seen the last 3 or so tournament games here. Yeah, I mean, depends if you're watching every single tournament. I think this is the second time I've watched Knights Templar get in a tournament game of 4 Legs. I mean, pubs are different, right? So that's going to be removable with dock before we can get anything out, I think. School of Cavalry just... That bar feels like it is moving so slow. If we just zoom in, does anyone else get that feeling of watching like, it's just too much torch power, so he won't be able to get an archer ship out in time. There's also additional spinman coming, so the likelihood he'll be able to sneak back on here is low, which means he's -4 food on the gathering. Pick up the plate. I mean, you need 25 seconds. It's just not going to work. And that's if you have the resources, which he doesn't. The dock now on fire. No worker pull. Your opponent has now got 5 fishing boats. You've got none. You can at least go archers, and he's already doing so. But it's the problem. Dock's already coming up. And I'm imagining Louis MT is looking for his fast feudal into an archer ship here. And it will be fast, remember. This civ only takes a minute to go to Feudal Age. I will say I'm surprised in like some of these matchups we don't see Antioch, actually. In this matchup, Antioch wouldn't make sense because, you know, Kingdom of France, you need the knights to mirror the knights and the archer play. Like French do archer knights all the time, and Axe Throws are loose to that. There's some matchups where I feel like Axe Throws could actually trade fairly well. But it's always Kingdom of France. Tries to get cheeky with the gate, but he's going to get sniped out. So work it down. And, ooh. Okay, Jiff, he is actually going to get out of here fast enough. So we got to get the fishing back online. The funny part is that Louis actually added in his own fishing boats to start with here. I don't mind that, by the way. That means if you now get into a back and forth fight, you have a repair crew. Not done there.
On demand?
Is he even going to come back again? No. Okay, so he's just going to leave it at that. Fishing count on his side is now up to 8. Still only the 4 for Jiff. He's going to prioritize that archer ship. Louis is still building more fishing boats. Dog, he doesn't even go for, like, the safe deep water fish. That's greedy. Louis, yeah, will react slowly. So Jiff gets the kill. Pilgrim's already on the way, bud. Spearmen are going to get upped. And we have got stables play. Interesting. Yeah, he's going to go for the eastern pond. Okay, so Louis, able to safely get in there. The Spearmen are already patrolling, so he knows that this is an eco pond. There's no aggro. And this is a bait and switch. Oh. These feel so infuriating. Wait, Louis got worker kills? What, on land, right? No. The math would suggest that was fishing boats he killed. No? Is my brain working correctly? Oh, no, he did get on land. Yeah, because the -3. I guess it was the gold, which I wouldn't have even looked at because it's like 5 spearmen against archers, which is weird. Oh! Jiff finds him! Okay, that's huge. Dr. Nile, his own now coming in. Louis, wait, is he going again? He is. But hold on a second, folks. Look at this. We've got the Eco Enhancement Extended Lines on the way. And it is going to be Chevalier. So Louis is committed to this. He's got Spears plus the Knight coming across. The first one doesn't exist for GF, so this is going to be a dock secure. Yeah, we had the one worker kill from building the dock who died here. I don't know where Where did Jiff get the other ones? Fishing boats, right? Double fishing, came out and died. But then the other side is where I'm confused. Where did Louis get 3 worker kills? Got 1 on the dock. Well, that's going to explain where Louis gets 1 of them. Worker's not even moving away. Chevalier is going to target fire onto him. Spear stab, I think that would be enough. I mean, Chevalier is actually just kind of griefing him, but we'll get the chase down. So another kill. And on top of that, Jiff did get baited into doing the galley. Yeah, but not before adding fishing here. So these are a bit vulnerable. Louis is going to make it a double dock. And remember, Jiff might assume that it's going to be aggro. He doesn't have full comp of what it is. And even if he did, double dock beats solo. Yes, you need to sneak out again. But the problem here, what did we say about Knights Templar? What they could do? What is he doing in this game to French? He's using trash French Knights to overwhelm good French Knights. By just making it a real number game. Like, there's no world in which, 2 French Knights, 3 French Knights beats 6 Chevalier. I feel bad for Jiff, man, because it feels like he's reacted correctly to these plays. But that's where the issue comes. Reacted. He hasn't been able to get ahead of the problem. Every time he gets stopped or slowed down on one of these ponds, Louis always had this one. This one has been the staple of his economy the entire time. And now he's getting 2nd in the north. And soon, 1 on the east. If we get the kill. Wait, please don't die like that. I mean, he's going to lose. Yeah, he doesn't even care about the repair. Sick micro, Louis. He gets the kill on the galley. Fishing boat as well. And this is 3 ponds versus 1. I don't know what Jiff is meant to do with this anymore. He's so far behind on like the land aggro. So there's not an easy timing into burning docks. And he just agrees there's nothing left to do here. GG gets called. Knights Templar able to unravel another victim in just over 10 minutes. Civ. Good lord. Scary, scary Civ. Ridiculous Civ, actually. Let's see. So I think let's quickly update the brackets because we've done a few series now. See where we are. We've got Hodo Anatandi in 20 Minhua. No quarterfinals scheduled so far, so presumably all quarterfinals will be tomorrow. Which is fine by me. Gives us a nice stream plan for tomorrow. So we have got Voldemar, he got his 2-0. I'm just entering them now. They'll show up in a sec. Cat was a 2-0. Sorry, not Cat. Louis was 2-0. We got the wrong area. B versus Gully was 2-0. We're just having a day of 2-0s. Wait, we only done 3 series? I mean, we had 2 games at like 45 minutes each, right? So I guess it's not too surprising. Oh, God, I'm in pain. What the hell? So that's what we got so far. Trying to think. What do we do? Wait, did they release new details on the Game of Thrones RTS? I just had someone ping up on my socials. But I done that annoying, like I had to do that annoying thing where it like refreshes the feed and then you lose it. Is there a gameplay link for the Game of Thrones RTS? Calling me curious now. Yeah, send me the link, Andy. I'm curious. I'm also curious to see if we were right, because I think it's going to be like a They Are Billions game. Looking at the game and the idea of the setting makes me think of They Are Billions for sure. Gameplay link for George writing a book. What do you mean gameplay link for him writing a book? What do you mean? I'm confused by that statement. Discord DM? Ah, thank you. Why have you given me like a link like that? Was there not just like a YouTube video? Where did they reveal this? That's just the thing you've seen. It's like a weird link. Okay. I feel like that should be attached to an article somewhere. Someone should go into it. Alright, let's have a look. Wrong thing. My throat is really stuffy today. I just can't get it clear, man. Whoa!
Game of Thrones is one of the most beloved and iconic series of all time. This is why we're so excited at PlaySide Studios to be developing a real-time strategy game for this franchise. I'm just
gonna... and this is feedback for like him and any devs who ever do this. Be emotional in these moments. Feel free to. He's so focused on dev staring the camera. I always, like, I mean, it's a nitpicky thing, but like, it's just a little tip for like devs in general, because a lot of them do this. This part.
This is why we're so excited at PlaySide Studios to be...
He doesn't look very excited.
...developing a real-time strategy game.
It's not, like, by the way, it's not, like, at him. It's just in general. Because developers aren't... Like, they're not content creators. They're not social media people, whatever else, right? They develop, like, a lot of people who are good game developers are, like, socially anxious, like, you know, basement-dwelling type people. But, like, dude, just loosen up. Smart... When you it's like, you know when people go, I think I'm a confident person. It's like, you think?
Franchise. You step into Westeros at its most...
I think, like, the problem as well is, like, the funny thing with these is, like, they will definitely have multiple takes of this. But it's almost like they're so focused on getting the first take right, they're just staring at the prompter or whatever.
Call your banners, lead iconic heroes, and rewrite the fate of the Seven Kingdoms. Like millions of others, we experience the TV show week to week. The betrayals, the shifting power, the moments that left...
Don't forget the biggest betrayal. By the writers! Oh, okay.
Stunned. That emotional weight, that unpredictability, is what we want to capture in War for Westeros. This is a world where
Dude, this style reminds me of something between like They Are Billions slash Tab. So Tab slash Age of Darkness and Spellforce. If everyone remembers that one.
trust is fleeting and power is everything. You're not just commanding armies.
Yo, wait. It might not be a They Are Billions game. Do you see that? Look at the minimap. Yo, are we actually getting a real RTS? Okay, so like when I first saw the whole focus on the Nightwalkers, I thought we were just going to get like a They Are Billions type game. This is an actual RTS.
You're not just commanding armies. You're navigating a world shaped by legacy.
I do find I noticed the picture of the overworld. The overworld does seem very intriguing. Like the idea of just having that kind of Total War-y type thing.
And the fight to claim the Iron Throne. At the heart of the struggle are great houses, each fighting for power in their own way. In War for Westeros, take command of iconic factions. Call on the banners of House Stark.
Woo!
Proud
Stark, baby.
and unyielding in the face of the impossible odds. Conquer with House Targaryen. Reborn in fire with a
doggies?
hunger to reclaim what was lost. Command from House Lannister, rich in gold.
Wait, what was that?
driven by
Like the
ambition,
animation looked a bit
reborn in fire with
weird
a hunger
on the
to
dragons.
reclaim what was lost.
Wait, does it not even breathe the fire?
With a hunger to reclaim
Oh no, it does. Okay.
what was lost.
It's just when it stopped, it's just
Command
like
from
his
House
mouth isn't even
Lannister,
open.
Rich in gold, driven by ambition and power.
Jamie time?
Or crossing the myth as the Night King, raising a relentless
Wait, so they've only got 4 civs. They say what was it? Lannister, Stark, Targaryen, and Night King.
army to bring on the long night.
Am I then a little bit disappointed there's like no Martell? I feel like you could definitely have Martell on there. Like I understand not having the Iron Islands because like they're mainly boats, right? I feel like you should definitely put Martell on there though. Martell just feels uniquely different. I guess like you could argue as well Baratheon, but maybe Baratheon's just going to be a bit too similar to like Lannister and Stark, so they're trying to think of it in a more unique way. But Martell most definitely could have been interesting enough. Like I would say, like even though I know Baratheon are different, I would say Baratheon is like probably going to feel somewhere between Lannister and Stark. So I understand that one. But like Martell, brother, come on.
That choice puts you in command of armies on the battlefield, gathering resources, securing key locations, and building the power
Wait, do you have?
need.
Was that direwolves? Yeah, dude, like you get direwolves.
Securing key locations and building the power you need to claim victory.
This is, I'll warn you now, I think this is like 720p quality. I think, like, I don't know, presumably this is the one that's been going around, so if the devs didn't release a high quality one, that's a little bit of a
You'll
shame.
fight battles across Westeros, from the frozen north to the gates of King's Landing. Deploy infantry, cavalry, siege engine.
I do love how they're so behind the scenes, they show you the, the no skin on the ground type thing. I think this is nice to show people as well, because like quite often people see the train, they won't realize it's actually just flat planar with a bunch of like effects applied, like bump maps. To the texture.
Cavalry,
Like
siege
that, see?
engines, giants, and dragons to push through enemy lines or hold your own.
Wait, do you get abilities? Because like no one's firing that, right? So presumably this game has like abilities you activate as well. A little bit like Age of Myth.
When it all clicks, you feel like a true commander.
That was a pretty cool effect for a death, by the way. Okay, yo, like actually, like this is someone I've highlighted about AB4 that I like wish we had a bit more of is like Michael Bay the effects. That was sick. Like the
Push
the
through enemy
fire
lines or
like
hold
looked
your
decent but not crazy. Like I think the destruction of buildings looks really well done. Like that is great destruction on a building. But that dragon death is sick.
When it all clicks,
That was a really
you feel
good.
like a
I would say they need to work on their fire effects. That their fire effects are a little bit underwhelming, but like the dirt draw up and the building collapse is sick.
true commander carrying your house's pride into every fight. But while battles may win ground, it's cunning that decides who sits the throne. Behind every clash of armies is a deeper game where diplomacy, deception, and shifting loyalties shape the war just as much as steel. In War for Westeros, you will
Going for the full exaggerated death animations, I
relive
respect
iconic
it.
turning points from the Game of Thrones series, or forge your own rise to power. The outcome is yours to decide.
Like, dude, if on the political intrigue diplomacy like big map they have even half of the density of either Europa Universalis 4 / Crusader Kings or Total War 3 Kingdoms, this will be a hit based on that alone. I agree. Like you win or lose with this game's development.
premium
Less
strategy
so on like, I mean, if you have like not mediocre, but like mid of the pack RTS gameplay in like these environments, but the overworld map stuff is big and there's like an auto resolve function, I think it'll do really well.
Built for PC by a team who cares about doing it right. We'll share more behind the scenes videos as development continues. Until then, you can wishlist Game of Thrones War for Westeros on Steam and follow us on social to stay in the loop and be the first to join the fight for the Iron Throne.
This looks cool though. I'm excited for this. Coming 2026, we've still got a long way to go, which suggests like the art assets and stuff will also still improve. But let's have a look at the Steam profile and see if there's anything we missed here. Yeah, like see that this is much more graphically impressive than that video. That video is low base. But like I love it if the weather effects have an impact. We'll see if that's gonna be the case. Like, what would be kind of sick is, like, imagine if you get mud terrain build up. Probably not, though. But, like, I think it would fit for the theme, this type of thing. I'm curious, like, what Lannisters going to have to make them unique. Their units at least look very unique compared to the other factions. That's why I think they went with Stark and Lannister and not, like, Baratheon. Like I was saying, Baratheon, in terms of how their units will look, will, for a lot of people, probably feel very similar to Stark. I know it's heretical, but whatever. Same way that I think in some people's minds, like, Lannister and... not what they called. I've forgotten the name. Tyrell. Lannister and Tyrell will probably like feel that they have overlap. Just like Tyrell looked like a watered down version of Lannister's very fancy armor type stuff. I know it's like not a true fact thing. People go like nerd lore me now, but I think from a generic user standpoint, they probably like see it look too similar. And I think that's fine to not have too many different factions at first because they can add them down the line. It lets them focus in on what makes each one unique. But I do feel like at the beginning here, adding one more and it being Martell would have been worth it because I think Martell is drastically different to the other kingdoms. So a little bit of a shame. But this is going to be cool. Dragons are going to be OP, clearly. Yeah, I hope there's a decent amount of detail to this. The tricky part, so I think the tricky part they have with this game, with the overworld like system, is if you make it too complicated politically and everything else. Like we saw this with Total War Three Kingdoms. I think a lot of people were turned off by how politically complex Three Kingdoms was compared to like Total War Warhammer, for example. Some people just want to play the game. So I wonder if the best way to do it is like have two versions where the campaign map is simplistic or very complex. That would be quite an interesting way to go. Because like the type of people that are drawn to this political intrigue stuff versus the RTS stuff are probably going to be quite different. Yeah, this is cool. I'm looking forward to this. I don't think this I've got a feeling this won't be designed to be a competitive esports title, and that's fine. I think the idea that like every RTS needs to be esports and competitive is stupid. Like actually, Age of Empires 4 wasn't even intended to be a competitive esport game, by the way, guys. Like weirdly enough, Relic makes all these games over the years, and they kept trying to make them esportified. And the one that they didn't want to make an esport, Age of Empires 4, was their most successful esport one. Isn't that crazy? It's almost like making a game to be good rather than making a game to be esporty is a better way of going. Crazy, I know. But yeah, I'm excited, man. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think about this. Maybe we'll put out a short video just going over this. So Game of Thrones War for Westeros. If you're interested, be sure to go across and wishlist it. Wishlisting actually helps developers a lot more than you think. It just keeps you in the loop. It also allows them to drive like extra funding if they need it off of developers. Like if you think of a pitch deck, they send it out to a sponsor. If they're able to say we've got 100,000 people wishlisting, it looks really good when they need to make like an extra round of funding. But I think these guys, I had a feeling, they're the ones that made Age of Darkness. If you guys have not tried Age of Darkness, it's a pretty cool game. It's a bit like They Are Billions. I think personally it doesn't have as much difficulty complexity to it as Tab, They Are Billions. What it has, though, is some really cool, like, unique systems that you choose one of three factions and go down these different routes of getting different abilities that makes each playthrough with these other civs feel very different. So, really cool game. I played it a little bit off stream. Definitely worth checking out if you haven't. And should give you a sampling of what these devs are capable of. This is also what made me think we were just getting another They Are Billions type thing. So that's very interesting. Yeah, it was made by the same people that made the Age of Darkness Final Strand. So they're moving on from just making a survival RTS type game into making a versus RTS game. And I think they've got some other titles they've done in the way. I've never heard of Thrive, but yeah, this was in there as well. So they got some reputation behind them. Like, I would judge them based on Age of Darkness. My experience with this game is it was decent. Not like crazy, like it's going to be game of the year. But like if you pick this up and you're into They Are Billions type games, you'll probably get 20, 30 hours or so out of this, which is decent. So we'll see how it does. There was something else I saw mentioned around Game of Thrones, and that was that apparently... Oh, sorry, I should have realized typing in Frost Giant. Apparently, this one might be using the Stormgate engine. I'm just going to double check if that's true. I saw it somewhere, but I can't find it now. Someone said it uses like the Stormgate engine. I don't know if that's true though. If it is, that makes a lot of sense. Something like I've actually said about Stormgate is I think Stormgate is like a failed game experiment, but a fantastic developmental experiment. What Frost Giant actually needs to do is pivot like Epic did. Stop making games and just start making an engine. That's what happened. Like, yeah, they still got Fortnite, but they gave up on Unreal Tournament. The problem that Frost Giant has now is surviving long enough to the point where RTS and strategy games resurge enough so they can be that development conduit. Whether they'll be able to survive that long, I'm not sure. But if these guys are using that engine, it's a great start. Yeah, I think this game, like this I will probably definitely have a spin at when it comes out. I'm curious around the god power type things. Like we saw him just drop like the green fire. I'm assuming that was like an active ability. Maybe for example like the I forgot the name now. The zombies. My brain. I've forgotten them. The Nightwalkers, right? The Night King. Maybe his faction has the ability to like summon some undead out of nowhere. Or maybe use it on like dead or ready to summon. But yeah, curious to see how many units they have. But yeah. If you haven't already, I recommend checking this out. I'm curious if the multiplayer is just going to be one-off battles or if it's going to be a huge campaign. A huge campaign, I think, would probably work better with like a co-op mode, a bit like what Total War does. But once again, that comes down to whether they make it overly complex or not. Like, look at this, it's just giving me flashbacks to that Game of Thrones board game, which is pretty cool. Yeah, like, they definitely reference, like, you see the Veil of Aaron up here. So, I could see a world in which we do get kind of like a Total War Warhammer treatment and you just add in the civs on the other map as time goes. But we'll see how feasible that is. Like, the difference with Total War Warhammer is you have a lot of extra, like, spaces. So I think for them to add extra civs as time goes on to this overmap, they'd have to essentially keep redoing the overworld map and creating smaller and smaller chunks to make it bigger and bigger. Yeah, Game of Thrones, War for Westeros. I'll definitely be adding this to my wish list. I'm just not actually logged in on this one. Whoops. And we'll be sure to check that out in 2026. Where's the dead dragon? I was wondering about, dude, like, could you imagine, like, you build this dragon, it dies too quick in a fight, and then gets rezzed. The only thing I say about that is if the Night King can do that, what do other civs get when they kill the dragon? I don't know, maybe, like, just cut his belly open and get a crap ton of gold. Yeah. Are they an RTS company? Yes. Well, they are, so, like, RTS adjacent. So, they have this game called Thrive that I never played. That has like RTS combat elements, but the more reasonable one to weigh them in on is Age of Darkness, which is They Are Billions, which is if you're not familiar with They Are Billions and you're a strategy fan, where have you been the last several years? This game came out in 2019, and like if you think of strategy games in the last decade, I find it baffling when people don't put this one in the running on the talks. Like, this game was iconic when it came out. A little bit surprised it only got like 43,000 reviews. Actually, like 43,000 is pretty good. But like a lot of people still play this to this day. If we go check Steam charts quickly, They Are Billions. I think it still has like several thousand people playing. Okay, 4,000. So it's down a bit. But like 4,000 for a game that is single player only, that's been out since 2019, is actually still pretty good in my opinion. Age of Darkness. I don't think Age of Darkness didn't retain very well, was my understanding. Yeah, 464. We only had an all-time peak of 6.4K. But like I said, but this, I think Age of Darkness is a decent game. it wasn't like, it's not an iconic game that you're going to remember for years. All right, guys. We should now be able to hop in to our next series, because I believe... Well, Numenor and MSN are drafting. But I think you guys want Anatan versus Mohodo. Which is meant to be starting in a second, if I'm not mistaken. So we can hold out a second for that, or we can hop into Numenor versus MSN. Oh, I might make this my last one, though. I'm in a bit of pain. I should actually probably pop some painkillers. Let's do that now. Let's be a little druggy. I'll give them a sec. If they don't pop it up, we'll do Numenor versus MSN. I think most players usually choose one RTS game as their main and some side games, like AoE4. Yeah, I've talked about the seasonal nature of things, right? Like, most games are seasonal. But, like, RTS is weird as well. There's not many that really retain at all. It's very, very difficult to build an RTS that retains an audience, because the big problem is like, to the whole point of what you just described there, the big issue with RTS as genre is it's not going after new players, and I keep highlighting this. That's why They Are Billions retained so well over the years. It's like, it was a subgroup of strategy games, right? It was doing something different. Same with, like, World of Warcraft. People just keep going back to World of Warcraft. Why? Very obvious, isn't it? Like, WoW is just a natural return point, because you go play another MMO. Even if you think that MMO is better, you drain through the content, you've got nothing left to do. So what do? You return to WoW. Okay, are these boys just late? You guys just wanted to do Numenor versus MSN? Because Anatan and Mahodo should have began like 5 minutes ago. They haven't even started drafting. Late! Yeah, let's get these boys draft up. It's been a while since we've caught some of the MSN games, so it should be fun. Let me switch over here. Game 1 will be in Gorge. Oh, look. HRE and House of Lancaster got through again. I wonder what game number 1 on Gorge could possibly be. It's not. Yo, we're getting Iobid Byzantines. Biggest reason why most RTS don't retain players because of AI. I'm with you on that, but like, within that, the bigger problem of RTSs in general is they don't bother to cater towards, and people are going to hate this word, casuals. Now, there's a really big misunderstanding when I say cater towards casuals. Cater towards casuals doesn't mean like, oh yeah, you got to make it easy. No, it's not about making it easy. It's about making it easy to pick up, hard to master, right? You got to make those people feel that they can begin to play. And a lot of RTSs don't get that. AI, like, don't get the AI part is because a lot of people don't go online. If you actually break down the most popular RTSs of the last God knows how many years, over 60% of the audience does not transition into online gameplay. That's why AI is important, because that's the closest you're going to get them. And if you have a good AI system, they can learn how to experience multiplayer and potentially transition. But like, so many RTSs don't bother with a good single player. So you don't even get people beginning to play. You know what I mean? Like, they don't even enter the sphere because they don't want to go into a 1v1 environment where they're going to get curb stomped. RTS games are also elitist? Yes. Like, I've said this, like, I mean, it's not just RTS. RTS have this in a big way where, like, it's crazy that for how small RTS has become, the community has become very hateful of, like, new RTSs and kind of cheer when they die. Like, dude, it's like they're watching Hunger Games. Like, my guy didn't die! And, like, someone just needs to come in and just be Jennifer Lawrence, like, can we stop being idiots and killing ourselves? Those douchebags over there are the ones killing us. And they're just like, It just like pans over and it's like FPS and Facebook games. And yes, this is the first New Moon MSN game. I do need to check in on that Anvil Empire thing, by the way. Do you guys see that? It's made by the Foxhole team. They're doing, I think, a stress test right now. Or soon. I don't know if it's going to hold up. We'll see. But yeah, you got this. Anvil Empire. The whole idea is like you can have up to 1,000 people on screen fighting. Like every single one of these is meant to be a person. It's interesting. I had a lot of fun when Foxhole first came out. But like you talking about elitist just reminded me of this. This was the most elitist. Like the Foxhole became the most elitist game I was a part of the community of. I hated it. It's a game that was so good at first, and then it got ruined because the people who hung around were like so snooty. Why are you doing that ammo? Why are you taking that tank? It's like, dude, because I made it. And like basically, like the problem you get with those type of games, and I guess it could happen in like RTSs as well, is like if you're not doing the meta that someone has told you to do, you're a troll. It's not true, actually. Like, you could be doing what you're doing because you want to discover the game. You're learning the game. Like, people very often mistake noobs for trolls, or they just treat them the same, and then the noobs never convert to become deeper gamers. And the entire, like, ecosystem struggles because of it. Same with the Foxhole type environment, but definitely the same for RTSs. Numadon didn't make it to LAN. Big Sag. No new Mulan flex. Who got the final slot? I wasn't really watching. I'm guessing probably Lucifer, CSO rather. Actually, I don't know. Like CSO looked weak in the second half of the second qualifier. It was CSO. There we go. Ooh, tight though. 4-3 against Lucifron. Yeah, and Lucifron beat him at first 3-1. Damn. China's taking over, baby. Tell you who won't be British people. I ain't going. Don't understand why they don't ban the ladder abusers. What, people who smurf or whatever? It's like they don't want to police it, or they feel like it would kill the game because of the lack of people. It's like there's loads of reasons why people make these choices. A lot of it political. As in like gaming politics, not like real life politics. And in we go. One and all, welcome back to the channel for Numadon versus MSN. That's right, we've got one of the toddlers facing off against one of the scariest men in Scandinavia. That's right, Numadon with the Byzantines. This man is a force of nature on this civ. He'll be in the raid to the south side, while MSN kicks us off on Gorge, the Iabids. Force of nature, I don't know, we'll see, but definitely a signature pick for him. Not a signature move for this civ normally. We've got an Iabids outpost rush. Wait, what? Okay, that's crazy, but makes sense, folks. He's up against Byzantines, one of the most outpost rushable civs that exists in Age of Empires 4. In fact, the most outpost rushable, due to their reliance on the berries. And not just that, look at this spawn. Gold berries on one location. Even the deer shove, not that you really do it as Byzantines. A lot of value now for MSN. And well, he hasn't scouted it yet, but he's going to be rubbing his hands together when that spearman reveals what he's heading into. Maybe it would have been nicer to have had the stone with the berries, because then you could stop the system spam. Curious how MSN's going to be following this up. Now, there's a few possibilities. Like, this is one of the civs where maybe the dervish play doesn't make as much sense because of the mercs. But that's where this is a very different game. Normally, we would not see an outpost rush. Therefore, dervish doesn't feel very good. Your opponent gets 10 lombos, you just snipes them. In this game, it's going to be very difficult to get 10 lombos. And nice positioning, MSN, just able to poke. Forces the Akratoid. This is brilliant. Yeah, he forced it super early. The reason that's important is, remember, the Akratoid allows you to just rush out and deny the villager. Now, Numadon might not be capable of that. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried, actually, now. So, Numadon's just going to allow it to happen? I mean, he has to be expecting it now that the spears arrived. Like, that's kind of the comical thing. MSN could have gambled that his opponent wouldn't have scouted him doing this, and then just got it up uncontested, which is feasible because, like, who the hell expects Ibis to outpost rush you? Like, this is this civ that you would expect the least to do this. And interesting, he actually plays it very ungreedy. Yeah, he goes for the berry guarantee. He doesn't split between the gold. That's very important, actually, because that means that Numadon has a way of just getting towards Kurosai for now if he needs it. A little bit surprised. You want refund? No refund. we're gonna take your fake points and we're gonna turn them into more fake points for someone else to then spend on more fake point things on the channel. It's yeah, it's a Ponzi scheme. So Grand 1 we committed to, no surprise there. You don't really want to do Hippodrome here. I'm trying to think if there's many like worse situations that have to be Hippodrome, because camels, right? Like, what's the point down the line? And Nimodon, because of this outpost, it does mean he'll be able to go back for siege engineering to clear it. It could be that he just instead spam spears to get rid of the outpost. I'm still curious what MSN's going to choose here. Could Grove just be the most logical? Oh, yeah, sorry. Netherlands, you can't gamble fake points. Wait, can you just... Is it really legal? I thought that was just loot boxes. Because with loot boxes in Netherlands, you have to be able to see what you get out of a box before you buy it, right? So, like, there's no... Okay, it's like, it's a really dumb system because, like, the way it's been designed is, like, if you really want something, you're still going to go for the gamma boxes. It just means that you know what's in the box ahead of time, but you're still gambling. You're just gambling at a different step, if that makes sense. Right? So, for example, let's say you play, like, a Counter-Strike situation, and you want to get a special knife, and you want a gamma box for it. You can see what your first box is going to be, but to see what your second box is going to be, you have to buy the first box. It's like, you're still getting... scambered. You're just getting scambered in like a way where you're getting a preview of the scam, if that makes sense. It's really weird. I know. Well, this is getting weird. Wait, are we getting 2 TC? No, this just has to be about placements, right? Like, he's expecting Limitane to clear the outpost, so he's rushing the fortification. And this is sick. MSN, he has to do it this way because of the timing. Like, if he went for a standard wing, he'd be way too late. So, guys, like, this game is do or die by this single outpost. He will either win this game or be eradicated because of it. That's funky. All it requires is that it needs to publicize the percentage of getting... Oh, sorry, that was right. Okay. Oh, you're right. Wait, where was I? Was it a different country that done what I said, where you had to show what you get? And no, you're right. I remember this because Diablo, Diablo, I think there was another game as well that declined. Basically because they knew if people knew how bad the percentage chance was, they wouldn't bother. You guys know where one of the big discoveries around gambling addiction and the effectivity of like chance came from? You can actually blame pigeons, funnily enough. Well, or rather scientists that done things to pigeons. So there's this really famous experiment where pigeons used to have this little machine that they'd knock on, and it would like bring out free balls of food for them, right? And they just eat it up. Pigeons would be like, "Oh, that's very nice, very nice. I feel very, very full," and they just go about their business. Then one day in this experiment, the machine had broke, so that it wasn't always giving free. Sometimes it would give 1 or 2 or sometimes none. And the pigeons went crazy for it. Like they kept slamming on that thing. Like they get one roll, like, oh, 1. Okay, yeah, go again. Next time is 0. Oh no, go again. Like they were just basically gorging themselves on food because of it. And there you go, guys. That's why Pigeon is able to talk to you like this, because you're all secretly like Tuki Tuka. Siege engineering on the way. Full fortification is in though. Numadon, he had to build archers. Not something you feel good about here. Maybe necessary. So I invented gambling? Yeah, but I got no I got no royalties, which is why I need you all to subscribe to my channel. Sorry. Are EA FIFA games also banned in some countries? That's an interesting point. I don't know. I think EA actually... Didn't they expose the numbers? Because there was a lot of drama on it, how hard it was. Like, people mapped out how difficult it would be to get your hands on, like, a shiny Ronaldo. Steel Tower from MSN's kind of crazy, no? When have you ever seen Iabids with less than 10 archers at 8 minutes in the game get Steel Arrow? That's hen's teeth right there. Unfortunately, he walks headfirst into the arrow slits. Maybe... I mean, he should have expected that. He had vision on it. I think that was maybe a select all army. The spearman... Oh, no. Not going to be able to defend it. So, Curious Siphon will clear the way. Numidan is going to get access to the mercs. Yeah, but MSN, like, we talked about this being this all-in factor. You know, you live by or die by this outpost. Because without it, what do you now have? He at least has tech advantage, timing, Steel Arrow, but Numidan's already getting to undermesh. And he can make that super quick with the Dialecticus if he chooses. I don't think he pivoted, though. No, because he's got the production in the same area. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. Usually you want to like build the blacksmith away from the production buildings so you can buff both efficiently. Keep me in shape with push-ups. Right, if anyone redeems... Like, I'm going to just warn you guys now. If you guys redeem push-ups at the moment, it's just burnt points. I'm not doing it. I'm not giving it to you. Hell no am I doing any push-ups currently. Is MSN ever going to stop? I don't think so. Hey, man, he'll stop when the tree line disappears. He's still got some way to go. We can get up to 60, 70 archers on this. It's fine. Outpost now going up. Looks really good for Numu, though. Steel Arrow's on the way. Now, the question is, do you Lombo or do you Jav? When the count's this high, Lombo's maybe going to feel a little bit better. Because you're full defensive anyway. The problem is then you're sacrificing Camel Riders in Castle, which are super effective against Iabid's Camel Lancers. No more systems just yet, but he's close to being able to afford the third level. This is the other worry now I have for MSN. It's like at this stage, just being double system means you're actually better than the golden age of Iabids already. So economically, you are definitely ahead. In fact, MSN, what the hell happened? Wait, what? Oh no, he keeps missing worker production. It's almost a 2-worker lead now for Numidan. Now, this is the problem with these kind of stagnant feudal ages, is like if you aren't perfect at your villager production rates, you just lose the game in the most boring of fashions. It's gaps again. It's like 1 or 2 seconds at a time. This is rough. And it's actually crazy. Like MSN, because someone check his ranking right now, he's been like top 100 before, right? You'd be surprised how often this can be the difference between someone who makes top 30 consistently and doesn't. It's actually wild how much of a difference that makes in the game. Exchange going in, but this is ugly. MSN, this is the type of dive that can just lose you control of the game. He's trying to clear the Limitane, but they're just so tanky with undermesh. Plus the extra health. Only 13 archers on the front side. Now Numidan has the exact same count for the defense. And remember, yeah, MSN, like, militarily looks good, but you're never going to have all of them here when your opponent's just hunkering down. That's the real issue. Arislit's definitely helping out a lot. Didn't repair, mind you, so Ram will be able to clear it. Curious Siphon's just like, I mean, I guess I'm part of this, sure. Yo, imagine if he garrisons the villages to dodge arrow fire and drop off. That's the next level eco micro. MSN does actually clear him off the berries. He did get 1 longbow group, though. Pretty nice here. And Numidan now switching horsemen. Okay, yeah, but MSN, a little bit surprised he hasn't found his way to ponies himself. This guy is a little bit infamous for horseman spam. I think the most memorable game he has, if you guys remember on Golden Pit back in the days, a game against Dimu, where he blobbed, I think, 40 or 50 horsemen to dive the Ibids. Absolutely crazy game of an outcome. move over to gold. So Numidan feels like he's missing something. Might be he's just trying to open access towards castle now. Downfall, I think food's going to be a problem at this rate. So we've got 3 sheep and the remaining berries. Flash coming in, the horsemen arrive, and it looks like MSN was not anticipating this. No, just resumed spearman production. Only has 2, so full retreat. And Numidan finally able to achieve military lead in this game. Okay, and this is where things can begin to unravel a little, because now we're looking at a game where MSN, he's playing risky resources against horsemen. He went advancement, so he doesn't have any real tech advantage off of Feudal Age. He's just behind. And we're even getting level 3 assistant now, which Numidan is going to use to immediately go into the second berry batch. This is cursed, man. Like, MSN... Was it kind of short side? This is the problem. You see that type of spawn. The gold, the berries, the berry back, and it's just a jackpot. You feel like you want to rush it. So much so that he was willing to sacrifice any real upgrade with age up to get it a bit quicker. And it looked good for a moment, but I mean... It does feel very hard to end games in Feudal Age. Like, if you think about how outpost rushes work nowadays, in most cases, they are used to access a later phase of the game in better shape than your opponent. That's the whole fundamental design. I'm not going to say it's impossible to win in Feudal Age, but even with very aggressive players, like, they'll attack you until you're almost dead, and then they'll cast Age to finish you off. I think that was the tricky thing here, right? Like, this type of build, with Ibids only getting a faster tech up off this, you need an overwhelming edge to then find castle. Instead, Numidan's going to find it first. And the beast truly unleashed. Look at this, just heading out for all the berries. Meanwhile, MSN just keeps lobbing archers. I mean, Numidan now has options. It's kind of weird. You could open Cataphract here, which sounds odd against Ibids, but they don't have advancement wing. They haven't started the tech up. He's got, like, nothing. Now with the rotation in. Does not have expilatories, mind you. No textiles and too many workers out here. Yeah, he's going to get seen and chased. Tries to run back towards the spear to maybe buy some time. A little bit of garrison shuffling is going to work out nicely. Well played by MSN. Doesn't lose any workers yet. But he's got bigger problems coming. Numidan's age up has been triggered. 10 now on the Golden Horn Tower. Archers aren't going to square up, so I think maybe MSN a little bit suspicious that he's only seen 6 horsemen. Good read. It's going to require a good dive, though. He's going to use the Kera Siphons to make the damage permanent here. Scary. So, one problem. Dialecticus triggers these research upgrades very fast. Veterancy itself is only going to take a mere 30 seconds by default. Does he have the timing? I mean, double ram. It's not what I call overwhelmingly threatening. Gradually, yes. Do you have the time, though? Age up just completed. Numidan's rushed the gold. He can afford the veterans. He goes for a Cataphract as well. Hasn't triggered vet yet, though. No, instead he's putting it to work, going to Varangian plus Cata. And MSN now with Desert Raider. Ambitious to think they'll arrive before the fight's going to occur here. Numidan still hasn't got vet. He would have had it by now. He's starting to get sniped out. And there we go. He finally realized Numidan 25 seconds away from that upgrade. The Lombos are further away, and the Cataphract does arrive. Plus the Varangian, and this is where it's going to take a millennia to get a kill. He needs to hit this Cataphract 360 times to kill him. That's just not feasible. Archers get cleared. Military advantage is about to be back with Numidan in terms of count. Definitely there in quality. Game 1 can be firmly in his control. MSN. When are we going to get games in series where he doesn't just gravitate towards Aber and Ibids? It was cool to see this idea. So I think outside of a water map, like, advancements are a bit wonky. Numidan. Important thing here is he kept his cool. I mean, this is the guy that we usually expect in the first 15 minutes to just be balls against the walls, no chill. He understood his role as defender in this one and played it perfectly. Something that can usually be uncomfortable to do, right? Because, like, Ibid's the type of Civ that could just go castle on you. But no castle play here, just an opening win for the Byzantine Empire. All right. So, game 1 complete. Numu with the lead. Let's prep for the second one of the series. So we had Byzantines versus Ayu. G2, they're going to be heading into... Let's see what the picks are. Knights Templar Otto. Wait, did they... No. Okay, it's Frisian. Okay, it's not too bad. I was about to have a panic attack. I was like, if there's 4 lakes and he gave him Knights Templar, that's just a draft loss. But it's not. This could be interesting then. Ottomans versus Knights Templar. Is it Dry Arabia or Frisian? With Numu's draft, I think you just save HRE for Frisian, right? And then House of Lancaster or China for Dry Arabia. Could have been China here. What was he worried about with the China pick, though? Maybe HRE? Just a Nolan Burger timing, maybe? The boys are getting in lobby now, though, so we should be ready to begin in a matter of moments. What do you think, guys? We're getting a game 3? I mean, MSN's playing a normie civ now, right? That's what we call in this situation. He's switched off of the comfort pick. And yeah, this is a new Frisian. My first time seeing it. Well, not first time seeing it. First time showing it on stream. It's different now, guys. It's actually been rejigged quite a bit. Curious to see how this impacts the priority civ now. Okay, we got the 4 minutes. Guys, I'm going to run 3 minutes ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about them when we're in game, okay? Boink. God, I am in a bit of pain, chat. Not going to lie. Oh. Nathan said, I didn't play campaign on AoE 4 at all, so it took the tutorials plus 100 hours of videos. I mean, the thing is, the campaign in Age of Empires 4 is terrible anyway. Some people, I know some people recently go, I don't get it. I think it's good. I mean, regardless if you think it's good from a story standpoint, it actually teaches you mechanics that don't exist in the game, which makes it confusing for new players, which is very unfortunate. Difference between Abbasids and Ibids. Ibids can usually win more than Abbasids. Ayo. There's a few differences in there. So overall, like the wings function differently. The easiest way to think of them is that Abbasids is a consistently scaling civ, while Ibids is a peak burst civ. So they are what we call a timing civ. So if you were to look at like a chart, Abbasids chart would be kind of like this. In fact, I can just quickly open Paint to show you. So like an Abbasid chart for progress in a game feels very much like this. Maybe occasionally you'd have like these little divot ups, like off a military wing or whatever. But Ibids is more like this. Sorry for that. This. Right? So they have these big peaks and then they can like, then sometimes it pivots even harder where, actually I should do it on top of each other so you can see rep. Like Ibids is more like this type of thing. And then the final peak is like actually insane compared to Abba. Actually, no, the final peak is the weird one. The final peak is more like this. So that by Imperial Age, you got like Age 1, 2, actually, sorry, this would be 2, 3, and like 4. Like Ibids in the hyper late game when you talk about like eco being fully fleshed out. Abba has better eco, sure, but their units suffer a bit. Whereas Ibids, like Desert Raiders in like fully fledged imp are kind of crazy. Sorry about your balls. When will they stop hurting? Thank you for your consideration. I don't know. They've been a little bit weird. So like I've had this. It's almost like the Proust, but they're not Proust. It's like it feels like the after pain a little bit from when you've been like hitting the nuts or whatever. It's really annoying. Like stomach crampy on your balls. That's how I describe it. For those that don't know, we had a vasectomy last week. We got snip. Well, less snip and more bzz because we got lasered. There's a video on YouTube if you want the details. Like, it wasn't too bad at the moment. It's definitely starting to feel a bit better, but yeah, it does feel a bit rough in some ways. Ball cramps? I think it's just like where it was sitting, sort of thing. Because the thing that they do as well is like because you've got like you basically got an opening at first, right? And to minimize like the risk of infection or whatever, they'll put like some cotton on there, and then they will tape. Like I literally had the tape's gone now. You take showers, it washes off. But it's a tape making an X across where the incision is to pull the sides in, right? To make it easier to heal. Did that video do well in metrics? No. But I think I said to like my editor, I didn't expect it to. It's just like the content type is way too different. I might look to, on a delay in a week or two, set up a different YouTube channel for that type of content. Because like the thing is like that stuff is getting recommended to people who want Age of Empires content. And a lot of them just won't care about me, right? Well, at least definitely won't care about me when I'm not doing Age of Empires 4 stuff. And like YouTube in particular really forces that agenda of like sticking to your lane. You can go wider, but you have to make it logical the way you go wider. Did I try jacking since the procedure? No. I think you're meant to wait. Some people say, I think it's between 7 and 10 days before any sexual activity. I like how this is like I get the procedures related, but I like how it got into me talking about jerking off on a stream. Congrats. We've really made it. OnlyFans win. If I want to improve my metrics, I have to reduce my FX. Oh no. Don't. No more of those beastie videos, Jesus Christ. Don't need unnecessary drama on that crap again. Do you organize your videos in playlists? Yes. I think most of them go into like a standard playlist, but like the talking ones, I think those are a separate one. Or maybe we need to create another one. All right, anyway, let's get ready to go. This is a brand spanking new version. Oh, whoopsie. Like that. Like that. It's new map time. That's right. It's happening. We've got a brand spanking new map for Midweek Muster. Well, I say brand spanking. It's new and improved Phrygian Marshes. Big changes coming, folks. For a start, Phrygian Marshes, if you remember, was a map that had the easy to camp corners with a long trade. It's been changed. The iconic ponds remain. The high quantity of sheep probably as well. But the trade post has been shifted to the center. And in conjunction with that, the sacred sites have been pushed up map. So yeah, you have them tighter between the players. And the players are going to be Numidan and MSN here in game number 2. Numu with the lead already. But now we get an Ottomans versus Knight Templar affair. With double Rax action. Why? I guess it's the gold. Remember, just like standard Phrygian, this map is going to have that characteristic forward spawning resources. Your tree line is safe. Rarely is anything else. Gold and stones are exposed. What's interesting, though, is like Numu, this is a civ that can actually compete in Dark Age civ play when you have fishing behind it. Without it, it's not that they're terrible. They're just not kings. And you are up against a scaling king. If Ottomans get a long Dark Age, they can annihilate. Remember, this civ has access to Vizier points that completely change the state of early combat. You can hack the algorithm if you watch the video on 0.2 speed, it counts as seeing it 4 times. I don't think that's a thing. Why change the trade? I think they wanted to make the trade more engaging so that it just wasn't something free happening on the far side. Because, like, in fairness, some civs made this map look broken like Mongols. Mongols was considered a top 3 pick on this map for a very long time. Still is. Or was on the previous version. The problem that you had as well against these trading civs is that you would have to go cavalry to intercept quite often. It felt very hard to do otherwise. Also, by placing the trade post in the center of the map like this, it's less cheesable. It used to be a counterplay to corner trade was you'd wall it in. This is much harder to wall. So there's trade-offs that make the trade more vulnerable, but also ones that make it easier to do. I like that. And yeah, like the other thing that's been mentioned is the fact that you can make the games very long because of it. Understandably so. we got a stare down. Numu can't be feeling comfortable about this, though, right? I guess he's waiting for the point where he can rush the gold. He's going to try to slow gather it. It's barely outside of DC range, but you can get blocked. Yeah, it does have a defender's advantage. The timing is reasonable. We're not at the scale point where your opponent is going to have access to that vizier point yet. So with 2 on gold, like, feasible. You can even force the fight before he's ready for that. The scary part is if it idles you out too long in that fight, like if MSN's on point with the micro, he can pump the Imam point. And he'll have all these injured spearmen from good micro that will be able to rejuvenate. Instead, he banks away. Yeah, Numa doesn't like that. He wants to punish him. This is pretty ballsy by Nimadan, but I actually like the way he's approaching this. It's going to force his opponent to build additional spears instead of teching. So this is kind of feigned aggression. He's definitely adding more spears, but I think there's an off point once he's got the gold, where he just goes back to gathering food. Pretty crafty, actually. Especially when you consider how aggressive Knights Templars tech timings are. It only takes them a minute to go feudal. Nimadan. Ooh. MSN, I love that. Look what he does. He charges against the 1-4 spear to try and get in the way of the retreat. But Nimadan, great use of the formation shuffle there. Gets him back out of range. He's almost got the gold he needs. MSN, after all that, like, it's kind of crazy how good his food income is looking, despite the spear count. Now, he still needs to go gold. But it's going to be in a rush. 6 move out onto the mining camp. Nimadan has got the final gold drop off, so harassment here is going to be irrelevant. The Vizier point is about to kick in, though. And an Imam is most definitely an option here. A bit back and forth flirtation. I think this is where MSN just focuses on the tech up now. There's no real dive that's worth it now that the gold has been gathered, which he can click into. And yeah, you see a lot of spears on this map because of the forward spawning resources. The reason why you won't see this type of stuff on Dry Arabia, let's say the deer shoving gets nerfed. The reason why you won't see it on Dry Arabia is you can't guarantee that the gold spawns in an exposed location. But on Frisian, on old Frisian, I say about 80% of the time, the gold spawns forward and exposed. I haven't been able to consistently spawn this, but I would assume that Caillou made some adjustments so that you can no longer spawn gold here. Because it used to be, if you tried to outpost rush and they got a gold here, it was GG. You just couldn't do anything about it. With forward gold like this, you basically have wood, and that's it. And unless you can age up, wood is irrelevant. Right? You can't use wood to build archers until you're age 2. Got tips for 250 hours gold player who's terrible at micro, aggro, and finishing games. Have you considered Solitaire? I mean, in all seriousness, though, like, go into a game with a focus on something to improve. Obviously, you have to do more things than that one thing, but, like, each game you go into, if you really want to improve, focus on something that you can do well. Like, oh, this game I'm going to really focus on, like, let's plan out a build. I'm going to do a Burgrave Rush build. I'm going to focus on my micro and my men at arms or something like that. I'm going to play Knights, French Knights this time, and I'm going to focus on, like, making sure that I don't lose my Knights while always producing villages. Just set yourself a target that seems reasonable that would improve your base skill level. The core concept of AoE 4, right? Scale villages. Don't lose units. Make them lose units. And also just start to understand when you get in a game, have a rough idea of what you want to do with the game. The biggest, most underrated thing you can do when you play a game like this is having a strategy in mind, but not being so anchored to the strategy that you can't change. Change will come with experience, though. At first, be willing to accept that you're going to think a Burgrave Rush is good, and you'll lose with a Burgrave Rush. But then understand why you lost. Was it because your micro sucked? Your macro sucked? Was it inevitably bad because your opponent's playing a good crossbow civ? Like, these are the type of things, like, actually reviewing and thinking about your thought process is very important. It's actually underrated in every single genre of games. I see this from FPS players in, like, Battle Royales who don't understand why they keep sucking a game. Because you're not thinking through why you lost an engagement. The thing with RTSs is RTSs have a bigger prerequisite to understanding what you've done wrong and improving, if that makes sense. Like, with the dynamics of how an FPS works, like in CS, you can kind of fluke out and shoot someone in the head, right? But, like, if you zoom out and look at 100 games where you played CSGO or CS2, that the fluke is irrelevant to the amount of times you just made a critical blunder. Understanding those blunders is key, but with RTS, it's the way someone has to fluke. They have to fluke so many times for you to like get an advantage. If that makes sense. At the highest level, one mistake can be pivotal in like pro play, but at low level, it's not apparent to either side. The Archer play now coming in from MSN. We got a lot of spears. Collectively between them, there's almost 40 spearmen in play. But look at the Archer numbers. This is crazy timing. He's suffocating him. I mean, we don't have the meta point. He went sheep instead. I understand no imam is worthless now. Maybe it'd be useful in the defense, but the Archer count's so high, you'll just get sniped straight away. Yeah, classic like coaching trick I give people. Set yourself a little internal alarm, even set up on the PC in the background. A beep noise or something that plays every X seconds. And that whenever you hear that noise, ask yourself the question, what am I doing in this game? Like right now, like MSN's saying this fight is like, what am I doing in this game? Like, what is my win condition? If he has no answer, you've got something to improve upon. So MSN right now should be going, what am I doing to win this game? His answer should be, I can't go gold, so blacksmith tech's unreliable. I'm playing for the vizier point and the meta probably, or I add in a stables and force it. But right now, like the problem is he's just pinned in a corner with no upside at all. Because you can't beat Knights Templar in an Archer spam war. It doesn't work. Their income is just too good. Like, look at what's happening here. They don't need lumber camps. They don't walk. They gather some food while gathering trees. So Ottoman's advantage isn't there. Passive reduction, that's not an option either. The stone's blocked on the front side. So what MSN now needs is that you can either go Sipahi with very limited food, or you go for meta timing and use archers. But he needs to be fast, because Undermesh is on the way. Once these two techs come in, this is an impossible fight for archers to take up against KT. And wait, did we just hit the insert key? Sorry about that, guys. Guys, I found the way in which blue can win the fight. It was so obvious. And there we go. Vizier point goes to the meta. Smart read. MSN, he needs this. Golden Stone on the front side mandates it. So Numenor backs away. And why was supply not the option? It's 18 spears, right? It just makes sense. This was the safer of the paths. But it's expensive to use the Vizier points like this. It's pulling the spears back, but I think you kind of need to throw them in as cannon fodder, actually. You can't afford archer losses at the stage, so yeah, just punt them in. They'll last as long as they do. Spear count is slightly edging in favor of Numenor still. The big problem is, like, while this looks decent, the ranged armor is nice, the reality check is you're only evening up against Numenor's fight force here. What you really needed was a way of sneaking the gold to get into blacksmith play, but that's not happening. Meta goes down, and now he's truly on the ropes. I think Numenor just got him here. MSN ultimately punished for this detail. I mean, this is just a disgusting timing. Like, Ottomans, they can't really get ahead on scale until that blacksmith comes up. That denial was everything for Numenor. Now with triple archer range, there's no doubt about it. Pilgrim's also coming in, fishing as well. This game's over. I don't see a world in which MSN gets to touch gold. But the good news is, being a best of three, he can go outside and touch some grass. MSN get 3 to 5 Sipahi is so difficult though, right? It takes time to scale that. It could have been cool, but the problem is your opponent had so many spears. If he saw Sipahi, he'd probably just keep half of them with the army, half of them guarding the route. I guess that makes the fight easier as a follow-up. But like, the meta timing wasn't wrong from MSN. It's just, I think, even if he sends him the spearman early, it's a hard fight. But at least if he sends the spearman early, it gives him a damage absorber. Yeah, this is like one of the best game examples of blacksmith tech just winning. Skilled Arrow Undermesh made this. I mean, sure, you can talk about Knights Templar being better economically, but blah, blah, blah. You know, if Otto's had gold access and had those blacksmith techs, they'd have +2 ranged armor versus 1. That's a pretty big deal here. The only other way MSN could have done this is if he had gone for Imam and then early on fought and pulled away injured archers. But by the time he could have thought about that play, his opponent had 15 archers. 15 archers equates 75 damage on a 90 health unit. If he gets +1, which he did, you're dead. So yeah, I think MSN just made the right choices. It's just unfortunately the timing didn't align. You could argue he's just basically in the hole already. So at this point, Emerson's just kind of processing it a bit. He's not just going to GG tap out. But he's probably going to be forced soon, right? Numidon doesn't have a clear archer lead. It's just the damage difference. Remember, each of these archers is hitting for 2 more than these ones. Because of the +1, -1. Even the Spy, not going to feel that tanky. No. Archer count does favor MSM for the time being. Keeps the Spy alive. But Chevalier just arrived. Look how long it takes. It takes 4 flurries of arrows to kill one of these. God gets blocked again. Did he actually get enough for anything? No. No, he's 20 shy. He actually puts it into a meta. Sometimes I forget this. They're 80 gold. I mean, it's a cheap version of getting undermesh, right? But it's also an exposure point. Your opponent can just snipe it and kill you. And I believe MSN has ran out of food. Yeah, he's got the last sheep. The Madrissa's already been drained. Even spamming only archers, he couldn't afford this. That's another reason why we didn't see Spahi. Or it comes out. Honestly, Numidon just dive in and kill this guy if you want. Instead, he just A-clicks a straight-up army. Oh, who would have thought it? Nice Templar, pretty good civ for archer spam. I still find this so weird about this civ. They are so much better as an archer civ than they are as a heavy unit civ. It's wild. I wouldn't mind seeing something altered about the tree lines. Some people said, like, change it so you don't just do this. I don't like that. I just think there should be ecos required to scale this. And it starts lower. But, like, if you do that, I think they should buff something about their ability to do heavy units. Because, like, Knights Templar are iconic heavy units. But most Knights Templar games are dominated or unwound by this unit right here. Why don't horsemen counter crossbows? Real pros ask, how are the horsemen doing? Why is the crossbow? I mean, it's more like... So, a casual player will hear that X unit counters Y unit. Whereas, like, a proficient player who's played a lot will understand how many you require for that counter to be real. Like, you see all the time when low-level players complain about, like, one spearman not beating one knight. Of course they don't. That's stupid. Right? You could argue that maybe it shouldn't be that 3 spearmen are required to beat one knight. But, like, I think it's like the... Didn't someone do the maths? It's like 2.5 spearmen beat a knight. Sort of thing. Roughly. 2-0 score. I believe we've got another series happening finally right now. Let me double check on that. Oof. Yeah, okay. So the other series is midway. I guess we can hop in. Let me have a look. Avaganders. Trying to think how much longer we want to be live. I'm getting a bit hungry. And we have got, in terms of scheduled series, I don't think any semis are going to be happening today. Dumu Lash will be happening tomorrow. And did Cat Starflock or Cat Starflock also already happened? Oh, so we could like go eat, come back, do some more. I'm weighing it up. We've been live like 4.5 hours already. But we can hop in mid-series with Anatand. So let me check the result of game 1. So G1 was an HRE Ottomans matchup, or win for HRE. We'll go into the second game, which is currently live. And it's going to be Shushi versus Rus. On Dry Arabia. Alright, mark this in. Hey, sub Fat Flop. Appreciate the gifted sub, mate. Look at that, you round up 120 subs across this channel. What a legend. Appreciate you and everyone else who's been supporting. Remember, guys, always get those subs in. Help support the channel. How are we doing on our goal for the month, by the way? We're like almost a third of the way through the month. How many unique subscribers we got to count towards our plus goal unlock? We are currently sitting at 22 for this month. That's not too bad. Let's keep that progress going. Remember, the way that works is like you have to, if you sub directly yourself, it counts as towards our 100. If we crack the 100, Twitch has to give us an extra 10% revenue from all subs generated. Don't let Twitch win. We need to beat them. All right, we'll speed up a little bit to catch up. We need to flip this around. Sorry, in-game's going to lag for a second because I need to flip the scores and everything. And in we go, folks. One and all, we are back for more of the Anatan Mahoda action. As I like to call it, the Volta Esports Showdown. It's like scrim between the teammates. Anatan leading against his teammate with the Shushi, heads into Dry Arabia to face off against Mahodo on the roofs. Interesting. And what? Oh, okay. That. Have I ever seen Dry Arabia spawn like this before for roofs? This is an insanely rare spawn. I'm trying to remember the last time I saw this. What? That's a crazy spawn. Is it crazy good or crazy bad, though? I guess it's pretty damn good. The deer on the forward side are really shovable here. He hasn't got a defensive tree line, but, like, who cares? You can just play your eco behind. Wooden fortress up to protect, like, both. Easily wall this off. That's a crazy spawn for Roos. And the deer shelve's already underway. Like, this is the other thing. Like, normally there's a tree line in your way that makes it take a lot longer. Yeah, like, look at the closeness, right? This is the distance. Because deer spawns can often be based on, like, distance from TC. Look at Anatan's. There's a tree line in the way. So it takes him, like, 1.5 times the time to shove the deer in because he has to go around. That's crazy. And on the sieve that shoves deer so well. I know he's going to go in for the lane. We're at 2x speed just for the early game here, folks. We'll stick to it for the moment. Just as we're catching up to live. Pro Scout's coming from Anno. Obviously, Mahodo's going to be a little bit slower. But this is the whole value of this triple scout beginning for Roos. Is yours might be slower to start and to research, but you're already going to have deer home. Very hard for Civ to contest this. Just end up grieved himself a little bit with that one. It's going to end up being, what, free eventually underneath the TC. And he could even go for this one if he wants to. I think that's why Anna's now moving out. Smart read. He has Pro Scouts already, but the value is you lane the deer now and you take one away from your opponent's side, which puts you slightly ahead on overall deer games. I say slightly ahead. Like, you're actually quite far ahead if you think about it. Even if you split this now 50-50, you get 20% more on that food income. So that's going to be an extra 1,000 food. Now, the trade-off is once Roos do get Castle Age, they'll have more than you because of the high trade house. Over time, they'll just generate infinite food. Medigarden, what did he get here? Oh, pretty normal one. Just 86 resources overall. Yeah, so the point of Anatan should have went a bit further to the side. I don't know if he really saw this at the time. Wouldn't surprise me if he didn't see it. This would have been pretty crazy, though. That would have been 48 food, 50 stone, and 25 gold, plus a few wood. Which, by the way, for Dry Arabia would be a 10 out of 10. Like, you would have hit the jackpot. You don't see these type of Medigardens often. And most of the time with Shushi, I think players, instead of playing for the absolute jackpot of what it is, they just usually look to build their TC, the Meditouch Garden rather close to home. Because of the aforementioned Pro Scout War. So rush is a race. Wait, people still in this day and age asking if you can pass for the Golden Gate? Sadly, no. We all still feel scammed. You gotta build a Great Wall Gatehouse on a wall, but not the Golden Gate. What is this outrage? That's the nerf Golden Gate needs. Just requires a palisade to be built. Look at this timing from Anno, though. Still a few deer to be picked up easy peasy. He's got the spears here. Meanwhile, Mahodo is ignoring it. He's going fast castle full. Which makes sense here. I don't think you want to get into a spear war with Shushi. The problem is if you start building spears, he starts building Chuk, and Chuk then play counter blocker to Horse Archer. This way, there's not much currently to stop Mahodo from just rushing age 3 and building his Cav Archers. There it is. High trade house on the way. Get your numbers in. This one looks a bit bad, actually. I think he griefed himself with this house. Yeah, if the house wasn't here, you could place it here, which would clip more of these trees and get deeper into the factory line. So definitely a little bit of an underwhelming one, but honestly won't be as underwhelming as you'd expect, considering Bounty 2 is not far away.
变操。
Wait, he snatched from the other side? I know he's getting ready to mirror. Considering the horse archer detail, I guess we probably see Mount Blue Academy. We already mentioned that he's getting more of the deer, so he'll have more with the supervision anyway than his opponent, but then getting Mount Blue Academy gives you a lot more runway. This is interesting from Anna Chad, though. Isn't going to be Lancer spam. He goes straight into Chug early. Yeah, it makes sense. Like, if you start spamming Lancers, he spams horse archers. At this point, with the timings, you'll just get kited and killed early. Don't get me wrong, Roos will definitely have to micro a lot more than you would, but with decent micro, you'll gradually feel like you're losing that battle. It might be possible for Anatan to consider just going straight for relics with Shaolin Monastery with this build, actually. In some ways, Chug enables it, because it's something that can actually anchor on the relics. Soon to be moment of truth. He rushes on the gold now. High trade house? Yeah, painful. Gonna be 102 or 101 resources, which sounds great. Actually, 102 or 103 I think it is. But it's pretty underwhelming for high trade houses. I feel like most high trade houses, like average must be 120, 130 at this point. Then again, he is only bounty 1, so it does need to inflate a bit more. Which he'll be fixing soon. Men at arms switch from Mahodo. And it is Shaolin Monastery, yeah. So Anatan, this was all about being greedy secretly. Love it. Compared to Lancers, you just have so much more firepower early on because you can get these across the map to the enemy base when you tech. Whereas Lancers, you'd have to wait. And then Lancers individually are very expensive. So I wonder, is the follow-up like PG here? Maybe... PG's a bit weird, right? Because like Palace Guard are going to be worse in the direct fight compared to Men Arms. Horse Archers will still snipe you out. I guess you could kind of just go Lancitude. It's not the worst of ideas, actually. Gives you some raiding potential while giving you a front line. And yeah, there we go. Lancer's on the way. Pretty much gets the goodies home as he gets denied with the Pro Scout. And we do have him camping boar. Like this read from Anatan, it's good game sense. Roos love playing for boar. It's a really good timing for them due to the fortress that's quite unkillable at this stage. Especially when you go Chug like this. Like for Anatan, his goal is to keep the map now as linear as possible. He doesn't want to have to worry about flanks. Great micro bano. Gets the snipe out on the horse archers. An expensive engagement there from Mahodo. Loses a few Zug for it. The rest is just going to run away. Mahodo now switching into crossbows. Expo Men at Arms is quite interesting, actually. Not something you see often from Roos, but quite impactful here when you consider your opponents doing Zug plus Lancer. So, like, for Mahodo, his thought process is, you know, I see the Zhug, I know anything about armor is going to get countered. Crossbows can keep their distance. And I think Mahodo is anticipating Lancers because it's just the most organic comp for Shushi to go. Even if they went Palace Guard instead, this is once again the answer. Yeah. What you're seeing is also Mahodo is basically respecting the fact that Anatan is making this a linear fight. It doesn't mean you have to cut horse archers entirely. It just means you use them as small raiding groups instead of a bulk army to move around the map. Now, I know he's got a really good timing to deny relics here. With the spread, he's quite wide, but Warrior Monks, if they're sent out alone against just a few Chug, will die. He's going to beat him to the punchline here. Baldy Boy gets in. I think that was maybe the first one Mahodo wanted. Instead, he's going to have to take the safe relic now. Wait, what? He goes for the center one? All right, this man's crazy. Luckily, Warrior Monks being almost 200 HP means he will walk away. Barely. Donk. now, quick. Jump on the horse and ride. Okay. Damn, can you imagine this game had, like, horse hijacking? That's what we need a unit. We need a civ that has a unit that when it gets attacked by cavalry, it has an activatable to, like, if the unit's low enough, execute the rider and take his cavalry. Okay, like, as cool as it sounds in my brain, it's probably too complex to understand, though. For, like, a casual, that'd be very weird. Is he gonna get away with this? No way. Lance is on the way now. We'll run out of charge range, but we'll eventually gap close. And Mahoda, oh, no, he didn't click him all the way. Expensive loss. These warrior monks not cheap. Anatan's starting to just wrap a noose around him here, but the walls are going up, so good read by Mahoda. Uncomfortably early farm transition required, though, because of the way he's playing. Ability to work with camels and elephants? Sure, why not? I mean, the only people going to object are Delhi and the Basset mains, right? So who cares? Those people aren't what we call ethical gamers anyway. You're like, oh my god, I feel targeted. But at the same time, like, yeah, in fairness, yeah. Still down on the way. Anatan is leaning back into the Chuganu. Great map control. He could even play boar if he wants to. I wouldn't be surprised if he does. In fact, Pagoda's is quite feasible. He got the third relic. It's going to be 3-2 split, so it's definitely not like Mahodo's dead. And the high trade house is now up to 116 gold, with his second TC coming in. Yeah, Mahodo really likes this kind of like hunker down type Roos gameplay I've seen. In fairness, it's actually, I'd say, the most common meta for Roos is you rush castle. If you don't kill your opponent quick enough, you just get relics and pull back to this. So it's not like this is him playing in a suboptimal way. But I very rarely see Mahodo go for like the all-in strat, if that makes sense. Which is fair. I think it's very difficult to end a game with just horse archers. No, now pinning him. Is there a world in which he has to switch granaries, I wonder? Instead, he's going to lean into the horseman. Makes sense. Horseman and crossbow is a pretty cool way to go here. Doesn't leave you with much of a front line, mind you. Maybe worth just adding in a few spearmen just to bog down the men-at-arms. And of all the units, not the Shalom Monk over here, ends up being the Monk. We don't get to see the most glorious showdown of religious units. Damn, I actually need that in a pub game. I need to see mass warrior monks versus mass Shalom monks. The most epic of battles. My instinct is that Shalom monk should just destroy that, but maybe warrior monk surprised me with the blessings. Staggered retreat. He has got crossbows layered in now. The annoying thing about Sushi and China with Shug is you just don't know when you're counted. When you commit to this type of fight, like, you have to pay very close attention to understand if the crossbows are in and how many are in. So, yeah, compared to other comps, it just feels so easy to accidentally run into counterplay. A nice trade out. Sends the Zug in. Gets rid of the Expos. Lancers are clearing up the men-at-arms. Great fight from Anatan and Mahodo hemorrhaging a lot of these Expos on the press. On top of that, we did have a trickle into the backside. A few worker kills here or there. He knows about the 2 TC. Mahodo will have to go back to hunkering down here. Yeah, it's very important, this detail about that transition as well. You know, there's certain civs that have this. It used to be French was really popular for this. You don't know I've done it with raw bloodlines. Like, you commit to a clash, and if you're not checking your opponent's health bars regularly, you don't know if he has the extra health. Similar here, where when that fight starts, you don't feel it, and then you go, oh, wait, my men-at-arms are dying. Okay, how many crossbows are there? And then you have to zoom in, pay a lot of attention, while also wanting to micro and queue up additional units. It's a very annoying element of facing Sushi in China. More workers trying to just roll in. This is so defensive by Mahodo. I mean, at this stage, I guess you're kind of forced into it. But I love the way that Anno's just leading pressure. We even have Jiangnan now, so Song's entered. He knows he's going to need farms to finish this game. Good news is his opponent doesn't have a great deal of gold, though, right? Oh, wait, this is a Civ that doesn't touch gold veins until 20 minutes. Yeah, Mahodo's been scaling crossbows meta-arms off of just raw passive income. This is where you get to be like an angry old man shaking your fist about this Civ. There's no other Civ that can get away with not touching gold this long. Truly is in a league of its own. frontside pressure. I wonder if Anno ever considers going into some rams. Just to up the ante. Because, like, with being... This spawn, we talked about it being probably the best defensive spawn I've ever seen a Roost player get. Actually, like, almost any Sim Dry Arabia get. So I'm not really surprised Mahodo gravitated towards this in the end. Does feel like without Rams, Anatan's only backup option is just to turn it into a full macro game. And in fairness, he has got triple Sacred Sight. The Stone Trickle has been helpful. You could probably defend double Sacred Sight and just keep drop the far west one. Instead, he's going to be leaning west for his economy. So Outpost goes up. He's playing double ball. Yeah, Anatan's looking for a win condition on Sacred Sight. He doesn't want this game going deeper. Interesting approach for sure. I know, even adding in the spears. Sick read as well, because Mahodo only just began horseman production. Did he scout that? Or is that just intuition? That's intuition. Look at the placement. What? Soul read from Anachad. Yeah, and you see Mahodo even tried to be as subtle about it as possible. Build them as far hidden as you can get here. Yeah, it's the type of player that, like, when you see Spim and waiting for you on this transition, you're going to assume there's been a scout up here, but we can see Anatan, he just expected this. Pumba fight begins. A little bit of a rotation from the MAA is going to get cut down. Mahodo is just full macro mode, but you wouldn't think it, guys. He's lost 10 workers on this 2 TC play. He's not ahead. And yeah, I think Mahodo's starting to get the ugly picture painted for him. Walks in, goes, oh, we're doing this, are we? Archer switch now from Mahodo. Makes sense into the spears. It should be hard for Anatan to keep Horseman Pump going without farms. Farms which still aren't there for Anatan. He's still being extremely resistant to this transition. And yo, the Monk, no, this was the worst. Sprint on placement, Monk survives, and now he's going to be able to heal up. You just leave him here as your defender. I guess Mahodo, the best thing you can do now, you just need to focus on the big fight. Raiding's not going to work like this. Your opponent's still dense at home. So you need quite a lot of horsemen to die here. Top of that, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Anatan kind of leans his economy here between the two sacred sites. Why do you want to compare vision? You know how this is. It's roofs. It's camping roofs. Like, it's corner camping Dry Arabia. One player sees everything, the other sees nothing. I also just love the scout placements that Anatan knows if he gets raided on the west side early, which is important because he's playing a pretty immobile comp with spear, crossbow. One horseman's go sharp, but no health on that boy. I like how Anatan just has his group of horsemen to mirror the enemy horses. It's not really about raiding himself or about winning the main fight. It's just making sure he doesn't hemorrhage. Because, like, trying to play Sacred Sight win condition with some civs is easy at this stage. With others, not so much. Like, Delhi's a perfect example of an easy civ to do it with. And I guess, like, Shishi aren't terrible because of Dali horses. Like, these ponies are just better than the Mahodos in every way. Come on, give him at least one worker kill. There we go. Mahodo just infinitely increased his worker kill count this game. No, seriously, that was the first one. Wait, what? Hold on. We're getting Grenadiers as a support unit. He's got hard case bombs. Remember, hard case bombs, very unique. Don't see it too often. It does a splash damage as a standard Grenadier, but then leaves a debuff that increases the damage affected units take by 15%. It's only 5 seconds, but for reference in a fight, that would be about 2.5 free attacks for spears. Did anyone test whether they improved this recently? I know there's been a kind of movement towards bonus damage being affected by buff debuff, but I don't think they've done that for hard case bombs. So hard case bombs is kind of a weird one, and it feels good for Zhuge-Nu, feels good for lancers, but feels less valuable for things like spears, crossbows, because those units have a lot of their damage locked behind the counter. I.e. crossbow against heavy, spear against cap. Yeah, I feel like the introduction of Lancaster has maybe woken people up again to things like this, hard case bombs. Like, when you see these support units come in, or new civs, and they look kind of broken, or whatever, it makes you revisit other ones, right? It's quite interesting. I think that's also helped Ottomans a lot, is people revisiting the value of things like the meta support. Because that crap fell off for a very long time. Castle drop. Ooh, Mahodo. With Springalds as well in a choke point. Anna's going to walk up. He's got a nest of bees here. Textiles is there, but the horseman knows on the back. The siege is fully exposed. Mangoes can't hang around. They have to dive deeper. Good body blocker from the men at arms, but he's spread thin here. And the Chiganu, they're sniping down the workers. The castle's going to go up. This is going to be tight. Mahodo, it's do or die by this. It's starting to stink of death. Only 8 workers left alive. They're being accessed. The Mango Smush hurts, but Anatan, he can't stop the castle. Mahodo gets it up. 7 workers still alive. Anatan has burnt himself in here. A lot of troopers lost for this. Less than 3 minutes on the clock, but look at the military now. Mahodo clutches up. And now able to get a decap. Castle drop coming from Anatan's. Question marking whether that will actually happen, though. There's barely any melee, and the nest of bees is still a big problem here. This isn't 2024. The Sprills do not counter knobs. Knobs counter you. Oh my god, he hangs on it for a decap, which is not going to work. And Anatan already has double trebuchet out. Are you kidding me right now? Hodo with a 10 eco lead, a castle drop. Looked like he found the timing, the line, to get control of this game, but Anatan says hell no. Castle drop successful, double treb to siege. And Mahodo will not be able to hold it. 7 workers repairing. I mean, between that and the cost of the stone, that's all your eco lead, really. He's going to try to sneak out on the west side, but come on! Anatan is everywhere, anywhere, all at once. This is ridiculous. The one sacred site... No, he's suppressed everything. Anatan read the timing perfectly. Mahodo, it's here or nowhere. And the nest of bees is becoming untenable. What? He runs into it. No. And the horsemen ride in, but there's not enough of them. Nest of bees get the recharge. Second shot coming in. He headbutted that strike. Mango's now trying to clear the way. The nest of bees, they will trade out for that backline, and they massacre it. The castle protects against the limited melee. Siege is flopping dead. This is do or die. Anatan, with just 100 food income, knows that if he doesn't win off a sacred site, he loses this game. And he is well and truly committed. 2 minutes on the clock. Mahodo has lost everything. Castle down. Military count looking underwhelming. With 2k food income. Surely this should have been his game. Anatan just keeps milking the cow until there's blood coming out. He's now under the berries. And somehow, in the midst of this, takes the gamble. And it doesn't even need to pay off. GG gets called. Insane game out of Anatan. Mahodo just so close, but Anachad reminding us why he is one of our scariest players in Midweek Muster. What a crazy game. Mahodo attacked way too early. I think it's the paranoia of the timer, right? You're down to like 2 minutes on the clock, 3 minutes on the clock. You feel like you have to do something. So left side win. And an updated look at our bracket. Let's have a look. Let's fill in the gaps. Like a puzzle that needs to be solved. So, what does that do to this? So we just saw 2 more series, right? So Anatan versus Mahodo was a 2-0. God, I'm so hungry. I'm definitely going to have to go eat. Have we got enough to come back to? Probably not. Because there's what? Wham versus Flotterotto and Cat versus Starflock. So we can use some of those series as paddings depending on when like the quarterfinals happen tomorrow. So we might better squeeze them in. But Numidan versus MSM was a 2-0 for Numidan 2. So let me update this. And these are the state of things. So Wham versus Flotterotto is already played. We have that from replay. I think Cat Starflock has as well. Dumu versus Lash is going to be happening tomorrow, and then we should have the victor up against B straight afterwards. So knowing Dumu and when he comes online, what will probably end up happening is his series against Lash will play, and then I'll be online for B afterwards. Is my prediction. Yeah, I think. I'll just do a double check. Yeah, no quarterfinals have been commed. So I presume all of them will be happening tomorrow, and we'll cast them here. Because, guys, what I'm going to do now, we're getting ready to wind down the stream. We've been live 5 hours, actually longer than that, like 5.5 to 6 hours, right? Because we had the technical issues we're trying to resolve. I still don't know what's causing that, but I'll have a look into it. But what I'm going to do now, we're going to find someone to raid. YouTube, thank you for watching. I'm going to end the stream now. We'll be back tomorrow at about midday, so between 12 and 1 p.m. UK time. We'll go live. Thank you very much, and I'll see you all then.